हेलो थोड़ा वॉल्यूम कम करना अच्छा आई गेस सो Good morning, everybody, and happy Mother's Day to all the mothers around. Yes. So I would like to begin with a brief introduction of the project and the journey that has brought us here together. If you could all please settle down. And over the past 3 years, Mumbai Living Lab, that's us, and Aniruddha, Paul, and the team around, we have been studying the shared auto rickshaw ecosystem in Nalasopara, exploring informal shared mobility and its importance in everyday urban life. This work has been part of the PRISM Living Lab network, a larger consortium examining informal shared mobility across different cities. Throughout this journey, we have worked closely with neighborhood collectives, nonprofits, auto unions, drivers, academic institutions, researchers, practitioners, and government officials. Taking a bottom-up approach, we have tried to engage directly with communities on ground, making them an active part of our process and data collection. On behalf of Mumbai Living Lab and all the collaborative partners, I would like to warmly welcome and thank all the researchers, officials, and participants joining us today. Your presence here is deeply valuable, and we are grateful to have you part of this conference today. So to start off this session, to speak about the larger vision of this network and the growing importance of the wider community of scholars, researchers involved in this work, we start with the first question and the first session of today. That is, what is the future of auto rickshaws and where does it fit into planning investment in Indian cities? To begin this session, it would be my great pleasure to invite Jacqueline Klopp. Jacqueline Klopp is a director of the Cities of Sustainable Urban Development at Columbia University and leading researcher on sustainable transport, land use, and data-driven urban systems. With a strong focus on infrastructure governance in African cities, she previously taught at SIPA and co-founded initiatives such as Digital Matatus, which created the first open transit data set in Nairobi. Her work advances the use of open data mapping and collaborative platforms to improve urban mobility, planning and accountability globally. She is also part of the PRISM network, who has greatly supported us for this entire session, the conference, and the exhibition altogether. Jackie?
That was great. Thank you so much, Shreya. It's really my honor and privilege to be here. I flew in from New York to be here at this extraordinary exhibition and event. I'll give you a little bit of background around the Partnership for Research on Informal and Shared Mobility and why a global consortium to look at these issues has been activated and why it's just so important. And I have to here acknowledge the Volvo Research and Education Foundations, which has supported this work actually for many years on the dominant forms of shared mobility that people use globally. The trips that most people make every day are on these kinds of minibuses, shared auto rickshaws, shared taxis of various kinds. And yet, in so much of our planning, whether that's climate planning or transport planning, they're frankly invisible. And if we are going to solve a lot of the different problems that we face across the globe, from severe problems of sitting in traffic to public health issues like crashes or air pollution to climate issues, and to have very vibrant and inclusive economies, then we really need to have very high quality integrated public transport for everyone. And we know this globally, that this is one of the best solutions to many of our problems. And I believe that is also true for Indian cities that suffer from these very issues, including this wonderful city of Mumbai. So, recognizing that this is a really big problem, we got support from the VREF, Volvo Research and Education Foundations, to form a global consortium. And the principles behind that are to focus on ecosystems, so in the sense of understanding how these forms of transportation fit into local economies, and also things like access to healthcare and education, that they're part of a wider system and need to be understood as such. We also really want to focus on equity. It's very important that you create equitable public transport systems as a matter of principle and as a matter of justice, but also as a matter of practicality. If you want people to be able to show up to work, they need to, or to contribute to your economy, they need to be able to get there and access services. And so again, this form of transportation is extremely important, as you'll see in the exhibition. We also focus very much on exchange. So we have 7, now 8 living labs, and I'll explain what a living lab is in a minute. So we have living labs that speak to each other from Bogota and San Jose in Costa Rica, to Cape Town and Accra in Africa, to Bangkok, Beijing, and here in Mumbai, and more recently also in New York, where we also have these forms of shared mobility serving often lower income communities. And so the idea of the living lab is also one where research is engaged. It's not something where we do a report and we file it. We actually really work with the sector and with the local government and civil society to think about how these systems really work, to get good data and also their feedback and understanding of their own systems. So we co-produce knowledge. And this knowledge is much stronger and a much better basis to figure out how to address problems, including things like if you need to take the train from this place in Nalasopara to get to your job in Mumbai. How do you get to the train? A lot of times the planners don't think about that, and yet it's this auto rickshaw system that has been built bottom up with a lot of labor and a lot of sweat that sometimes very efficiently gets people to the train, but sometimes also there are very serious problems of extreme heat, the conditions that drivers are in, and also the organization of the train stations where it's often quite chaotic and difficult. And so now with knowledge of understanding things like where these auto rickshaws go, what the conditions of the drivers are, who uses them, the fact that this very, for example, vibrant market in Nalasopara that saves a lot of people traveling, because they'll go to their work, they'll come back in the evening, they'll shop, they'll do their things, get in an auto rickshaw and go home. This whole system, right, is enabled by these auto rickshaw drivers owners, the whole system, and yet they're kind of neglected. And so the idea is, how can they be partners? How can we learn from them? And how can they help us solve even more problems in this kind of partnership? And it's somewhat of a different approach from the way research is usually done. And so we call this the living lab, because the research is bottom up and with people and for people and really learning from them. And so we are these living labs across different parts of the world facing somewhat similar problems, but with very different contexts. And we speak to each other and learn from each other. And I just want to now say that I am so delighted by the Mumbai Living Labs work. They have truly been leaders also, not just in this kind of research globally, but also in the way that they're trying to communicate, to bring people in, to help solve these different kinds of problems together. And that's why we're here today, and I really want to acknowledge this incredible work, and I really hope you'll enjoy the exhibition with me. And with that, I think I'll just really pass it on to my dear colleague, Professor Paul. And I'll let Shreya go. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Jackie, for introducing the PRISM Consortium to all of us. So now I would like to call upon Aniruddha Paul. As most of you know him, and we have also met him in everyday life. I think he was some of your faculties. He was a teacher. He was a mentor. He was like everything to most of us. So Aniruddha Paul, as all of us know, is an architect, an urban designer, and educator for over 3 decades of experience in architectural practice, urban research, and policy engagement. He served as the director of Kamla Reheja for architecture and environmental studies, and now he co-leads the Codes LLP while working with Spark and on infrastructure and mobility initiatives in peri-urban Mumbai. His work focuses on integrating community-based design with ecological and infrastructure solutions to address complex urban challenges. So Paul, please come ahead.
Thank you, Shreya. Thank you, Jackie. I won't speak much because I know that Jackie and Shreya have explained the Mumbai Living Lab quite a lot. So I'll be very brief. First, my work is to thank everybody, the whole team which have been working 3 years continuously on this project to make this successful, to make this happen. So this is where we share our knowledge with the people. And this is where, as a platform where we even want to call in all the stakeholders. In today's forum is so important that we also have a complete session with the union leaders, both from the driver union as well as the vendor union, who would like to actually participate in this process of actually what they call building a people's plan. So very important, our outcome of this would be to be able to build a people's plan for mobility in these suburbs. Just let me explain to you, I know that Jackie has gone to Nalasopara, she has explained it so beautifully. A lot of the people here, even from Mumbai, don't know what Nalasopara is, especially sitting in the southern part of Mumbai, people don't know what Nalasopara is and why we chose Nalasopara also. What is the reason for choosing Nalasopara? So, as you know, the Western Line is where Nalasopara is. The Western Line itself has got a lot of work centers. It has got Nariman Point, it has got Bandra Kurla, it has got Andheri Kurla, which has emerged as a work center. It has got Mindspace also, which is an important work center. And Nalasopara becomes nearly the nearest suburb, affordable suburb, where actually people can live, a lot of migrants can stay. And Nalasopara has a diversity, that's very important. It has got new emerging townships by big builders. It has got housing cooperative societies, which were earlier formations, generally done by smaller builders. And it has also got industries and informal settlements. There are a lot of migrants there. Okay, and we chose this landscape because this is the most intense landscape, I think, in this part of the Western Line. It's a peripheral location, so not much of investments have happened in Vasai Virar as compared to maybe Navi Mumbai or Panvel also, for that matter. So generally, this becomes a very affordable location. So that's why when we were looking at the possibilities, we thought Nalasopara was a very important landscape that we should choose for further exploration. Well, Shreya has also explained how we did the work, completely bottoms up, built trust. Lot of the people who have helped us in this process of data collection are people from the unions. They are people who are family members of drivers, whom we have actually trained to use mobile phones to collect data, and they have helped us to collect this data. So it was absolutely a bottoms-up approach. Let me tell you, we were trying to engage with authorities, but at the first this thing, they were not very open even to like share data. Even authorities were not also very knowledgeable about this whole ecosystem of what was happening. And just let me tell you a little bit about also like why they did like help us. And I've been telling you that the only reason why they have been helping us, because they really want to take this aspect of this ecosystem, and they also want some sort of plan to emerge. They want a plan to emerge where like there is dignity for the drivers as well as the users. That's very, very important. And they want to actually help us to create such a system. And this is where we are even going to the authorities to say that this plan can probably give dignity to both the drivers and the users. So with that, I'll just end, and again like to thank my team members who have been very helpful, the PRISM network of which Jackie has spoken of, which has allowed this possibility to do this research. Thank you. With that, I call in Sheila. Introduce Sheila.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we would like to call upon Sheila Patel. She is the director of SPARK, that is the Society for the Promotions of Area Resource Centers, and pioneering leader in community-driven urban development, with decades of experience working on housing, infrastructure, and inclusive city planning. She co-founded Slum Dwellers International and has worked closely with grassroots networks such as Mahila Milan and National Slum Dwellers Federation since 1986. Her work focuses on advancing equitable urban transformation through community-led approaches and global advocacy, including her role on the Global Commission on Adaptation. So this is Sheila Patel for you. Ma'am, please come ahead.
So first of all, thank you for coming on a Sunday morning. Many of you have said that, why do you have to do it on Sunday morning? But anyway, first of all, I'm very excited with what we have put together today, and Anirudh, you and your team have been amazing in this process, and Jackie, thank you for embracing this in a global process. My work for the last 50 years that I've been doing this, from 1974 onwards, is that there is not much attention given to systematizing knowledge, information, insights about issues of informality and its multiple dimensions, and a constant, almost rejection of the reality that the world is going informal, and that the formal institutional arrangements on which we do planning, we do how cities are developed, how they are governed, are getting overwhelmed and overcome with informality because we cannot accommodate them. And so one of the recent things that we have done in SPARK is to look at the most critical elements in the lives of people who live informally, work informally, and interact with formal institutional arrangements, is to identify sections that allow development, investment, and climate change to work together. Because if we do development investment without climate science or anticipation of the impact of extreme weather, then that investment is wasteful. And therefore, there's a re-education that is needed for all of us to look at how to bring these two together without making them compete with each other. And therefore, things that we are working on are a big campaign called Roof Over Our Heads, which to do with habitat. In transport, we are looking at informal transport and looking at how those who live both formally and informally use informal transport. We're looking at the challenges of health and urban informality that are to do with the social determinants as well as nutrition and pollution and all the things that happen in cities. And then we're looking at disasters, and we're looking at this big challenge of relocation that climate is going to exacerbate. Of all these things, the work on roof over our heads, climate related to and heat and others related to health and transport are the ones which we have begun to do deep investment in. And for us, this is not just about transport planning itself, but the impact, like you said, Jackie, on what transport challenges do to people's lives. And we have a deep commitment to democratize this knowledge that people can use, but then to find ways and strategies to make this presentation to governments, local, national, and global. And in this particular instance, my own membership in Mumbai First, and Sanjay is there from there, I've dragged him from his Sunday too, is to look at how we bring these dimensions and the reality that 60% of people who live in the metropolitan region of Mumbai live informally. How do we bring their needs and aspirations into a logical, transformative planning mechanism that gets investment and becomes robust? So thank you very much for all of you who put this together. Makes me very proud. We also want to tell you that this exhibition is going to travel to Bangkok to a global program. And for me, what we are doing actually represents a new methodology of how you can produce significant research that is robust, that is people-centered, but has huge implications for a range of things. And so we champion that methodology. We look for partnerships and engagements like that. And Sudhir, we are very happy to have you here. Ooh, because he's written a book on shared transport. So we're very thrilled. So thank you for being here as well. So can I invite Sanjay to come and talk? And thank you again. He always grumbles when I call him on Sunday. But he always comes.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. No, I'm not. I'm Sanjay Ubale. I currently work with Mumbai First, more as a volunteer in Mumbai First. Sheila is also part of that. Before that, in my previous life, I was in the government for about 20 odd years, then with the Tatas for about 10 years, and with the Gates Foundation for about 2 years. So that's been my past life. But first of all, congratulations and thank you for all being here. And thank you for inviting me. I was really grumbling this morning. I was telling Sheila, what makes you come on a Sunday like this and what drives you? I said, I need to understand from you. And I quite realize why that is the case. And that probably applies to all of you who come here on Sunday, because I think this means a lot, right? So it's not just about coming and listening to something and going away, but you feel that you can be a part of something important. And that's why I think all of you are here. And I can feel that being here, that it is something important. Anirudh, thanks for putting this together. I'm sure it's going to have a huge impact. it certainly did have an impact on me when I saw a little bit of what you were telling me this morning. So we'll take it forward as we go along. A couple of just few things. I love the painting out there. It's beautiful. And I've already said that I want to buy it, okay? And I'm announcing here, whatever I can afford, I'm putting a price of 50,000 rupees on it, okay? That money, and you don't have to sell it to me, you can put it as an auction for the next 6 to 7 days. Say that somebody already put a price of 50,000 rupees. You can up it, you can buy it at a later price. And after you take it all around the world, and if at all it survives, and somebody else has not bought it, I'm the last person standing to buy it from you, okay? So that's, I want to know who the artist is, and I want to thank him for creating something truly wonderful, okay? But this is certainly not an evaluation or a judgment on the price and the value. But I just want to be something that, I really loved it. And also the stories that went along with it, which Anirudh talked about. Way back, my brush with informality happened almost about 40 years back, okay? So when I just joined the civil services, I was in a district called Aurangabad, which is where Ajanta Ellora caves are. So me and a batchmate of mine, he was from the police service, I was from the revenue side, and we used to go around together to watch what's happening in our area of work. And just a couple of days before we were traveling there, we saw that it used to be called Vadap, or informal jeeps that used to ply between Aurangabad and a neighboring town, which is just about 10 kilometers away. And there was an accident, and some 5 people died in that accident. And so there was a huge demand that this informal vehicle movement is creating hazards for people to travel, so that needs to stop. And we were young. I was in my 20s, this batchmate of mine, who subsequently retired as a CBI director. So both of us, very young, and we said, this has to stop, right? So we went on the overdrive, and we stopped few jeeps. One of the jeeps that was there, it was people all over, on all sides, because you could not see the jeep, but you can see the people, okay? So we asked them to just get off. I said, just each of them started getting. How many people were there in the jeep? 24 people. 24 people got out of the jeep. So we formally filed a case against that guy, and we punctured the vehicle so it is not able to go forward. And then we said, now these 24 people, whatever they want to do, but we wanted to send a message that now here onwards, we're not going to allow this, okay? So when it went to the court, and in the court, they said that what they are saying, what we are saying, that there were 24 people is wrong. It's not possible, 24 people can't. So they said, you try to put in 24 people. And the court actually let them go because we couldn't fit in 24 people, okay? So that is the creativity of this informality, so, but that was from that point to what I've come today, that there are layers and layers of informality. You just step out here at the corner of this premise itself, you'll find 3 or 4 elderly women sitting with white and blue bags, with a lot of garbage that they've collected overnight. That's informality. And those informal people are actually a backbone of how city remains clean. We think that the BMC is keeping it clean, but a large part of why the city is clean also is because of these people. And when you pass by those people, in fact, I never used to even, set a glance on them. But when I now know what important role they're playing, I actually go and say hello to them, okay? But they play a very important role, which is what you're seeing on transport, on slums, all of this. The entire city is actually run on informality, okay? Now, we have 2 minutes, I'll just finish, okay? So what is development? And in economics, we tend to feel that, moving from informality to formality is what is development. I was in New York, and I was quite surprised to find, and same was the case in London as well, that, people in the affluent cities go with shared transport. There's very little private transport. In New York, particularly in Manhattan area, you'll find there are no parking slots. Hardly any parking slots. There's no private use of vehicles that is possible because they're too expensive. So you have the trains, and you have the Ubers, that is what constitute public transport. Most of the people, even the richest of them, would use that. Same is the case in London. But in Mumbai, that's not the case. In Mumbai, rich people travel in their rich cars, right? And that is what is now crowding out this city. So when this debate, and Sudhir is here, we used to have a very rich debate on why Mumbai needs a metro. And somebody used to ask me, why do you need these air-conditioned metros? They're for affluent people. I said, exactly. We want the affluent people to travel in public mode of transport and leave their cars at home. So, but even today, now if you see, Sudhir, you came by metro. I travel by metro very often. But there's a last mile connectivity is an issue. Even here in Mumbai itself, in this area as well, you'll see that last mile connectivity to be an issue. That is going to damage in some way the viability of the metro, because you don't have people getting into the metro. So, and the roads are going to be crowded. So all these informalities that you're talking about is an extremely important part of the ecosystem. Now, how do we transition them from informality to formality is a challenge that we have, because there are pros and cons of informality. The cons of informality, of course, are that people kill each other, which is what used to happen with these black and yellow taxis in Mumbai, where the taxis were not maintained, the fares could not go up because people otherwise wouldn't have been able to afford it. So therefore, the service was going down quite a lot, and people were preferring to use their private modes of transport rather than use this. So you needed to have a mechanism, which is what now Ubers and others have started creating this platform. There are problems with that also. So I'm not necessarily saying that that's a solution, but that is a move towards formality against what the issues with informality were there. Now, even here, with the auto rickshaws, the other day I was at BKC, and I traveled at 30 rupees from here to BKC. And when I got off at BKC, the auto rickshaw said that from here to the nearest point, you'll be charged 100 rupees. So for 40 kilometers is 20 rupees, and then 1 kilometer is 100 rupees. So how do you handle these aspects? Is it because just opportunism or whatever that is? So how do you get this informal structures into formality to see that there's a win-win for everybody is a challenge. So going beyond what you're doing, Anirudh, is identifying the problem. You probably need to have some people who will need to think about the solutions and to see how we can make this into a Pareto optimal solution where there are no losers, but all winners. There'll be some people who might not necessarily be better off than what they were today, but collectively everybody is better off. So we need to work on those solutions. And that is where I encourage you to also get certain economists, some people, policy planners, to see how we can work together with this solution. With that, I'm going to stop because I've exceeded my 2 minutes that you told me about. Thank you very much for inviting me. I will be a part of all that you do in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for everyone speaking here in the morning. So now we would go ahead without any delay. We would go ahead with a second session where Aniruddha Paul will be moderating on the topic of context and importance of ISM in the cities of Global South. You want to? I have.
Give me the briefs.
I have it.
Okay, so this is the first formal session which we'll begin with. Okay, the context of ISM, especially in the Indian cities. And today we have three speakers with us. So what we will do is, generally we will encourage more discussion. There are just few people here, so it's more that we want discussion more than like a presentation. So and these three speakers, that's how the presentation have been organized. They're speaking briefly. There's a 7-minute presentation, maximum 5 slides, and they are going to provoke, they're going to ask some questions, they're going to share their experience, as Sanjay has done so eloquently. And after that, we would expect all of you to participate, all of you to be a part of this discussion. So it's not going to be like that you are going to be just hearing or an audience. We want you to be people participating in this whole, and that's how all the sessions have been organized. Sessions are very interactive. That's what we want. Okay. So the first speaker is Rutul. Rutul, actually, Joshi is an urban planner, educator, and researcher at CPT University with extensive experience in sustainable urban mobility, transit-oriented development, and planning education. Over nearly 2 decades, he has led academic and research initiatives at CEP and contributed to major urban projects with organizations like NIUA, ADB, GIZ, C40 Cities, and ITTDP, including serving as the principal author for India's Transit-Oriented Development Planning Handbook. His work bridges research and practice, advancing equitable and climate-responsive urban development in India and internationally. Rutul, I welcome you. Okay, so what we do is short presentation. After that, we come, and probably we can sit here then, and then we can discuss with everybody what the possibilities of how ISM can be looked at in this context of the Indian cities. Thank you, Rutul. Please come.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good to see some familiar faces in the crowd. Well, I want to make 2 large points, and I will finish in 7 minutes. And those 2 large points are, one is related to how do we position the ISM, and ISM as a part of a larger idea of sustainable mobility in our cities. How do we start framing those problems? And second is really more on research and advocacy agenda. I was just looking at, before coming here, I was looking at some of the numbers of Mumbai's public transport system and the amount of money that we are spending in what kind of transport system. So, well, Mumbai suburban rail carries about 7.5 million people. Another 2 to 3 million people sort of are carried by the best buses. The number of auto rickshaws, which as per one estimation is about 500,000 in the city, we don't know how many trips they carry. We don't collect that data. Okay, so we actually don't know how our people move in our city. And what we have done for this city is we have spent 30,000 crore on building one road project, which is, as per their own estimate, supposed to carry 1.3 lakh vehicles, out of which, as per the government figure, says that it is carrying about 67,000 vehicles from between the north and south of Mumbai. So if you simply divide 31,000 crore for 60,000 vehicles, which are 67,000 vehicles, which are coming to the south of Mumbai, we are talking about subsidy per car to 2.4 lakh. Okay, that is the amount of investment we have done in private transport. Private transport, which is going to actually by destroying the mangroves, fishermen's villages, by destroying beautiful vistas of the city. Now we are inviting a lack of more cars to come to South Bombay, which would otherwise be impossible for those cars to come here. And very, very soon we are going to start seeing the swelling up of traffic in this area, which has not really seen that amount of traffic now. And we have done that to sort of prioritize the private transport. And I think that is a larger larger context in which we have to see this, that how much subsidy are we giving to private transport. And in that sense, I feel that urban mobility in India, it's not only the discourse of disadvantaged commuters, that somewhere else the money is going, and because the condition of crowding and footpaths and walkability is horrible, but it is also a larger disadvantaged citizenship kind of an agenda. That we have to look at people more as the public transport users, the people who are actually the users of sustainable mobility, as disadvantaged citizens who are, sort of facing certain issues in the life. And when you sort of also couple this with the fact that how many people who die commuting in Mumbai, the numbers are absolutely horrible. Because of crowding, because of road fatalities, etc. I think it is somewhere, last time I saw it was almost 100 people every day die commuting, either in the accidents in the railway or as a road fatalities, right? So I think that is one kind of an area. Also, the fact that our cities are over-engineered and under-designed, under-planned, and urban mobility is a too important a sort of an area to leave it to one discipline of engineering. And I think it's in that context, I'm very happy that Paul and Sheila and everybody has sort of started talking about urban mobility as an idea, brought into the field of architecture, urban design, urban studies, because we need more people to start talking about urban mobility and start making those, start making some noise. And I'm very glad that you are doing that here. And I would welcome more people to sort of work on this. And that's why the second part of the speech, where I think conceptually we should frame three things are very important. One is your residential location, your travel behavior, and the kind of work you do and where you work, right? So there is a fair amount of work in India when it comes to informal housing and informal work. But informal commute is, I think we are just beginning to start talking about it. So I think also the work that you are doing here, we need to sort of frame in that way. And that triangle is how people make trade-off in our city. And that's a very useful conceptual framework to look at the way in which people make choices in our city. And then, of course, richer people have more choices, poorer people have less choices, but at least they have a choice. So I often tell my students that a slum is basically a trade-off of being located in a convenient location, in an inadequate housing. And in that sense, slumming as a process and slum location are really, in that sense, housing is a mobility problem. We have not really seen it like that. And I wish that a lot of people who work with informal settlements start also looking at mobility as a problem. Because wherever we have dislocated people from the center of the city, we know that they've multiplied the poverty. And they've also multiplied, they've gone back in life by 10, 15 years, okay? Which has happened in Ahmedabad, Delhi, every city, actually Mumbai, Hyderabad, everywhere. So I think we need to look at this whole triangle. And in that sense, there are 2 or 3 research items that I will talk about. There is also a concept of decent work, which ILO and I think a lot of labor organizations talk about. I think we should also talk about decent commute. What is it to have a decent commute in a city, no matter who you are? That is one. And second, I feel that when we look at this trade-off and choices, the second way of looking at it, and I wish that we sort of have more research on that, is to frame mobility as a capability. And here I mean capability by the way in which Amartya Sen uses the capability approach, that because if you have an accessible city, it makes certain choices in your city, it expands your choices, and then you have a better negotiating power with somebody who is exploiting you at work. You will not be in a no-choice situation stuck in an informal settlement. And I think that is the role that an urban mobility is playing in people's lives. And that's why it is far too important to see it only as an engineering problem or a quantitative problem. And I think that also that inertia, that transport is squarely in realm of sort of quantitative modeling and engineering, is something that we all need to resist, and that's why we need more voices. And to be very frank, having worked on this issue for the last 20 years, I still feel like an outsider in the transport discourse, right? So, so that's how it is. And I think so we also have to look at the numbers, sort of start using the numbers and start making the arguments about increasing people's capabilities, as well as conceptualize the idea of decent commute. Okay, so I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rutul, for being on time. Okay, our second speaker, Zora, you're there? Yeah, Zora. Yeah. So, Zora is an AICP accredited city planner with over 18 years of experience in sustainable mobility, transit-oriented development, and urban design across India, the Americas, and the Middle East. Formerly the planning head at Arcadis, she currently supports the GIZ-led SUM-ACA, so I don't know the full form of this program, and has contributed to major national and global guidance documents on TOD, non-motorized transport and public mobility system. Her work focuses on creating accessible, climate-responsive, and people-centered urban transport and planning strategies. Zora, please, you can share your thoughts. Nice to meet you, Zora.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, nice to meet you as well. Okay, so I think I have a presentation, sorry. But I wanted to actually show this example of the case in Bangalore where we had also established a living lab, where GIZ had established a living lab. And I just want to clarify here that today I'm representing GIZ, but I also work independently as an urban transport planner. But right now I'm wearing the GIZ hat. GIZ has worked in Bangalore where we had a living lab as well. And there was this pilot there that I want to share the example of, and that's what I want to use to basically initiate a few thoughts. Can you go next? Okay. Okay, so the living lab in Bangalore was called the Green Urban Mobility Innovation Living Lab, and it had two sections, a city level approach and a test bed approach. The city level approach basically looked at solutions that were city based and talked about big innovations, tech innovations, etc. And the test bed, we were focusing on a neighborhood of Malleshwaram. Malleshwaram is a pretty well-established, stable neighborhood. It is not a Nalasopara. It is not in the exterior of the city. It is in the middle. It is one of the oldest kind of neighborhoods of Bangalore. So the context in that case is different. You can go next. It was based on the quadruple helix model, and I don't need to go into that theory. But how the gap revealed itself. It was a living lab approach, so it was the same thing that we worked with the people of the neighborhood, the residents, tried to understand what their issues were with transport, and tried to come out, co-create solutions that would help all of them. And one of the things that emerged was obviously they had good public transport access because they were in the middle of the city. But the missing link was, not the metro or the bus, but what helped them connect all of these together. So Bangalore is not like Mumbai. It does not have as much of a good auto rickshaw kind of system as Mumbai does. It has Uber, Ola, and now Rapido and a lot of tech-based services, but it does not have so much of an auto service. So it was a little bit of a missing link, and that's where specifically the need for how women, elderly, and school children travel within their neighborhood emerged. So if you go next, the idea actually evolved through different stages. Like one of the biggest challenges we saw was that in Karnataka, shared services are not permissible by law. There is a law that basically prohibits anybody other than the bus service to operate anything that is called as a contract carriage kind of service. They can only operate point to point, origin to destination. A single person can travel, that kind of a service. So shared autos have never been able to work in Bangalore. And the need that had emerged from the community was that they need like a shared fixed routes in the neighborhood that serve smaller needs, not the big, the big trunk needs, but how do you reach your school? How do you reach a market? How do you probably use the first and last mile? And that idea that we wanted to explore was through a fixed route shared service that would be operated through an auto rickshaw, but it wasn't possible. So the way out was that the e-autos were not within the purview of this law. So we thought, let's use this little bit of a gap and promote e-auto rickshaws here. And because the need was more of women and children, go next. This became a more gender-sensitive kind of an approach. So we decided to introduce e-auto rickshaws that are driven by women, and we ended up giving them 4 auto rickshaws, training a few of them, and 4 of these now run the auto rickshaws. They create their own income, and they're training other women as well. So now the network of auto rickshaws in Malleshwaram has gone up to 80 plus, and they serve not only the Malleshwaram neighborhood, but also the surrounding neighborhoods. But these auto rickshaws basically serve daily needs. Even though we talk about first and last mile being a big problem, as if, public transport and the first and last mile is the only problem that we have. But in reality, it's the small trips that the auto rickshaws serve. And these small trips are point-to-point needs. Dropping the kids to school, picking up something from the market. All of these are needs that our public transport does not serve. Another big important thing, if you go next, is that women are the largest users of auto rickshaws, of shared service across the country. They're actually more dependent on public transport than men are. Despite that, public transport routes are predominantly developed for commute trips that are male-focused. There are no routes developed for the needs of women and families and children. So that is where informal and shared mobility serves the biggest need, and it serves us through market mechanisms, obviously, and that's what we try to develop here as well. But I just want to leave a provocative thought here that ultimately the idea is that all of this needs to be formalized. Doesn't need to be formalized, let me reframe that. The idea is that there needs to be a umbrella under which informal and shared transport also operates. It cannot allow to be grown, organically as much as it has to. There should be a mechanism to understand that if auto rickshaws on a certain route now are increasing in frequency, there is enough demand, then there should be a bus service that starts there. So how do we develop this mechanism where auto rickshaws or informal kind of mobility, it serves a bridging kind of a purpose rather than being the end by itself. It must continue to allow a city to evolve. It must continue to allow people to get their needs through even cheaper methods. And ultimately, road space is constrained. So everything is a trade-off. Every auto rickshaw that's standing on the road is taking away space from a bus, is taking away space from a footpath. So we need to continue to have these trade-offs and ensure that the umbrella that we've created for informal and shared transport serves the right needs and is able to graduate to a more formal approach or at least a more efficient approach. That's all I have. Thank you.
Initiatives focused on climate change, biodiversity and community-led development. This doesn't work. It's small, so you can hear me. And focus and community-led development, particularly among vulnerable and tribal communities. His work brings together sustainability, civic engagement, and local leadership to build more inclusive and climate-responsive urban and rural futures. I welcome Bhagwan to share thoughts. After that, we can have a discussion.
Thank you so much, Professor Anirudh. It's really great pleasure being here today, talking about the autos, talking about the cities, and it's with all the dignitaries here, Jackie, Silaji, Aniruddhaji, and Sudhirji here, and Rutulji. So like that's, and thanks Shreya for bringing me here. So almost 7.5 years back, the Vataran started with the imagination that the urban crisis and especially the climate emergency situations, we can't just be like a mute spectator and see this, what's happening, and need to showcase urgency. And that's why the Vatavaran emerged. Vatavaran feel that we need to take very urgent actions on the climate realities that we are facing in the urban cities. So we are dreaming for livable cities and habitable, breathable cities. That's the core, the intervention we feel that is important. And while working on that, we feel that it's not just the city agendas of elite and the people and talking about the middle class, but it's about what we talk about informal communities and the people who made and created these cities with their labor and with their the everyday hard work. So I must say thank you for Mumbai Living Lab, Spark, and the Prism and the Columbia University, and all the other partners here who has made this important dialogue on mobility, and it's a dialogue on the livelihood, and it's dialogue on the urban mobility. When we talk about city, we generally talk about the metros, we talk about the coastal roads, we talk about flyovers, and city is not just run on the formal these systems when we talk, but cities survive because of invisible systems, and millions of people depend on this informal system, that's the shared mobilities. And as Jackie was highlighting, when we start from the home, we start not just from the train, but we start with the shared auto that comes from take us to the station. So this small ride is not just informal transport, it bridges us between the opportunities and exclusion that we face every day. Without it, our workers cannot reach to jobs, our students struggles to access the education, and women face every day the barriers to reach to the destination, elderly lose the access where they wanted to aim at. And the system works despite under-recognized, under-planned, and under-supported the system. And that's why shared mobility is about, it's our dignity, affordability, and shared mobility is about climate resilience. Shared mobility is about livelihood, and shared mobility is about the social inclusion. And it's the shared mobility is a public infrastructure that need to be recognized. And here we need mindset shift. When we talk about the shared mobility, people see it's a traffic problem. It sees as a air pollution problem. If the shared mobility is important, how do we make it sustainable? And that's why we did the last 2 years, we were doing the study about especially about the Mumbai's autos and taxis. So we can take to the next slides about the wheels of change, understanding the EV adoption in the Mumbai's autos and taxis. So last year we released this report in the month of August. We talked about especially the transport minister and the state transport commissioner was also there. And the wheels of change, the idea was drivers are not resisting change. They are not resisting, they are been resisting about the uncertainty. That's they are seeing every day. And their biggest worry of autos and taxi men in the city of Mumbai is about the charging infrastructure, about the high upfront investment they don't have, about the parking access, about the financing, where they will get the financing about the when we are demanding for the getting transformation for EV, and batteries and the income stability. We also saw in this report, if we slide the next one, so as I highlighted that 80% autos and taxi drivers consider traffic congestions as a challenge, and 50%, 55% feel that parking as one of the challenge. And they also feel that they need the support for prioritize, especially on the better charging infrastructures and the financial incentives, which I was mentioning, that was a major challenges they found. They also see this as not just as um, the opportunity in terms of understanding the long-term benefits of EVs. And the perceived benefit is like, as it's highlighted, 39% believes that better performance and the lower operating cost. So, so they also feel that it will help to reduce the pollution, it will lower the emission, and also achieve the climate goals. So that's why we felt 85% drivers were aware of electric autos and taxis. And as I was highlighted the challenges because they don't have any financial support system. That's why they are not moving uh, from the fossil fuel based to the EV transition as of now. So what I wanted to close here, orient here, that the future of cities is not decided by mega projects. It's decided by whether we recognize the people who keeps our city moving. If we want sustainable and living cities, we must plan for inclusive, grounded, and human-centered shared mobility that need to be part of integrated system. Thank you so much for giving time.
Thank you, Bhagwan. So what I'll do is we'll call the speakers here. I think we'll bring all the chairs down itself so that we don't need to make it so formal. We'll keep it up. Cameras, okay. Fine. Otherwise, okay, so I know that this crowd is a multidisciplinary crowd. There are not just transport planners who are here, but there are people who work with artists who are here, people who are anthropologists who are here, social scientists who are here. So, and as we have already heard, transport is our mobility is a multidimensional issue. So I would encourage everybody to contribute, and I'm sure everybody is facing this challenge. In fact, what Google pointed out, and he rightly pointed out, this whole narrative of where our investment for mobility goes. Okay, like it's completely on the coastal road, and we have all been facing it in Mumbai. I don't know how many of you actually have taken the coastal road, okay, or how many times you have taken it. Okay, so this is a issue, and most of the investment goes there. The question and the challenge which comes, and which Rutul has pointed out, how do we create a narrative to invest in things which are more inclusive, as you have seen the work which Zora has been doing also, and also Bhagwan has been speaking about. So the question is, how do we change the narrative? So with that, especially Zora, how were you able to engage with authorities for your project, which we thought is so important? Rutul, also, if you can share your experience, because I know that you have been speaking about the problem, but what has your experience been? And especially Bhagwan, you have been engaging, I see, with authorities. So is there hope? The question is there hope? And that's something we want to talk about. And I believe I'll also open the floor to the audience. Let them also share their thought, and then we can have a discussion now. So Zora, you can go ahead, or anybody.
Sure. So I'll start with specifically the experience in Bangalore at that point was that there was a good commissioner in charge of DULT, which was a Directorate of Urban Land Transport, who was willing to work on social projects. So it became one step easier. Unfortunately, our governance is very leadership focused and personally, it's person focused. So at that point of time, it was easy to get through a few things. Obviously, the legal challenges we could not overcome. So if the law prohibited it, there was nothing we could do. There would need to be something big that is floated as an amendment in their motor vehicle acts. But we were able to do small things just with the support of a commissioner. But the commissioner support was there because we were not asking for money. We were asking for just support in reaching out to the community, the residents, and they were more than willing to help us with that. And they were willing to support on any small change things as long as it did not impede any big ideas that they had, which we weren't, so it wasn't that hard in that case. So I think it is a path of least resistance that is the easiest to take with governments at least.
Yeah, thanks, Anirudh. So, like when we released the report, that time, of course, the Honorable Transport Minister and the Transport Commissioner, State Transport Commissioner and the Pollution Control Board Member Secretary also joined. So, but we were very well convinced that yes, we need to convince them whether they have, irrespective of what the perceptions and the biases they are having. And that the same day we went evening to the BMC headquarters and presented the report to one of the commissioner. I'm not naming here, but what she replied that the taximans are responsible for the traffic jams and the air pollutions in the city of Mumbai. So I got shocked with the responses that she was having. But she was completely not ready to listen further. She was saying that you people are been encouraging the taximans, which are making the worst part of the port areas where we are now. So without any understanding, that was the one perception. But while talking to the State Transport Commissioner and the Transport Minister, they were quite approachable and they understood, and we were able to convince them that yes, the city's futures and this is almost like city of Mumbai, almost more than 3 lakh are the auto drivers, and more than like 50,000 plus the taximans, and that they need to be recognized as a part of the integral part of the city's transport systems, and then only we'll be able to address the transportation issues. And we were looking completely on the talking when we started the campaigns on against the air pollution in the city of Mumbai. And recently was also been I was quoted by Uddhav Thackeray in the Shivaji Park rally in the month of January. It was the massive rally when the 10 lakh people were been physically attended, and I quoted that in the Indian Express group that if the Delhi is in the ventilator, Mumbai is in the ICUs, and we need to address the air pollution of Mumbai. That was, he picked up. So I got the call from many journalists saying that it might be the threat for you, be prepared. But the entire agenda was how can we, what the Rutul was highlighting, that how can we create the buzz around this? How can we create the shared mobility agenda on the centers of the cities? That something was the clear-cut intention of Vatavaran Foundation, to make this debate at the center of the conversation. That's where, and straight to your question, the policymakers started recognizing it.
But you also pointed out another aspect, which was about livelihood, which I thought was very important. Could you all make a point that, see, it is the livelihood not only of people giving us the service, but also the users. Like, could that point be made to the authorities? Like, because
we know that shared mobility provides inclusive solutions to many people, especially we have done the Nalasopara study, where we found that just because there is no mobility available for women and children, they're not able to go out and work. Okay. So that has been a problem always. Yeah. So were the authorities wanting to hear this type of discourse? Because you pointed out this.
Yeah. So we presented before the almost like a 3 state transport commissioner. The earlier transport commissioner, Mr. Avinash Dhakne, he is now the additional municipal commissioner of Mumbai now. We also presented before the Vivek Bhimanwar. He just the phased out transport, and the current transport commissioner. 3 of them has listened. They were very clear that people are been admitting that people are living at the night. All the taximen in the Mumbai, they don't have the homes. They are sleeping under either autos or taxis, or being within the taxis. They have to stay. So they don't have the houses. They don't have the formal any housing systems in the place. So they are the most vulnerable groups in the cities. Despite that, as you rightly claim that they are enhancing the livelihoods, enhancing the community to be it like when we recently been engaged with the shared mobility, one study in the especially on the Govandi and Mankhurd. So women who want to send their children from home to school, they can't afford sending like 50 rupees or 100 rupees. But with the shared autos like 10 rupees or 15 rupees, they able to send their children because of the shared auto. That was a very important component. Suppose from Ankur station to Lalabhav compound, or we can say going further on the mandalas, the people who are been like a daily earner and the daily wage workers has been dependent on the shared mobilities and the autos. That was the only source which make them their income safe and not getting pocket burn because of the private transportation that's increasing. So that's why the shared mobilities and the autos and taxis are playing very critical role when we studied in the like Govandi, Mankur stations, so that the frequency in that. So that has tremendously helped to the community, I can say.
Also add something here. I think there's one more issue that nobody's even started talking about. It is actually the parking of these auto rickshaws and taxis that are all over our streets. Actually, they're on the road edges. And when we talk about parking laws, for some reason we are only talking about private car parking, whether it is within the building. So SRA buildings now have a much smaller parking percentage required. But there is no consideration of the fact that a lot of these are auto rickshaw drivers and there is no parking for them. So they do park on streets, and if a parking prohibition comes, then all of them are affected. And now it is not just auto rickshaws and taxis, it is Ubers, Olas, they all need parking and they don't have parking facilities anywhere. So now, how do you treat parking? Is it to be considered as parking is a private good that we talk about for private vehicles? Yes, it is. But parking for these commercial vehicles that are serving this very important informal and shared mobility need, how do we look at that? There is no policy discourse on this. So I think even that is something that is not even yet thought about, and we need to start somewhere to approach this. Otherwise, we're not going to solve the parking problem. We're not going to solve the chaos problem. We're not going to solve any of these problems because they're all fighting for space.
Yeah, Aniruddha, I just wanted to, when I came here, I asked the taxi man, his name was Mohammad Ansari, and I told him that, okay, this is the reaction of the Mumbai commissioner gave to me. So what's your opinion? तो उन्होंने बोला क्या करेंगे साहब वो तो पावर में है.
So very quickly, just to respond on those two questions, I think one important thing that we need to establish is to say that ISM is not a supplementary or subsidiary mobility. It's a mainstream mobility, and it is a mobility. It is central part of core infrastructure of your city. And don't say that it's for last mile connectivity or all of that, the way in which that argument is being used. And I think we have to keep saying this again and again. The second part is how do we organize these activities? And there, 10 years back, I would have argued that, we need an equivalent of Street Vendors Act, which they made at the national level. But then we all know what happened with that act and how systematically it is subverted. So I think then the only sort of tactical chance that we have is to work at the local level and maybe expand the municipal powers to say that they will regulate, organize, which they do to an extent, but to expand their power and say that to establish a mobility department within municipal corporation, which will manage not only the auto rickshaws, but also, all other micro mobility, other services, collect data so that we know what's going on, and also to provide social protection, any such protection from the police violence, etc. All of that can happen at local level because I don't have great faith in national laws or a state level mechanism. So we have to fight this battle at the local level. So I think both of these things, one, treat ISM as a mainstream infrastructure of the city, and secondly, create a space for local engagement by expanding the municipal services, and then let them have a discussion with traffic police to arrive at who will do what. And that might be a better chance for us to sort of fight this battle locally.
Thank you, Rudul. We have good half an hour, so we can have a good discussion. So I now open it to the audience. Questions? Any aspects which you all can share your experiences, ask questions? First question.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, who's Asha? Yeah. Thank you so much. Please tell your name. Of course. I'm Sonal from the Urban Capitalist. Thank you to all of you. Zora, just maybe two clarification questions. The women auto drivers, what are the fares of these trips? And were the rickshaws provided to the women? Because we know that vehicle finance is particularly, it's difficult for all, but particularly women as well, for various issues.
So fares, they were following whatever was the specific fares that were set in the city. So there wasn't anything separate for them. The four initial auto rickshaws that were provided to them were financed by GIZ. They were given to them. They used those auto rickshaws to train other women as well. The rest of the women have been able to self-finance it, and Taleru Foundation is basically helping them with learning financing methods and just the kind of literacy they would need to be able to get bank loans or other self-help groups that would help them in collecting money. That's how they are being able to finance it. Some of them are working on rent, some of them have actually purchased their own e-auto rickshaws, but it's completely self-done after the fourth auto rickshaw.
Just quickly on financing, the one set of banks which finance auto rickshaws and also upgradation in informal settlement are the cooperative banks. And I think that connection, if that is made stronger, then it would work really well. Nowadays, nationalized banks are also financing auto rickshaws, but I think cooperative structure, because they create this niche market, and that seems to be working, at least in the cities of Gujarat. I don't know if it works elsewhere.
We have a question. Then you go back.
Hi, this is Maria from SPA, and thank you to all the three speakers for presenting about informal transport and movement. My question is to Zora, and maybe the others can also answer this. So you were talking about the involvement of government, and so how far are they able to take these kind of innovations, and how far are they able to transition this thing to the other person? Because what we always also come across is that when you have a very supportive bureaucrat, they say yes to everything that you want to do, but then when they are transferred or when they move on, then how does that get passed on to the others? And
You know the answer to that. I don't need to respond.
something that we
And no continuity. It's the same. It's the exact same. everywhere. The good thing is that because we are working directly with the community themselves have taken it up to scale it up. So we were not dependent on the government. And that is a little bit of an advantage that we have in ISM, at least, that it allows the community and the market to, take it wherever they want to take it.
Hi, I'm Anuradha. I'm from the Urban Design Research Institute. And hello to everyone. I just want to build upon the previous question. So, to your point, Zora, that your research led you to some easy solutions and then some that required an amendment. I want to just focus on that bit a little bit because I feel that there are a lot of rich learnings that are coming out of projects that are being implemented by agencies like yours. And is there any capture of the amendments or the policy changes that are required so that it's an informed policy change or an idea, and then that can be scaled up, or someone else can pick it up and try to embed it in the policy? It's to what Sheila was saying earlier, that let's capture the methodologies and those little nudges that are required, because we are highlighting the problems, but sometimes you need to take it to the level where you can tell the government that this is the solution, can you do it?
So there have been multiple studies that have actually, and I just want to correct myself here, the prohibition is on private services running staged carriage services. Contract carriage is allowed. I mixed that up in my head a little bit, but there have been multiple studies that have highlighted this. Now it all lies on, it's inside multiple reports. You'd have to pass it through to take it out. The national law now allows it as an amendment. The state act has to now pass that amendment on. So it's a Karnataka specific thing, and every state specifically has these variations in their state acts, which one must be able to allow. So the best people to do this are actually the private players, like an Uber or a City Flow. Like when Uber was trying to run the Uber shared services, they were not allowed to run it. So the private sector themselves took it up to keep on pushing the government. At some point, obviously, they stopped. They'll restart it again when the government comes in. But something like this is very easy for the market to take up because it is hampering economic activity or growth for them. But there are other things that are not, of private interest, in which case it becomes imperative for us to not lose these in reports and start documenting them and keep them in memory, which does not happen. We don't have a mechanism to do that across the country as such. So new studies keep coming up with new challenges.
To that point itself, right? Like if your project ends with a checklist of the nudges that are required or the things that the government needs to implement, even if it is specific to Karnataka.
Yeah.
Those are easy to pick up then.
Yes.
Others who are focusing on those policy nudges.
Yes, so we have that. We have documented that in our report. Okay. Who will read our report is the point. The problem is it's all in reports.
There are people who will.
It just reminded me that at the end of today's events, we have two people who we can nudge and harass and go after. One is Sujata Saunik, who is in charge, who is our ex-Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, who is in charge of working on the heat plans. And there is O.P. Agarwal, who heads the transport group at the Niti Aayog. I know how to keep harassing them. So what we need to do is when they come into the last session, Anirudh, you have to put together a very good warning of what all we are going to harass them with. So the recommendations have to be succinct, strong, and we promise them persistent. Because like you said, you have to catch hold of bureaucrats who can champion what we want. And we know that they are few and far in between. We have to take full advantage of it.
Yeah.
So regardless of, and I think one of the things I have learned in the 4 decades I've worked is, you follow them wherever they go.
Another sessions have been designed.
I know that, but I'm saying to all of you who are in this, and I'm learning all these things, that you are dropping amazing, precious vignettes that we can aggregate and push. And we have to push it at different levels. And the second thing I want to say is, what you talked about, your additional commissioners conversation, is what is the dominant discourse on that issue. Taxi drivers are like this, rickshaw walas are like this, cycle walas. Today, 40 years ago, we used to have in Mumbai and Pune, the largest transport vehicle was cycles. And since the flyovers came, the police catch these guys and remove their air from their cycles.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that we need to do a counter attack on what should be legitimate and future driven knowledge to form opinions, because these are all archaic, white death. These are all bad people, they do bad things, they
And
produce
civic
pollution.
sense. That's the new word.
So we also have to change the narrative. And I think that all of us today who are here to talk about transport and who have done amazing work, must we have to aggregate all this, and we have to create a way to make it the new basis of opinion making. And I think we should start this as a network, because we've done this in roof over our heads. We're going to use your networks to produce this as global. Something globally we have to produce for talking about what informality contributes to the city's character and transport and economic activities. I think it has to be the new normal of big demands.
Neha.
Hi everyone, I'm Neha from Spark, and to share an experience followed by a question here. So the place where I stay, it's a 1.5 kilometer road. It's an internal road. I'm from Ahmedabad. So it's a 1.5 kilometer road where there are more than 100 autos running. It's very important to have those shared autos for daily commute. But the problem comes is when at night they are parked on the road. That takes away half of the carriageway. Now the question is, and I just want to know the thoughts here, because then I can take this back to the Parker organization, a friend of mine who are right now designing the parking policy for AMC. So what I want to understand is, if you want to formalize this, or if you want to have a parking policy, what can be taken up, in part of formalizing this as a parking policy for the shared autos, and because there are many such stretches in Ahmedabad, and I'm very sure in other cities also. So it's something we want to do for them. Yeah.
No, but I think it's very interesting that, when we talk in the circle of economists, and when it comes to industrial development, when it comes to pollution, anything, every time we say that, see, this is a problem, the response is that, look at the demand. What businesses are doing is only they are responding to the demand. We don't have that discourse when it comes to informal mobility. We say that the reason, why would 100 people with their vehicle stand there? What is the demand? If they are not mad, there is an inherent economic logic why they stand there. Now, exactly in parking, the way in which we want to do demand management, possibly demand management by charging them or whatever is a solution there. But the point is that in informal sector, we have seen repeatedly that they don't mind paying that money if they get legitimate right to be in the city. Okay, and I think that is the model that we need to really work on. that how do we, that because charging is a way of legitimizing them in the city. And I think that's and they won't mind paying it because they know that it is backed by demand. That's how I would look at it. And parking policy, I mean, in Ahmedabad, we have also sort of tried to, at a back channel, etc., try to do that. Parking policy is something where you require, they don't have the political or administrative will to implement the charging part. And that is a huge problem. On the other side, I mean, the subsidies, same parking policy, we have done calculation of some cities, Ahmedabad and Surat in particular, that when you make a multi-level car park, the amount of subsidy you end up giving to the car per hour is about 47 rupees. When you calculate the cost of the land, construction, operation, maintenance, what you're charging from the car is either 10 rupees or 20 rupees. Okay, so every multi-level car parks which you make, which remains empty, and I should also point it out that we are actually in a very good location because the CR2 mall, one of my students did a study 10, 15 years back. It was actually that plot of land is reserved for multi-level car park. So this is supposed to be a multi-level car park, but when somebody did a balance sheet, they realized that you can't make a car park, nobody is going to pay for it. So they said, why don't we make a mall which justifies making of multi-level car park? That's how this building has here come up. So I think that balance sheet magic. Yeah, sorry.
Just to even out, we share a Nalasopara experience where, you know, there are a lot of private people who are actually owners of larger plots of land. Okay, they were actually the earlier villages. They give their land now, okay, for rent to these auto rickshaws for the night parking. So we have seen that happen in Nalasopara. So yeah, that's informally resolving the issue, but that's our experience.
So
Anisha, I think.
I just want to also add and add to your point that if we start looking at ISM as an industry, the way we look at so many other industries, then for that industry we will develop infrastructure, we will give them incentives, we will do a lot of things. And one of the things is there are so many public parking lots. Use them for these kind of things. There are bus depots that can be used, and anyway they're looking for a way to commercialize bus depot, make money out of it. So there are many other methods that we can use to make optimum use of land. Actually, and a parking policy for shared vehicles is a great idea, but if we think of them as an industry, then it happens.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but what I will go completely different from just from the parking policies, what Rutul highlighted that why not we have the transport department for the city like Mumbai or extended like MMR region, like what Jackie highlighted initially about the Bogota cities. Bogota city has cycling board. Why not we should have the transport board or transport some system in the city itself, which recognize the autos and taxi means possibly, and especially in the city of Mumbai, autos and taxi means do not own the taxis. They possibly comes from Marathwada or maybe Telangana or maybe Bihar or Rajasthan with the hopes that the city will give them the employment, city will give them some dignity. But when they comes in the cities, every day when we got the responses from the autos and the taxi men, there was a harassment from the police, asking the bribery for if they wanted to stand on the stand. It is not been recognized as a stand, as a auto stand or parking spot. So it is the larger issue of within the cities. How can we recognize as a autos and taxi men with giving the dedicated spot? How can we recognize the women who are carrying the children in the schools, their kids in the schools? In the rainy seasons, they are waiting in the getting drenched, getting wet because of heavy rains in the city of Mumbai, because they don't have any space of like any no shade, no stand, and people are just been getting more vulnerable, especially the daily commuter in the shared mobility, or be it the people who drives in the autos and taxis. I think we need to see the larger canvas of how can we make what Rutul was highlighting, creating the policy about the informal transportation to the formal transportation. and taking all this recognition of the shared mobilities.
Yeah, so it's not a question, actually it's an empirical contribution to what Rutul was saying. My name is Nisha and I work in walking research, that's my doctoral study. So a lot of, and I work within walking in the informal sector. That is, I work with gender, that is women domestic workers and people working in informal sector. So there is already an informal parking policy in operation in the city, where a lot of people, they call it the hafta, where they pay certain organizations and government representatives money to protect their vehicles in the night. So it happens under the flyovers, it happens in open parking, open spaces, I would say that. And also because within the informal sector, a lot of people are rickshaw drivers, Ola drivers. So the number of vehicles in these, like vehicle ownership is quite huge. So I just wanted to contribute that to Rutul's point. Yes, I have, yes.
Yeah, this is a really rich conversation. I'm curious, Zohra, because you mentioned Uber, and we are seeing the increasing use of these platforms also for auto rickshaws. What's the implication of that in these platforms in terms of service? And you suggested that maybe these big tech companies that are involved in providing these platforms have more power. But from our Bangkok Living Lab, there's a lot of concern also about what these platforms mean for regulation, the government giving over more of these, powers to tech companies versus actually addressing these problems directly. So I'm just curious if anyone has any thoughts about the implications of these platforms on all of this.
So, from a technical standpoint, I feel that these platforms really have a far more, I guess, higher demand in systems where the supply of informal mobility is not as much as the demand is. So because of that, these aggregator apps, they basically give you access to auto rickshaws that you wouldn't otherwise find that easily. So if you look at the case of Mumbai, for example, a lot of suburbs which have a good enough supply of auto rickshaws, there isn't that much of a need of app aggregators. So the auto rickshaws are able to maintain their own, I guess, their own terms on which they operate. But in economies, like if you go to a Bangalore, if you go to a Delhi or Gurgaon, where it was, they don't follow the meter system and there's a lot of negotiation in deciding what the fares are. In those cases, the aggregators have actually helped in placing the consumer's point of view there. So in which case, then the auto rickshaws, they lose a little bit more of control. And Bangalore specifically decided that, they were not getting enough from these app aggregators. So they created Nammayatri, which was an application, open source application that was developed by the auto rickshaws themselves, and they are able to get the entire price. So tech is something that can easily get developed, and they make the use of it. And now that Nammayatri is spreading across the country, actually in many different states as well, that tech layer is spreading. So I don't think that there is too much of a dependence on app aggregators from the point of view of drivers, auto rickshaw drivers. They are able to call the shots when needed with the help of tech as needed. But yes, I think there are pros and cons, and I'm sure somebody else also has more.
So, I agree with Zora. The apps aggregators seems to have increased the drivers' choices in terms of, and many of them actually switch between Uber and Bharat or Ola. They have a sort of a round of that. And I think in peak hours, they do get higher fares, sometimes double. And there are customers who would give them an additional tip, which is extremely important for them. What I think they have also successfully negotiated in most cities is now they take the cash directly from the customer, cash or UPI or whatever. That way they have a better control over the money that they are collecting. Earlier when Uber, Ola used to collect money on their behalf and delay in transferring that money, it was not really working out. So in many ways, there has been a negotiation which is going on, and I mean, it has increased drivers, sort of negotiating power for sure. I would only highlight two areas where we could probably have a larger lobbying. One is the insurance, and second is Mediclaim. So these are the two area insurance, vehicle insurance, I mean, and or accident insurance, and secondly, their health insurance in terms of Mediclaim. If those are the two things which are provided as a protective cover, because right now the only sort of idea is that I mean the company's only thing that they're giving them is an assurance of the trips, but they don't have any other way of looking after the well-being of the drivers, and I think that is an area that we should definitely make a stronger case.
I feel like the corporatization through all this Ola, Uber is also risky and dangerous because the surplus and the incomes which hard earn is getting away from the community, and it's also been working against the equity and the what we are talking about inclusiveness of the communities when the people are coming with the hopes that they will at least get some decent income. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is a...
Yeah. This is Sudhir Badami. Here is to cover. Okay, so Sudhir Badami, author and also an activist, an engineer, as Rutul mentioned, engineers damage a lot of things. Okay. What I wanted to mention was of Zora. She mentioned about share the Uber and Ola and aggregated taxis. Sharing that, they are stopped after the COVID. What they should realize is that they start having sharing there, then the unnecessary trips that the motor cars make will help in reducing pollution. That's one aspect of which I thought nobody seems to be talking much. When you have a pollution control, what we call secretary, making a statement in a public discourse that we must take care of car users. Fine, I think we'll leave it there. But another thing which I want to flag here is that in our society we need to create a situation where people start becoming more compassionate in all respects. We don't seem to be compassionate, we seem to be gunning for somebody, and we always seem to be really bad. We blurt out a lot of wrong things, no respect for another human being who is working hard. Not that the person who is a consumer is not working hard, but is working hard generally by and large in a comfortable office. The chap who is out there on the road, he's subjected to air pollution, noise pollution, and abuses, and being treated badly by authorities. I think we have to create an environment where we can, everybody respects each other, and I think become a little more polite. Let's say, maybe it's a wrong term or right term, I don't know. Let's become English.
The Ministry of Labour and Employment has introduced the e-Shram portal where unorganized, I'm going to use the word unorganized workers can register themselves and avail of a large number of schemes by the government, which also includes insurance and health insurance as well. We do see many auto cab drivers, van drivers registered. I think we registered on platforms still pay. Control over that, and I think that is one piece that we really need to address.
Yeah. Any more questions?
Somebody writing all the
This is getting recorded.
No,
For the evening, yeah.
She's not the one who's like Abhijay.
Yeah.
when the thing is hot,
Good way.
no, what I'm saying is that we have an opportunity, we have a very short time when these two people are going to be on a Zoom call with us. And they are people who can influence the kind of things we're talking about. So you have to get somebody who will do that, and we need it to be punchy, and I promise you that I will follow that up. But I cannot write those things just now because this is not my area of expertise. I know how to persist.
Any more questions
No comments.
or comments? We have still got time. You still have time. We have 6 minutes to go if you want.
I have another suggestion. You know, in this, I have worked mainly in the area of housing. And somehow, as researchers, as NGOs, we end up becoming competitive rather than collaborative. And I'd like our data in developing the kind of network that we develop between each other over our heads. In which we make a commitment that from now onwards we'll share everything we know, we support each other in, we don't all have to do the same thing, but each one of us is providing amazing insights, and if we can collaborate and put all our work in the public domain, because I think that even as citizens, we don't understand the politics of what's happening with the shared mobility system. We are still learning to understand the politics of the Ola and the Uber. And you've already looked at how AI has democratized this space, so made them want to give it in cash, reduce the amount of money they take, all those things. So how do we support their networks? And those of you who have a deep commitment to this area of informal transport, these methodologies multiply. What you are doing should be done in every city in India. How do we get that going? I think is very important. We shouldn't be doing boutique projects, and it should be something that universities pick up. I mean, all of you who are teaching, these should be things that should just multiply with your students and with everything. Because and that's why, Jackie, what you're doing of getting knowledge from different cities, Anirudh and you should share that with everybody who's here, because we have so many different models. So it would be, and this whole democratization of how all it is done, where it's done, and I think this thing for women and children is so important, and they always get ignored. Okay, very excited.
Thank you. So any more? Jackie, what was there?
Jackie?
Yeah.
Oh, there's somebody at the back. I'll get it.
Introduce yourself first. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Ilan from SEPT and working with Spark. It's very interesting for a lot of things that we had just discussed. I just wanted to comment and open up for this conversation on the gaps specifically. And, where I'm getting at is at the fundamental core of all these issues issues with parking, issues with pushing for walkability, issues with cycling tracks in the city, and for the need to push from urban designers or planners to even the administrators that this is also something that's important, and the presentation on the greening impact in corridors and so on. Where all of this connect to me fundamentally is the crisis with housing. And have we seen this as two separate problems and silos? Because the vicious cycle over here is that the city has not looked at the surplus housing effect and where to accommodate people, and therefore the transport problem. So, I mean, say for instance, with the Ahmedabad's role with the BSOP and RNR sites that are spread across from the Riverfronts project, over the 32 different locations, and none of them have last mile / last person connectivity. So is the state looking at this as a very siloed effect, not following markets, real estate, and housing, therefore, with the mobility issue that is centric for all of this? Because interestingly, from all the narratives that I've been discussing, transport leads all of this for them to, push them to work, therefore keep the city running. So is it because of the departmental nature of working separately, or where is this specifically seen from the government's perspective, from the state especially, that these two problems are not looked in tandem with each other? Thank you.
Yes, he needs the microphone. See, what you're saying, I agree with you, but the way in which transport planning function in our cities we are divided by modes. Modes are managed by departments, or all transport decisions are taken in a very projectified manner. So metro becomes a project. Even in Mumbai, every line is a project by itself, right? So because we have not been able to create a very top-down master plan approach, we have broken down all our transport decision into projects, right? So, and there is also a problem with a large one blueprint of the city. And I think what we need to find is a solution in between, that you have projects, but you also have a broad strategy within which you do something. And take a rational decision based on certain data, some evidences, because we are never going to have one large transport master plan which will solve all our problems, where we look at demand also, we look at supply also. It's just not possible. So we'll have to have a cross between some piecemeal as well as some very broad strategy kind of a thing. Might be a better idea, right? Zora, what do you think?
No, I completely agree. And I just want to extend the fact, so both of us work on TOD, right? And transit-oriented kind of development. And what ends up happening is when we work with governments, we are trying to tell them that we want to look at everything together. We want to look at land use, we want to look at housing, we want to look at retail space, we want to look at how the streets are planned, how the last mile is being planned, and what kind of services are being provided. Ultimately, all TOD policies boil down to how much FSI you can offer. How do you control the private plot? They just don't want to look at what to do with anything other than the private plot. So it's not a matter of housing and transport being separate. It's just a matter of the private entity, what you can regulate the private entity to do versus what the public commons has to offer. So everything that is a common problem is basically subdued and converted into projects, as he said, and the bigger projects get the bigger money. And here I also wanted to, you were asking what is a full form of Sumaka. Sumaka is a program that GIZ runs in 9 cities. It had a very small budget, for it being there in 9 cities. And we were supposed to, the indicators that we had is that, okay, reduce pollution by 30% and, increase access to women for transport, everything under the sun. We were like, how are we going to do this with so little money?
And I felt now it is the end of the project, and I feel like the fact that we had less money was a boon, because we were able to do really localized, piloted things where we were able to see impact, or at least able to convince people and, oh, this is the way to go forward. If we would have had one big chunk, one city, maybe we would have also just built one big metro, who knows, because we want to think of one singular problem-solving solution. So I guess less money is a boon. The fact that if we have pool in smaller interventions, we can actually create bigger impact rather than looking for integrating everything.
Okay. Thank you, Zora. So what we will do now is, so we will now walk through the exhibition. The Mobile Living Lab team really wants to take you through the exhibition. I hope the exhibition is started on. So it's on. Good. Then we can have some food together. All of us will have food, and after that, there's a very important session. We can hear the unions. They are going to come. That's going to be probably in local language, as I understand, Alex. So you're going to hear them also. Let's hear them. Let's hear to their problems, and let's see what they have to share. And as Sheila has said, the last part, we are going to really have the people, the policy makers, right from Niti Aayog to Maharashtra government. We can tell them what our suggestions are and ask them whether there are possibilities of getting our plan implemented. So this has to happen now, really? Okay. So let's move towards the exhibition, and let's hope you enjoy the exhibition. So the Mumbai Living Lab team is going to take you through the exhibition. Shia, are we ready? Shia, please, let's get this going. Chalo. Okay, so we have Shia, you have already met. Okay, Darshit, where is Darshit? Please, I told them, I think you should be here, I said. The Mobile Living Lab team.
Okay, so we just wanted to introduce the entire team that was behind the entire production that is there in the gallery and also part of this entire conference. I am Shreya, also the host of the conference today, and I'm an architect and an urban planner, and I was part of the whole thing for the past two to 3 years as of now.
Hi, I'm Alex, architect and urban designer. Been part of the project for the last 3 years. Yeah, love to show you exhibition.
Hi, I am Kshitija, and I have been part for the exhibition for 3 years, and I am an architect.
Hello, my name is Danushka. I'm an intern and an architecture student. I've been working with Spark and Mumbai Living Lab for 6 months now. So, public transport and transport project is something new for me.
Hi, my name is Darshit Vora, and hi, my name is Darshit Vora, and I am working on this project from almost a year, and I have contributed mostly in visuals and helping with the drawings.
So we have also other remote contributors also who are not here. There is Chitra from the University of Melbourne who has helped us. There is Rohan who's here. Rohan, where are you? Runaway. So Rohan who's been also helping us. So there are many multiple contributors, but obviously they are the core team who are there now, and also Rohan is there, as I understand. They'll take you through the exhibition, and after that we can
So quickly, just before lunch, we would like to have a walkthrough across the entire exhibition. We will all be stationed in different parts of the exhibition, explaining you what we have all studied about and what the panels talk about. So yeah, please move ahead to the gallery, and then we can have some amazing lunch. Thank you. I would have said it. But I was just curious Yeah, next time I'll
આવશે કે નડશે બોલવું છે તારા રેન્જમાં તકલીફ નહીં થાય ને તો ખોલી નાખને
They made a picture. So this is actually this is like how it's on YouTube. Yeah.
સ્લાઇડ મૂકી દે હવે કોઈ બી એને પૂછીને मैं कलर बाद मूकी
सेट करना अरे क्या करवा रहा है तू इतना तो किया तुझे पहले भी
कलर बाद बंद करो क्या
Uh, Can I have everybody's attention, please? So we are starting the next session, and there's a little change in the program because we were expecting the union drivers, but they unfortunately are not able to make it. So we are merging two sessions, and I'll just give a brief about the session and the speakers, and then we have a short movie to show on the life of the auto drivers. So this session is more about whose mobility counts, rethinking mobility through diverse users' lens. It's an important question that one sits at the corner of how we think about transport and cities work today. Very often, mobility systems are planned around speed and efficiency, but the everyday realities of many users still remains invisible. And this is what this session is going to talk about, rethinking mobility through the lens of diverse users' needs. And where access to safe, affordable, reliable transport is still a major challenge, how can we address these challenges? And the speakers that we have is Sonal Shah from Urban Catalyst. She is the founder and executive director of the Center for Sustainable and Equitable Cities with over 18 years of experience in sustainable transport, gender equity, and inclusive urban design. She has contributed to landmark national guidelines, including introducing gender-responsive frameworks into India's URDP FI guidelines and urban street design standards for the Indian Road Congress, while advising major global and national urban initiatives. Her work focuses on creating accessible, equitable, and climate-responsive cities through integrated approaches to mobility, public space, and community inclusion. Our next speaker is Nihar Johari from Spark. He is an urban and infrastructure planner with over 15 years of experience in climate resilience, participatory planning, and sustainable urban development across India and internationally. He has worked extensively with Spark and founded Design for Change Consultancy Private Limited, leading projects on housing, mobility, water, sanitation, and climate adaptation in collaboration with governments, academic institutions, and global organizations. His work focuses on community-led planning and inclusive infrastructure solutions that strengthen urban resilience and climate adaptation in vulnerable settlements. Our next speaker is Mackenzie Dabre. He's the National Deputy General Secretary, National Hawkers Federation, and President of Kamgar Ekta Union, Maharashtra. And he's basically been working on the rights of street vendors, construction laborers, and domestic workers, ensuring social security to the laborers. We will first see a short movie, and then we will start with Sonal, and then Nihar, and then Mackenzie. Okay, I'm sorry. So we have Dhaval Ashar also as one of the speaker from WRI. Dhaval is head of the Sustainable Cities and Transport Program at WRI India, with expertise in transport, engineering, road safety, and sustainable urban mobility. With over 12 years of experience, he has led mobility and safety initiatives across India and Southeast Asia, and is a founding member of the Equal Streets movement in Mumbai, inspired by Bogota's Kiklovia model. His work focuses on integrating transport planning and urban design to create safer, more accessible, and people-centered cities.
Hello. Hello, my name is Alex. Uh, so part of the research process, by the end of it, the interactions which we had with union leaders, with the auto drivers, we had the data points which we had collected, the observations which we had. We did a small consultation where we gathered the auto union leaders and drivers. So with and a similar interaction with the auto drivers, thinking about how can we improve the working conditions, what are they trying to tell about the working conditions on ground. So this movie is trying to have that conversation between the union leaders, why it is important to organize, and what the auto drivers on ground have to say about it. All right, thank you.
Recording in progress.
नालासोपारा स्टेशन आप देख रहे हो, हाँ, तो उसमें बहुत सारे ऑटो स्टैंड हैं, हाँ, और कुछ है प्लाजा जैसा हुआ, कुछ चलने का रास्ता हुआ, कुछ बाजार हुआ, कुछ शॉपिंग कॉम्प्लेक्स हुआ। हमारा जो गवर्नमेंट है अभी खाली स्टेशन पे ही उनका सब इन्वेस्टमेंट, इंडियन रेल का जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है बाहर की तरफ में कुछ इन्वेस्टमेंट, ये इन्वेस्टमेंट ये भी नहीं करता है, महानगर पालिका भी नहीं करता। इसीलिए आप लोग से जो दिखाना है कि हम लोग ये इम्प्रूवमेंट, एरिया इम्प्रूवमेंट का बात कर सकते हैं।
वो आराम करेगा। तो सब समस्या है वो क्या है? अगर हर पंप सीएनजी पंप हो जाए मुंबई जैसा पाइपलाइन, तो हम लोग को गैस बराबर प्रॉपर मिले, तो हम लोग कस्टमर को पैसेंजर को और अच्छा सर्विस देंगे।
यहाँ करीब 21 रूट हैं जो 6 अलग अलग स्टेशन पॉइंट से चलते हैं और लगभग 22 मोहल्लों तक पहुंचते हैं।
एक डेढ़ घंटा जाता है, एक डेढ़ घंटे का नंबर आता है। और कितने के लिए एक हमको 80 रुपये मिलेगा, 4 रुपये की जाएंगे तो 80 रुपये मिलेगा, 4 नहीं।
जैसे रेट कैसे तय करोगे कि नालासोपारा ईस्ट में से लेकर ओसवाल नगर या संतोष भवन तक के बीच का स्टैंड होता है, यहाँ से यहाँ तक का 15 रुपए है, 10 रुपए है, 20 रुपए है, जो भी है। तो जब सरकार उसको निर्धारित कि ये स्टैंड हो गया, लीगल स्टैंड हो गया, तो हम लीगल तरीके से खड़े हो पाएंगे।
बीच में हमारे लाइन बहुत खड्डे खड्डे थे, बरसात में बहुत तकलीफ थी। मैं 2-3 लोगों को ऐसा बोला कि यार लाइन में खड्डे हैं, थोड़ा इसके लिए कुछ करो महानगर पालिका। खाली इतना बोला हाँ हाँ ठीक करता हूँ, और हम लोग चल के जाके बोले कि ज्यादा खड्डा सब कर दो।
बराबर, तो अलग अलग प्रोस्पेक्ट है, उस अलग अलग प्रोस्पेक्ट को सही माध्यम से प्रशासन के पास रखना और इन सबको ऑर्गेनाइज करना। जब तक आप रिक्शे वालों को ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं करते, तब तक ये सारी समस्याएं आती रहेंगी। लोग एकजुट जब होंगे तो अपनी चीजों के लिए डिमांड भी कर पाएंगे और एक सही व्यवस्था में घुस पाएंगे। तो लोगों का एकजुट होना भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है।
रिक्शा पहले आई, बाद में बस आई था। पहला एसटी था, पहला एसटी हम लोग का रात भर चलता था। अभी ये म्यूनसिपालिटी का बस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे है, ये चलता नहीं है, बारिश हो गया बंद हो जाता है। हम लोग रिक्शा वाले चलते रहते हैं, इनका टाइमिंग के हिसाब से बंद होता है। हम लोग है वो 24 घंटा सर्विस देते हैं। हम लोग पहले स्टॉप जहाँ लगाते थे, वो स्टॉप के आगे जस्ट बस स्टॉप दिया। इससे क्या हो गया, एक तो बस टर्न पे आ रहा है, स्टॉप बहुत स्टॉप बस टर्न पे ही है बस स्टॉप। उससे क्या, बस रुक गई, ट्रैफिक हो गया। गाड़ी कौन था, रिक्शा 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 वाला पहला आया, रिक्शा वाला स्टॉप पहले है, बाद में ये आए हुए।
ये पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट है, ठीक है। आप बस बनाओ, आपको भी पता है कि बस 10 बस लगाने से भी आपने देखा है बस में कितना भीड़ होता है। वो ऑटो रिक्शा वाले से के कारण ही वो भीड़ कम रहता है और उनको घर तक जाने को मिलता है। तो ये समझाना बहुत जरूरी है।
तो फिर बसेस अगर काफी हो गई तो भी गांव में, गलियों में, बस्तियों में वहां बसेस नहीं जाते, बसेस जाएगी मेन रोड से। और वसई में काफी ऐसे जगह हैं, जैसा आप प्रेजेंटेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें कि अगर वाले पड़ा है या वहाँ का वनाडा पड़ा है, कि जहाँ 1-1.5-1.5 किलोमीटर लोगों को चलना पड़ता है, क्योंकि वहाँ बस तो जाते नहीं। और ऐसे जगह पे अगर ऑटो लेना है, तो क्योंकि ऑटो वालों को भी नहीं परवड़ेगा, तो वो प्राइवेट ऑटो करना पड़ेगा। क्या ऐसे रूट पे ऑटोज को बढ़ा सकते हो? तो ऑटो वालों के सामने, यूनियन के सामने एक्चुअल वो अपॉर्चुनिटी और चैलेंज दोनों की, क्योंकि इस तरह से इनको एक रूट के लेवल पे ला सकते हैं। लेकिन वो यूनिटी ना होने के कारण काफी ऑटो रिक्शा का गैर फायदा जो यहाँ के प्रशासन, यहाँ का पुलिस और यहाँ की पूरी व्यवस्था जो वो करते हैं। तो बिना ऑटो ये चल नहीं सकता। ये ताकत को ऑटो वालों को पहचानना जरूरी है। वो कि ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम में हम देखेंगे तो ऑटो वालों के लिए और मछुआरों के लिए ना इनके लिए कोई बोर्ड है, ना कोई महामंडल है, ना ही गवर्नमेंट की इस तरह की कोई योजना है। स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स में हम जानते हैं कि उनके लिए 2014 का कानून है, डोमेस्टिक वर्कर्स के लिए 2008 का कानून है, कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स के लिए 2008 का 1996 का कानून है, 2008 का यहाँ का बोर्ड है। वैसा ऑटो वाले के लिए क्या है?
देखना भविष्य में सरकार क्या करती है रिक्शा वालों के लिए। सरकार ने क्या करना चाहिए भविष्य में रिक्शा वालों के लिए, आपको क्या लगता है?
अब कोई सरकार के पास योजना हो, अगर वो ऐसा करे, कोई पेंशन सुविधा में चलकर करे, तब तो अच्छी बात है। हाँ, अगर सरकार जब इसके लिए अमल करे, रिक्शा वालों की हमारी बात सुने।
रिक्शे वाला बहुत कुछ चाहता है लेकिन कुछ होता नहीं है। चाहे सत्ता हमारे हाथ में देगा तो सुधर सकते हैं हम। बोलो सत्ता देने को बोलो, हम सुधार लेंगे सबको और पूरा रिक्शे वाले का भला कर देंगे।
So, so we'll be mixing both the sessions where we were having with the union leader and the user group concerns. So I think we can start with Sonal. Yeah, we'll have the right slide. I'll put it up.
Post-lunch session. I will try and be short. And thank you very much to
SPARC, to Columbia University, to Ahirod for inviting me here. It's actually quite. So what I'll be sharing today is what might a gender perspective look like when we think about popular transport, informal transport, both from a user and operator perspective. This is based on some research that we were commissioned to do. This is primarily from North India, so I think it might go as a perspective cities of Bihar, Banaras and Delhi. So, yeah, can we just go to the next slide? So, what we observed based on our work, I'll just summarize the key takeaways, that in many cities that we were, Patna Gaya, Muzaffarpur, population from 500,000 to about 2 million residents, we saw that IPT services were the backbone of public transport. As Zora mentioned, women are the majority of the passengers. And why did we find that? Why are they? Because there's a wider network coverage. Frequency of service, safety as compared to a bus, and also interestingly seat availability. It was also very interesting to find that if they travel by buses they would not get a seat, but this also mattered. And what did they feel in terms of using IPP services was that especially in those rash driving by the drivers, there were inappropriate songs. Some of us may be aware of what they quote unquote put as Bhojpuri songs, but they are very suggestive, etc., that made the women uncomfortable. And the street environment. So just because you may have stops but no shaded infrastructure, as well as looking at walkable streets. Next. And we also had women operators, and this is based on some of the research we did, that our current understanding of how rickshaw services, IPT, is primarily based on male auto drivers. Women have a very different way of entering the market, which we need to understand. And I will also show what that is, because this means that we do need to have dedicated programs to encourage women IPT drivers that addresses affordable finance, that looks at what we call as women's safety, household and care tax. I don't like the word pink tax, but this is what it is. So we'll just move very quickly. So what happened is when we look at the cities of Patna, Gaya and Muzaffarpur, this is in Patna municipal corporation boundary. We first mapped the bus service network, which catered to only about 46% of the developed area.
Next, when we mapped the IPT network, and we did that by going through all the major stands in the city and talking to the drivers, we observed that about 3/4 of the city was now being served because of the IPT. Now, what did IPT include? It included tempos. So we have tempos which are slightly bigger autos. We had e-rickshaws and we had autos. So there were 3 different types of IPT network. I think it's not loading. Oh, sorry? Yeah, okay, so that's about 71%. Next. And they've also begun, and we still see many underserved areas. These are shared services. They don't go point to point, which meant that you would have to come to the main road, take the auto, and then go next. And then what happened is, so we did this in collaboration with the auto drivers, as well as did about 2,000 surveys in households across the 3 cities, along with focus group discussions with a wide range of women. Next. And what did we find? And I think this was very important for us, right? When we look at travel purpose in a city like, oh my God, okay, I have only 2 minutes. So what we observed was that in addition to work and education, about 33% of women trip for household and care purposes, which generally doesn't get mapped. Next. And that if you see here, this is the most important piece. If you look at shared IPT, women constituted 60% of passengers. I don't think they were aware. I don't think the operators were aware about this as well. Next. I just want to share this. When we asked them about the harassment faced, women were talking about very different forms of harassment, which looked staring, lewd comments, etc., whereas men spoke about very different things, right? And I think that's why we need to have a gendered understanding of what harassment and sexual harassment might mean, because men spoke about bullying, they spoke about theft, but women spoke about sexual harassment. Next. Just very quickly, we also understood street perceptions, because access to popular transport also meant that sometimes you have to walk a certain distance. So we had to look at the street environment, and we see that women's perception during the night changes significantly. So they perceive the streets to be more unsafe than men. Next. And these were some of the areas, like I mentioned, rash driving, songs being played, fares having to be negotiated often as some of the key challenges that they mentioned. Next. And I think I just want to share this from Delhi, because even after the fare-free transport scheme was introduced, we had found that about 20% of women's trips, women who used buses, were actually using autos and e-rickshaws, and they were in the peak hours. So I think this is it was not about first mile or last mile, but it was also about looking at the main mode of transport as well. I'll just very quickly come to women as operators. Next. So what happened is we compared male and female e-rickshaw drivers in Delhi and began to understand, were there any gender differences in the way that they were operating the e-rickshaws? We found that the women's routes were about half of that of men's. Their working hours, productive hours, were about a quarter different, because they were also going home for household and care purposes, which directly impacted their earnings. Many e-rickshaws, if you see, she's driving the rickshaw, you'll have 4 passengers, but they also have seats next to them. So often in a tempo, you don't only carry 3 + 1, you end up having about 10 passengers, which means that when women began to drive, and if they faced any safety or sexual harassment, the number of passengers could reduce, because you may not have 2 passengers on your side. Therefore, what I'm able to achieve is going to be lower than what a male driver will be able to earn. But there were more female passengers per trip in the rickshaws that women were carrying, and the revenue per month was 28% lower. Why am I bringing this? Is when we think about access, when we think about the cost of the vehicle, we also need to factor how they get operated. and that because there are gendered differences and women become disproportionately impacted, we also need to factor this. So in fact, we found that the women were earning about 5,000 rupees less a month. So I think vehicle finance needs to acknowledge that as well. Next, I think that is about it. Yeah, I think I just wanted to make those a few points. So, thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I would like to call upon Dhaval. Yeah, until the presentation is ready, I would call upon Mackenzie to just speak briefly.
सबको नमस्कार, गुड आफ्टरनून। मुझे पता है कि दोपहर के इस वक्त में इतना बढ़िया खाना खाने के बाद थोड़ा लेक्चर सुनना डिफ़िकल्ट है, और उसमें लास्ट में मोदक नहीं देना चाहिए था। उससे नींद के ऊपर कंट्रोल करना मुश्किल है, लेकिन आप सबको देख के लग रहा है कि आप शायद नींद को हरा के ही मानेंगे। एंड जिन सेक्टर की मैं बात करने वाला हूँ, कितना 10 मिनट, तो उनकी तो नींद उड़ी है। एंड जिनकी नींद उड़ी है वो क्यों उड़ी है, उसके ऊपर मैं शॉर्ट आपको बताना चाहूँगा। तो बेसिकली हम देखते हैं ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर हो, स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हो, कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स हो, या हमारे डोमेस्टिक वर्कर्स हो, एक तो इनके लिए ठीक से देश में कानून नहीं है, या सोशल सिक्योरिटी तो किसी के लिए भी बिल्कुल नहीं है। और ऐसे वक्त में काम करना उनके लिए काफ़ी डिफ़िकल्ट हो रहा है, क्योंकि उनका पूरा सेक्टर ही, पूरा लाइवलीहुड ही इनसिक्योर है। सेकंड जो है कि ये जो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म्स है ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर्स में, हम देख रहे हैं कि वहाँ पे ओला है, उबर है, रैपिडो है, और भी सेक्टर्स आ रहे हैं। हम एग्जांपल ले लें अगर स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स का, तो जिसमें जोमेटो से लेके अमेजोन से लेके जो भी प्लेटफॉर्म्स आ रहे हैं, 40% बिजनेस ऑलमोस्ट उनका गया है। और ऐसे में चैलेंज उनके सामने है कि हमारे लाइवलीहुड को कैसा बचा सके। ना उनके पास वो कैपेसिटीज़ है, ना उस तरह की स्किल्स है, ना उस तरह की उनकी ट्रेनिंग हुई है, तो उनके सामने वो चैलेंजेस है। और तीसरा और इम्पॉर्टेंट, जो हम सबको आने वाले समय में और भी काफ़ी गहराई से सोचना पड़ेगा, शायद भगवान ने उसके ऊपर बात की होगी, वही क्लाइमेट चेंज की। इस हीट वेव में हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स, हमारे रिक्शा वर्कर्स, हमारे स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स किस तरह से काम करते होंगे, वो सोचना भी मुश्किल है। सरकार तो अलर्ट दे देगी 12 से 4 काम नहीं करना है, काम वो नहीं करेगा, लेकिन उस काम का उसको, जिस काम के लिए वो, जिस हिटवेव के लिए वो विक्टिम है, वो जिम्मेदार नहीं है, उसका भरपाई कौन देगा, उसका घर कौन चलाएगा। आपने बाहर एग्जीबिशन में देखा होगा कि ऑटो रिक्शा 7 डेज काम करते हैं, और उसमें उनको हर दिन 12 से 14 घंटा काम करना पड़ता है, तब वो 1000 रुपीज़ कमाता है। उसमें से 40% अगर उनका पूरा खर्चा निकाल दे तो वो मैक्सिमम 500 to 600 रुपीज़ कमाते हैं। तो ऐसे हीट वेव में, हीट वेव के बाद तुरंत आ जाएगा, हमारे यहाँ ड्रेनेज सिस्टम इतनी ज़बरदस्त है कि आपको फ्लड में डूबना ही है। हर साल सरकार ने हमें एक ऑफ़र दी है कि आपको फ्लड में, कम से कम मुंबई में 5-6 दिन आपको फ्लड में डूबना है। ऑटो रिक्शा वाला अपने ऑटो को कहाँ रखेगा, तो उसका जो रोज़गार भी जाता है, और उसका साथ साथ में उनको ऑटो जो है जहाँ वो पार्क करते हैं वहाँ भी प्रॉब्लम हो जाते हैं। तो इन सब में उनके सामने चैलेंजेस है कि हमारे लाइवलीहुड को कैसे बचाएं। और ऐसे में हमारे सामने जो चैलेंज है कि ये देश के 93% पॉपुलेशन है जो इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर्स में इस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं, जो ऑटो वर्कर्स हैं। तो हीटवेव हो या उनका लाइवलीहुड हो, उनको बचाने के लिए किस तरह से उनको हम एक शक्ति, एक ताकत दे सकते हैं, और जिसका एक कोशिश पॉल सर और उनकी टीम ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से नालासोपारा में किया है कि ऑटो रिक्शास के रूट को किस तरह से हम डिफाइन करके सिटी के मास्टर प्लान में, जहां हम लोग सिटी के मास्टर प्लान में जब प्लानिंग किया जाता है उसमें रोड में और ट्रांसपोर्ट में देखा जाता है, उसमें प्राइवेट ट्रांसपोर्ट को ज़्यादा देखा जाता है, पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को कभी देखा नहीं जाता। आपने शायद बड़े मेगा सिटीज़ छोड़ दो, हमारे छोटी सिटीज़ में अगर शायद आपने देखा नहीं होगा कि पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट के लिए बसेस और रिक्शास के लिए एक रास्ते का एक लेन जो है वो उसके लिए रिजर्व किया गया होगा। तो उस तरह से हमारे प्लानिंग में, हमारी प्लानिंग बेसिकली चलती है यूरोपियन प्लानिंग को देखते हुए। यूरोप की एक देश का पॉपुलेशन और हमारे वसई या मुंबई का पॉपुलेशन सेम है, उसको देख के अगर हम प्लानिंग करेंगे तो शायद इस देश में ना ही स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स, ना ही ऑटो रिक्शा, ना ही स्टेशन के आजू बाजू के जो इश्यूज है उसको कभी सॉल्व कर पाएंगे। हमें ये भी देखना होगा कि क्यों हमारे प्लानिंग में स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स, ऑटो रिक्शास इनको इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं है। हमारे देश का सबसे कीमती जो जगह है खास तरह से मुंबई या एमएमआर में, वो है रेलवे स्टेशन के आजू बाजू का। और रेलवे स्टेशन के आजू बाजू का सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जगह जो ऑटो रिक्शा, जो स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स, जो इनलीगल मानते हैं, जो बिल्कुल नहीं है, क्योंकि लोग उसका इस्तेमाल करते तो वो बिल्कुल इनलीगल है ही नहीं, लेकिन वो जिस जगह पे काम करते हैं, उनकी लाइवलीहुड जहाँ पे चलती है, वो जगह काफ़ी कॉस्टली है, वो जगह काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंस है, और वहाँ कोई भी उनको सिक्योर करना नहीं चाहता। तो हमारे स्टेशन के आजू बाजू में, और उसको ही हम लोग बिजनेस करके समझ के रहते हैं, तो हमें देखना होगा कि हमारे प्लानिंग के प्रोस्पेक्टिव में है किस तरह से हमारे मास्टर प्लान में और हमारे जो अलग अलग नेगोशिएशन चलती है उसमें इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर्स, खास तरह से ऑटो रिक्शास या स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को किस तरह से हम लोग प्लानिंग के प्रोस्पेक्टिव में देख सकते हैं और ला सकते हैं, वो देखना हमारे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है। साथ साथ में स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हो या कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स हो, उनको इस तरह के कंसल्टेशन में उनके मुद्दे के ऊपर डिस्कशन होना और उनको किस तरह से उनके लाइवलीहुड को एक डिग्निटी मिलना, जो काम वो कर रहे हैं उस काम को डिग्निटी किस तरह से मिल सकती है थ्रू आउट ऑल दिस प्रोसेस, तो उसमें ही देखना हमारे लिए ज़रूरी है। टाइम काफ़ी कम है, इसलिए मैं क्षमा चाहूँगा कि और ज़्यादा बात नहीं करता। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
Thank you. So I wanted to say, for the past 3 years, Mackenzie has been of great help connecting us with neighborhood collectives, auto drivers, and auto unions. So it's been very big part of Mumbai Living Lab team, helping on ground with activities. Next thing we can call Dhaval. We can have.
Just no, I'll also be very short. The speaker before me, he covered really important points. Is sort of the kind of difficult situations within which auto rickshaws, but also so many other sort of informal workers operate, especially today. But I was just, I kind of came with a slightly different argument, which I will cover in the last maybe couple of minutes, but just saw the exhibition right now and was thinking through it. I mean, first of all, where there is nothing, right, and talk in terms of transport modes, there's an auto rickshaw. Where there is everything, Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, I don't know, Kolkata, or maybe Hyderabad, Chennai, or whatever, there is so much market failure in terms of vis-a-vis mobility problems. All market failures are covered by auto rickshaws. Take the example of BKC. Just the Nalasopara, I would argue, the Nalasopara shared auto rickshaws or any other auto rickshaws are so important for Mumbai's economy also. वो नहीं होते तो लोग स्टेशन पे नहीं आते, स्टेशन पे नहीं आते तो काम पे नहीं आ पाते, so on and so forth. Same is the case of BKC. I mean, how do you get to BKC? Buses is what everybody keeps saying, right? Buses. But the numbers are so huge that the buses ki ek rang lag jayegi. Like there'll be a whole line of buses. They'll go, they'll have to come back empty. It cannot cater. I know, Sudhir sir, you have this microbus, etc. But I was saying auto rickshaw is extremely important to the economy. They've always been there. They've covered all our failures. They are catering to sort of all our users. But, I'd written some points in this context. Yeah, so just there, so I wanted to just kind of, from the context of Mumbai, I don't know much of Nalasopara. I've gone maybe during my college days, but I study Mumbai very carefully. I kind of, a lot of my thinking and work is also here. And I speak in terms of Mumbai's infrastructure cycle, and I do not right now speak of the large infrastructure projects. So not of the metros, not of the big flyovers, etc., of the roads. You know, Mumbai, very interestingly right now, is at this infrastructure cycle peak. So the current road department budget is about 6,000, 8,000 crore, 26, 27, right? This is the biggest budget so far. So for any of you following Mumbai's infrastructure, a lot of this money is actually into concretizing all of our 2,000 kilometers of roads, right? If you go to the next slide, the point that I am trying to make is that this curve must taper. Like we can't have, the road department can't have 8,500 crore budget every year for the next 10 years, etc. It is at some point going to taper. If you go next, and taper it will. I mean, few reasons that it will, and this is not unique to Mumbai, perhaps to every other city that reaches this peak, is one is that after this, there's going to be very limited space. Or kidhar kharcha kidhar karenge, matlab where, what are you going to do? Fine, engineering technology allows many other things. The other is high cost of expansion. Concrete is expensive to build, expensive to break, expensive to rebuild. Third is public fatigue, of which a lot of us are also, you know, party to ke bhai chhod de, jaisa hai hum log ji lenge. And then it is diminishing returns, you know, you're whatever, if you're going to just keep spending much, you're not getting much in return, right? Just, if you go next, this I asked, I think Claude AI or whatever just put some prompts and saying that, turns out it gave me a nice response that cities that built better than, I mean, bigger than, so Barcelona post 92, the super block story and all that emerged after the big infrastructure was built in there, sort of during their Olympics in 92, and it's the story of many other cities. But the point I want to make, and I'll try to link it to autos, it may not be the best linkage, but if you go next, is this. And if I'm sure all of you are following news, following how our leaders are speaking about it. Concrete was very clearly in response to this pothole problem that everyone's been saying. I mean, khadde, khadde, khadde. Somehow Mumbai roads are defined by khadde. The only material that solves that problem is concrete. I disagree, but well, practically this is where we are. Everyone's been saying, right, ekda sa karun टाकूया 30 वर्ष काहीच करायचं नाही. I was walking from my home to the station today. This is outside my house. This is not 30 वर्ष असं म्हणजे this is not how it should be for 30 years, right? You go next. Just go. I mean, just yeah. Now this is right outside Andheri station, close to where I stay. This part here is not concrete. Very soon it will be. What it will transform into is anybody's guess. Now here's the thing. Every mode of transport is going to have to operate within this ROW that you see. So auto rickshaws वालों को अगर auto rickshaw stand चाहिए या नहीं चाहिए, उसके लिए जगह रहेगी या नहीं रहेगी, ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है. I don't know again about Nalasopara, but it very clearly trend in MMR suggests that what we have done and learnt in Mumbai is what we are replicating outside. I just wanted to leave with this one point that, you know, I was seeing Vasai Virar's road budget is also 1,800 crores out of their total budget of 4,200. Everyone everywhere is concreting. एक बार वो हो गया तो एकदाच झालं, means it's kind of done. So I actually speak about this with some sense of optimism that actually we are in many places at the end of the taper, and the conversations at the end of the taper will become very palatable. We've been speaking the same thing 12-15 Zora knows and 12-15 saal se, but I really think now the time has come where this change is going to be palatable. So this is a very important conversation in that context. I will leave with this one limited point, but yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Finally, Nihar. We've been working together on the CWP project in Ahmednagar, and yeah.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, so thank you, Anirudh. Thank you, CWP, for inviting me here as a speaker. And I truly agree to what Mr. McKenzie and Sonal had to say. And Mr. McKenzie, मैं खुद एक planner हूँ, so I understand the informality challenges, what you were saying exactly. So what I'll be talking, मैं statistics यहाँ पे discuss नहीं करूँगा because that we can always share the reports. I'll be talking about our observations and our experiences working on this project with Columbia University, that is Popular Transport and Inclusive Cities, focusing on women and children accessibility. So this project focuses on the relocation sites. And now, as per the guidelines, and this is happening in across the cities in India, the relocation sites, as per the guidelines, are not being, it's not being followed. For example, it has to be near 5 kilometers, near 1.5 kilometers from the existing place where they are working. In our case, in case of Nagar, so I'll be talking about Ahmednagar with a population of 5 lakh, where we are conducting our project. The relocation, there are 2 relocation sites known as Varulacha Maruti and Khatwan Khandoba, 2,000 population. What we have done is an analysis of the places that they have been shifted from. So they have been shifted, say, around 10 kilometers from their existing place where they were working, which has added a lot on their pocket expenses with respect to public transportation, which has also increased with respect to their health expenditures. I'll get a correlation of this is the site. The site is, so the people from the site has to walk 1.5 kilometers just to access the main road in the heat. There is no public transport, there's no proper road as well. The site is not even connected. So 1.5 kilometers to walk in this extreme heat. The women are carrying their children sometimes because of the low affordability. They are walking bare feet in this heat, has added a lot much health concerns. Apart from that, talking about some figures, we have been doing this survey and we found out that there is no consistency in the fare. So for example, if an auto route, if an auto person, if I'm taking a shared auto, is taking 10 rupees, but if I'm taking a private auto, it charges 50 rupees. The distance which he'll take is a lesser one. So there's no consistency in the fares. We have done some surveys with for bus stops and bus routes, and we identified that the buses serve around 40% of the total city. But there are new areas that are being developed because we have there's a presence of MIDC there, and there are new areas which are developed which are still underserved. So all those things are somewhere adding more to the expenses in the settlements. Now, most important factor is that there is no infrastructure provided at the bus stops or at the auto stops with respect to the shed. There's nothing shed there. They just have to stand in open heat. That is again a health concern there. What we also found out was that 71% of the families across the survey, the distance have increased from where they were previously working and now where they are working. 70% of people said that there is an increase in the distances. 10% rise in the monthly income with respect to the transportation costs. And okay, yeah, so those are some of the facts and figures. Now, what I would also want to discuss about here is that informality is not seen or is not considered as part of the master plans or the comprehensive mobility plans which are existing in the city. So we are doing an exhaustive comparative analysis, and I would like to use this platform, and I was thinking that there are different organizations, that how can we touch upon this aspect of including informality as part of the formal process in the master plan or say CMPs. So that was the question I would want to leave with. Apart from the different proposals and interventions that we'll be planning with the community. So for example, we have spoken to women and asked if they are interested to learn how to drive rickshaws, because one of the intervention was where we were planning to bring e-rickshaws for the settlement, basically at the settlement level. Because if you want to go or access any medical clinic, the auto drivers within the settlement, they are charging 200 rupees just to take them and bring them back. And if not that, there are so many deaths that has happened just because there was no no accessibility to any kind of transportation system. There's no ambulance coming in and all those factors. So the question which I would want to leave with is that how we can, institutionalize this, or how we can bring informality in part of this formal planning process. So that would be, thank you.
Thank you, Nihar. So we'll have a short panel discussion where I call upon Sonal, Mackenzie, Dhaval, and Nihar. I'll get this. Hello. Okay. So we started with the film, and while interacting with the auto drivers on ground, and again having interaction with auto union leaders, similar kind of concerns were raised on working conditions, on how the access to the for users also, and for them to have access to basic amenities were a major concern which was raised across. So I was thinking, other than usually governments have government in generally for the auto rickshaw sector, we see permits and other forms of regulations being built. What do you think? What kind of reforms could be made from the government for the auto rickshaw sector? And it can also can be informal transport workers where they consider vendors वो भी साथ में आ सकते हैं.
सबसे पहले हमें देखना होगा कि ऑटो सेक्टर्स ये कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है सिटी के बाकी इकोनॉमी से. इट्स इंटर रिलेटेड. जैसा बताया इन्होंने कि किसी को ऑफिस जाना है तो ऑटो चाहिए, स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को अगर अपना सामान लेके जाना है अपने जगह तक तो वहाँ पे ऑटो चाहिए. सो ऑटो या इस तरह का जो पूरा जो इनफॉर्मल इकोनॉमी है वो एक दूसरे से इंटर रिलेटेड है. एंड ऑल्सो उनके कारण सिटी का साथ साथ में देश का जीडीपी में भी एक काफ़ी बड़ा कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन है. लेकिन क्या वो कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस को इकोनॉमी को शहर में या साथ साथ में गवर्नमेंट प्लानिंग लेवल में देखा जाता है? तो बिल्कुल नहीं. तो गवर्नमेंट के जो पॉलिसीज़ है, शायद उनका सोशल सिक्योरिटी का हो या उनके जैसा मैंने बताया था कि हीट वेव के कारण उनका इनकम के ऊपर साथ साथ में हेल्थ के ऊपर भी इश्यूज आने वाले हैं या प्रॉब्लम्स बनने वाले हैं. तो गवर्नमेंट के पॉलिसीज सिर्फ प्रो लेबर नहीं तो उनके लाइवलीहुड के प्रोटेक्शन के हिसाब से बनने चाहिए, सो दैट कल उनके लाइवलीहुड को भी अगर कहीं इफेक्ट हो रहा है, प्रॉब्लम्स हो रहे हैं, तो वो सर्वाइव कर सके. आज अगर उनको पता है कि 3 दिन फ्लड अगर हो गया तो मेरा फैमिली कैसा चले, और ये हम सब लोगों ने एक्सपीरियंस किया. हम लोग जैसे लोगों ने भी, जब कोविड आया था, हम घर के बाहर नहीं जा सकते, कुछ काम नहीं कर सकते, तो हमें काफ़ी दिक्कतें आ गई. तो इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर्स को इस तरह के जो डेली वेजेस पे या डेली इनकम पे काम करने वाले लोग हैं, उनके लिए काफ़ी डिफिकल्ट होता है. तो गवर्नमेंट के पॉलिसीज इन तरह के सभी इश्यूज को देखते हुए किस तरह से उनके लिए सोशल सिक्योरिटी बेनिफिट्स एज वेल एज लॉ के द्वारा प्रोटेक्शंस कैसे ला सकते हैं, मैंडेटरी बना सकते हैं, तो उसको देखना जरूरी है. मैं सिर्फ 1 मिनट लूँगा. जैसा कि माथाडी वर्कर्स के लिए माथाडी बोर्ड है, सिमिलरली गवर्नमेंट क्या इस तरह के बोर्ड्स बना सकते हैं डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स के लिए, इंक्लूडिंग ऑटो रिक्शास. ऑटो रिक्शा क्योंकि आप परमिट देते हो तो परमिट लेने के लिए आपको रजिस्टर होना है. सो उसी समय अगर ऑटो रिक्शास का परमिट के साथ साथ कुछ फीस ली जाती है, महीने में कुछ इंश्योरेंस जैसी फैसिलिटीज, ESI जैसी फैसिलिटीज उनको दी जाती है, सो तो बोथ कैन, गवर्नमेंट के पास उनका रजिस्ट्रेशन भी है और साथ में उनको भी उस रजिस्ट्रेशन के कारण बोर्ड बना के कुछ फैसिलिटीज जो मिल सकते हैं। और जैसा कुछ जगह पे प्रीपेड रिक्शा चलते हैं, कुछ जगह पे शेयर ऑटोस चलते हैं, तो उनका जो पूरा जो रेंट लिया जाता है तो उसमें भी लेवी जैसा हम बस में देखते हैं कि टिकट के ऊपर 0.15% ये एजुकेशन के लिए या हेल्थ के लिए, तो उस तरह की भी काफ़ी चीज़ें थ्रू आउट बोर्ड्स बना सकते हैं। बस गवर्नमेंट की विलिंग चाहिए, एज वेल एज स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स या ये जो ऑटो रिक्शास है जिनका एजुकेशन इतना हाई नहीं है कि वो इस बातों को समझ सके, तो उसके बीच में शायद हमारे जैसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस एक रोड उनके बीच में एक निभा सकते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट एंड ये जो वर्कर्स है उनके बीच में एक ब्रिज बन सके। थैंक यू।
I mean, you asked regulations, right? In terms of regulations, I think the government controls only two levers. One is permit, the other is pricing. Right? I mean, and the government very sort of, I don't want to use the word conveniently, but this is within the framework of the law that the government has stayed in and continues to do so. And then there are sort of amenities on the public work side, right? I mean, from toilets to kind of just you provide a shaded street, the auto rickshaw guy or woman driving benefits also. But I think one thing that I kind of to echo what he's saying, you know, I think to make it better. So the government left it to the market to organize this sector, right? I mean, so the Olas and the Ubers came, and then the government hoped that they would provide the security, the insurance, and all of that needs. I don't know. I mean, the experience perhaps is grey, but you know, the government, at least in Mumbai, I remember last year BMC, and I think this was one of the Prime Minister's initiatives or something, where they gave out a lot of money to street vendors. I think they were cheap loans or low interest loans. PM Swanidhi, right? I mean, and then I don't know if that extends to auto rickshaw, but given that auto rickshaw is such an important mobility service, I think some form of social security, at least in terms of low cost loans or something, is something that, you know, is I don't know if it's there, I have not seen this, but if it's not, I think it's highly desirable to sort of do that. I mean, they're providing a very, very important service, right? So just to make it easier for them to provide that service is clearly a part of regulation sort of ambit that it must come into, but yeah, just.
I feel we should not be dependent on government entirely. What I'm trying to say is that government projects and all those things, they work at the city level, and sometimes the interventions which we require are at a very grassroots level. So case studies and projects like what we are doing now can help identify interventions that can be backed up by this data, and then that can be taken up to the government to say formalize something. But to formalize also, what I was just thinking is maybe not a large scale, but like we have Niti Aayog, there is a committee. So city-wise, if we can identify smaller committees or say smaller boards that can focus on smaller challenges with, like say for example, with respect to infrastructure. So a board that can look at the infrastructure development, safety concerns for women, for children, etc. So we can just narrow it down to smaller board and smaller committees. Maybe that can be more pragmatically implementable.
Maybe I'll focus on one piece is how can we have more women operators? It can be auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw, etc. I'll speak a little broadly, and also was speaking to Zora and Pranjali a little earlier as well. So now some of our own research around this is showing is the woman that I shared earlier, she was part of SEVA, Self-Employed Women's Association. And she was a member of SEVA, who then got supported in the process of getting a driving license. For women, that is one major barrier of how do I learn how to drive? Let's say in this case, an e-rickshaw, let's take that as an example. Then the next piece comes in how do I own? So I can also lease, but how do I own an e-rickshaw? And then you will have multiple other steps. One, do I have a CIBIL score or how the market understands whether I'm reliable? Two, whether I'm credit worthy. Two, how even if the rickshaw can be a collateral, there can be a lot of times there is a gender bias which also needs to be addressed. And I third, I also pointed out that because the operating cost for a woman is more, we really need to target vehicles and say that we need additional subsidies. Now, in this case, along with interest subvention, because many a times women will only be able to access NBFC, non-banking finance corporation loans, which have a very high interest rate. So there is a need to have an interest subvention as well in order for this to be affordable. After they are on the road, we need continued support because women as operators face a lot of harassment on the road as well. Why am I saying this? Is because the model that seems to work, it seems so far, is that when you have an organization, it can be a cooperative, it can be a union that you are part of that can help you along the way, is when we will be able to really unlock larger numbers. What we are finding is that we see women as e-auto drivers, they come, but we see that they also drop off after they come in as well. So I think this is something that I feel is important in terms of not only getting them on the road, but also retaining them as well. Yeah, I think the other pieces regarding infrastructure, etc., have been mentioned.
And also, like part of our exhibition, one of the things was to look at why there is a perception, like what kind of perception is there on informal transport. Because in the movie also Mackenzie highlights that there are schemes and other forms of support system for street vendors, and even though we see such high amount of ridership, like how you show, why do you think that there is a perception from the people where they see that there is a need for this? Why is it opposite when we see from this government side or when the decision makers, what is this change in perception which you see? Is it the amount of money, like in terms of the amount of money spent on the auto rickshaw sector, or the kind of why there is this change in perception when there is a need of implementation of infrastructure or any kind of reforms in the sector?
Question. Yeah, I don't think they understood. I didn't understand the question actually.
Okay, like in generally, like the person, is it even though having a high ridership, why do you think the perception towards the auto rickshaw industry affects the amount of investment, amount of infrastructure from the government side? I'm talking about. Like, do you think there is a change? Like that's one of the exhibition's motive was to bring a change in perception also. So, like, what do you guys think in terms of what kind of things could be done to bring that change in perception? And why is that even though having a high ridership and having such high importance, does it not get the same amount of importance? Like even if, I know for vendors, it's like basic amount of, like in terms of space, in terms of having pension, similar kind of systems have not been replicated in the auto rickshaw industry.
I just actually maybe have another question to Sir. Sir, what do you feel about the e-Shram portal, जहाँ पे उन्होंने प्लेटफॉर्म और गिग वर्कर्स भी लाए हैं, ऑटो ड्राइवर्स, कैब ड्राइवर्स, कि उस पोर्टल पे अगर मैं एक अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड वर्कर हूँ तो मुझे गवर्नमेंट की सब स्कीम्स में इंफॉर्मेशन और एक्सेस मिल सकता है? बिकॉज ये काफ़ी बार आई है कि सोशल प्रोटेक्शन नहीं है, अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड वर्कर्स हैं, तो इनका I'm sorry, I just want to really understand because he's in the sector. अगर आप ये शेयर कर सकें.
फर्स्ट हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि ई-श्रम जो लाया, तो कोविड के बाद काफ़ी लोग, आप सबको पता है कि वो रास्ते से 200 से लेके 600 1000 किलोमीटर तक चल के अपने घर तक गए. और तब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूछा कि क्या हमारे पास डेटा है कि हमारे पास कितने ऐसे लेबर्स है, कितना रास्ता भर भर के पैदल तक जा रहे हैं, एंड सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट डजंट हैव दिस काइंड ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन. तो उन्होंने फिर इन सब लोगों का डेटा इकट्ठा करने के लिए ई-श्रम करके एक पोर्टल को अनाउंस किया कि जहां पे आप अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन जो कर सकते हैं. दो पर्पस वेंडर्स, दो पर्पस वर्कर्स के बीच में थे। एक थे कि इस बहाने कम से कम हम गवर्नमेंट के किसी पोर्टल के साथ रजिस्टर करने के बाद एक हमारा आइडेंटिफिकेशन जो है वो क्रिएट हो सकता है। सेकेंड, इन फ्यूचर में कोविड जैसे कुछ अगर समस्या आ गए तो जैसा स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को पीएम स्वनिधि मिला था या हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स बोर्ड है तो बोर्ड के थ्रू आउट उनको 5,000 रुपीज़ मिला था, डोमेस्टिक वर्कर्स को 2,000 रुपीज़ मिला था, तो शायद इस तरह के कोई अगर डिजास्टर्स आ गए तो उसमें हम लोगों को हेल्प मिल सकता है। अदरवाइज उसका ज़्यादा कुछ फ़ायदा हुआ नहीं। हमें जो एलेक्स बोल रहा है उसमें हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि अलग अलग सेक्टर्स के अलग अलग तरह के रोल्स हैं। स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स मतलब हम सब लोग, इसमें से कोई भी ऐसा नहीं रहेगा जिन्हें स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स के पास पानी पूरी नहीं खाया। स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स के साथ जो कस्टमर्स है उनके एक रिलेशन बनते हैं, इसका वड़ा पाव अच्छा है, इसका पानी पूरी अच्छा है, ये जो सामान देता है वो काफी फ्रेश रहता है। सो देयर इज अ कनेक्शन बिटवीन कस्टमर एंड द वेंडर्स। ऑटो रिक्शा में उनको तो पहले से डिग्निटी नहीं दी जाती। ये रिक्शा वाला, ये रुको, ये रुकता नहीं। एंड रिक्शा वाला क्योंकि वो रास्ते पे हर रोज है तो उनका बिहेवियर भी, क्योंकि वो गर्मी से परेशान है, पैसेंजर ठीक से पैसा नहीं दे रहा है, कोई ठीक से बात नहीं कर रहा है, तो वो वैसे भी उनका बिहेवियर में थोड़ा सा एक उस तरह का रूडनेस जो है वो रहता है। उतने वो रूड नहीं रहते लेकिन वैसा थोड़ा सा गर्मी रहती है। तो ऐसे में कस्टमर के साथ जो रिलेशन बिल्ड होना चाहिए वो उनका होता नहीं। यहाँ से आपको घर छोड़ा, घर से स्टेशन छोड़ा या दूसरी जगह छोड़ा, देयर इज नो रिलेशन बिटवीन कस्टमर्स एंड द ऑटो रिक्शास। कुछ जगह पे जरूर है, गांव जैसे या छोटे शहर में, कि हमें इमरजेंसी अगर होती है, घर में व्हीकल नहीं, तो एक दो ऑटो ड्राइवर्स के नंबर्स हम रखते हैं। अदरवाइज देयर इज नो रिलेशन बिटवीन द कस्टमर्स एंड द ऑटो ड्राइवर्स। आप डोमेस्टिक वर्कर्स में देखो, आपकी बाई अगर घर पे नहीं आने वाले तो आप परेशान होने वाले, यू आर डिपेंडेंट ऑन योर डोमेस्टिक वर्कर्स। उसी तरह से आपको पता है कि अगर कल मेरे घर पे कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ गया तो मेरा वेंडर्स को मैं फोन करूंगा तो वो बेचारा मेरे घर पे लेके आएगा। सो वो काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है। सेकंड, वो जेंडर बायस पे मैं नहीं जाऊंगा, लेकिन सेकंड देखो कि ऑटो रिक्शा मोस्टली डोमिनेटेड बाय द मेन। स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स में 40% आर वीमेन्स, तो आप कंफर्टेबल हो। डोमेस्टिक वर्कर्स के साथ आप कंफर्टेबल हो। कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स के साथ आपका कभी संबंध ही नहीं आता। आपने फ्लैट खरीदा, आपका संबंध खत्म, आप जानते तक नहीं। ऑटो रिक्शा के साथ आपको जाना भी है लेकिन आपको संपर्क भी नहीं रखना है। सो दैट काइंड ऑफ जो पूरा रिलेशन है उसको हमें देखना पड़ेगा। एंड उसी के कारण उनको डिग्निटी भी नहीं है स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को। एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स का 2014 का एक्ट भी बन गया। देखो कि स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स रास्ते पे बैठा है तो उनका यूनिटी है उस मार्केट का, उस रास्ते का। कोई आता है तो वो झगड़ता है बिकॉज पूरे रास्ते को अफेक्ट होने वाला है। दे आर ऑन द स्ट्रीट ऑन होल डे। ऑटो रिक्शा वाला, उसको पैसेंजर मिल गया, वो भाग गया, आप यूनिटी कैसे बनाओगे? उसमें भी काफी अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल रोल काफी ऑटो रिक्शा के बीच में, बिकॉज क्योंकि मैंने बताया कि वो ज्यादा करके मेन डोमिनेटेड है तो आप सब इन्फ्लुएंस देना चाहते हो। तो इन सबको अगर हम ठीक से देखेंगे तो अलग अलग सेक्टर्स के अलग अलग रोल्स है और उसमें उनके मतलब रिलेशन विद द कस्टमर्स एंड रिलेशन विद द गवर्नमेंट्स, ये काफ़ी अहम रोल जो है वो निभाते हैं। मैं 1 मिनट और लूँगा कि जैसा स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को पता है कि मुझे इस जगह पे बैठूंगा, 200 रुपये का माल लगाऊंगा, मैं 400 रुपये घर पे लेके जाने वाला हूँ, लेकिन 200 रुपये में से 50 रुपये अगर मैंने रिश्वत दे दी, ब्राइब्स दे दी, तो मेरा रोजगार जो है सिक्योर होने वाला है। वेरएज़ आप ऑटो रिक्शा वाला कोई भी रुकाएगा, कोई भी अगर किसी की गाड़ी को लग गया तो मार खाने वाला है, नहीं तो वो किसी को मार देने वाला है, पुलिस हफ्ता लेने वाला है। सो लाइक दिस आपको देखना पड़ेगा कि वो किस तरह का काम कर रहे हैं और उसमें उनका जो इनसिक्योरिटी है वो कितने लेवल तक है। थैंक यू। प्लीज। नो प्रॉब्लम, नो प्रॉब्लम।
You have a union.
I have union, but not with the auto rickshaws, with the street vendors, construction workers, and domestic workers. Not with the auto workers, because of street vendors, we have huge connection with the street vendors unions, auto rickshaw unions.
No, but everything you say requires an organization of their constituency to make the demand.
Right.
So what can we all do together with people like you who have experience of creating these kinds of associations to do one for auto drivers? Because everything you're saying resonates very well in terms of why it's worked for them and not for the auto drivers. So it would be very interesting to actually look at, because everywhere aggregation is power. You don't have aggregation, so what are the things that can make this possible?
सो जैसा मैंने मेरे प्रेजेंटेशंस में बताया था, हमारे सामने जो हजारों चैलेंज है उसमें से वन चैलेंज इज डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म, एंड दैट इज ऑल्सो अपॉर्चुनिटी, not only challenge the opportunity. So what we are doing in city of Hyderabad, we have introduced one Hyderabad. So we have introduced one app called Auto Bandhu. वो ऐप चालू किया है हमारे यूनियन ने, उसमें ही सभी ऑटो ड्राइवर्स अगर एक बार जुड़ जाते हैं तो दे हैव टू पे ओनली 50 रुपीज पर मंथ. पूरे सर्विसेज जो है वो सर्विसेज जिस तरह से ओला उबेर देते हैं, सेम काइंड ऑफ सर्विसेज प्रोवाइडेड बाय द ऑटो बंधु. ऑटो बंधु में आने से आपको फायदा क्या है वो पहले ही पता है कि खुद यूनियन ये ऐप को इंट्रोड्यूस करे तो आप एक साथ आना है. जैसे आप आते हो तो हम गवर्नमेंट के साथ टाइप किया है म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशंस ऑफ हैदराबाद कि आप सब इन सबको ESIC का जो सर्विसेज है हेल्थ के रिलेटेड तो उनके साथ वो देना है. साथ में पुलिस का जो हरेसमेंट्स हो रहा है जिसकी वजह से ऑटो रिक्शा काफी अनकंफर्टेबल होते हैं, इस तरह के कोई भी इश्यूज आते हैं तो हर रिक्शा स्टैंड पे वहां पे हेल्पलाइन सर्विसेज जैसा प्रोवाइड किया गया है कि रिक्शा वालों को अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम आता है तो हम उसमें सॉल्व करेंगे. हमें प्रॉफिट कहाँ पे है, वो 50 रुपीज में प्रॉफिट नहीं, रिक्शा वालों के पीछे जो एडवर्टाइज लगते हैं या हमारे ऐप के ऊपर जो एडवर्टाइज आएंगे उसका जो रेवेन्यू है वो रेवेन्यू यूनियन चलाने के लिए ले लेंगे. सो सेम टाइम ऐप का इस्तेमाल कर रहे, सेम टाइम उनको ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए कर रहे. ये आसान है क्या, तो बिल्कुल नहीं. लेकिन अगर ऑटो वालों के साथ आपका थोड़ा सा यूनियन चल रही है तो ऑटो वाला, आप देखो कि महाराष्ट्र के चीफ मिनिस्टर तक ऑटो वाला था, बिकॉज क्योंकि वो हजारों लोगों के साथ संपर्क करते हैं तो उनको पता है हर एक का व्यवहार क्या है और हमें किस तरह से ये करना है. साथ साथ में वो इन्फ्लुएंस भी काफी डालता है, तो एक ऑटो वाला दूसरे ऑटो वालों को इन्फ्लुएंस करना काफी आसान भी है. तो इस तरह के अगर डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म्स को हम प्रमोट करते हैं तो वो एक फायदे वाला है. दूसरा जो है कि सिस्टम के साथ किस तरह से हम हमारा रैपो और थोड़ा बेहतरीन बनाएंगे. उनको सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है RTO से, उनको सेकंड प्रॉब्लम है पुलिस से. RTO और पुलिस के साथ ही अगर यूनियंस का या हम जैसे लोग जो काम करें उनका रिलेशन अगर बेहतरीन बनाया जाए कि अगर इन ऑटो वालों को कुछ प्रॉब्लम आता है तो इनके यूनियन जो है वो ऑनेस्टली इनको न्याय दे सकते. सो ऑटो वाले आपके साथ जुड़ना भी थोड़ा आसान हो जाता है. प्रॉब्लम है कि पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस इन सब में इतना है, हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के अपने अपने ऑटो यूनियंस है और हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के जो मुद्दे हैं वो ऑटो रिक्शा वाले के मुद्दे के साथ थोड़ा सा मिसमैच करके वो वहां पे झगड़ा चालू हो जाता है. अगर उसको हम पॉलिटिक्स को हमारे सेक्टर्स के साथ ना जुड़ने का एजुकेट या अवेयरनेस हॉकर्स के इनके ऑटो रिक्शा के बीच में करे तो वो शायद उसमें कुछ फायदा मिल सकता है. लेकिन मुझे जहां तक लग रहा है कि जो हमारे सामने चैलेंज है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और इसके द्वारा ऐप का, वही हमारे लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी है. उसको सीख के किस तरह से हम सब मिलके ऑटो वालों के लिए एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म जो है वो दे सकते हैं. उसमें सिक्योरिटी का जो मुद्दा है कि हमारे ऑटो से ऑटो बंधु का जो इस्तेमाल करेंगे वो ऑटो रिक्शा वाला इतना सिक्योर है कि महिलाओं को या किसी को भी कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा. ये एश्योरिटी हमारे ऐप दे रहा है क्योंकि हमारी यूनियन है. ऑटो वालों को भी पता है कि मैं कोई मिस्टेक करूंगा तो यूनियन वाले मुझे छोड़ेंगे नहीं. सो दिस काइंड ऑफ रिलेशनशिप जो आपको आइडेंटिटी भी दे रहा है, सिक्योरिटी भी दे रहा है और आपका लाइवलीहुड को और प्रमोट कर रहा है. इस तरह के प्रोसेस को अगर आगे लेके जाएंगे सो मुझे लग रहा है कि शायद ये काफी इनोवेटिव स्टेप जो वो हो सकता है.
I just wanted to add this. I mean, he covered everything, right? All of the above. But there's also something very interesting happening. Autos are competing in this mobility landscape against many modes and many ambitions, right? Two-wheeler, the moment you graduate sort of economically to be able to afford a two-wheeler, they could actually go into those bastis also, because those bastis are narrow lanes, right? That you showed 1.5 kilometer walking. Now this is on the personal side, right? Now from the government side or institutional side, we've always operated under this sort of thinking that I cannot prefer any one mode, though I mean the infrastructure you see is preferring, but that's on the other side, is that I need to create options. Now the options in many ways also compete auto rickshaws. Now layer that to this present day reality of alternate forms of service delivery, which essentially means, so BEST of Mumbai is the case in point, right? Where I think the last 6, 7, 8 years, you'll see we've moved into what is called as the GCC model. So, and in some ways, quoting newspaper articles saying that to reduce the inefficiencies. Like, why do I kind of pay so many? You get what I'm saying, right? In terms of autos, there's a new thing that's emerging. It's not really new, but it's actually happening now. You know, the BKC pods are a case in point. And I'm again just quoting some articles that I read, right? Where it's essentially that just, I can't handle how to get people from Bandra station into BKC or from Kurla, etc. The pod is going to resolve that problem. Now, here it's actually happening because just day before yesterday, they resolved the land problem. So the railway, Bandra land and the Kurla land is going to have building, and so it's going to happen. And now there is an ambition in Mira Bhainder also, and so forth. So the institutional thinking or the state thinking is essentially to sort of provide as many options, which in many ways are at odds with the auto rickshaws. Like, why do you need so many autos? So it's competing in a very, very sort of dynamic landscape. But I mean, I just underscoring sort of the importance of the efforts that you guys are taking and he is taking and all that. Because I mean, regardless, there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lakh people driving, and in 2, 3, 18, 20 lakh people dependent on that livelihood, right? And that needs dignity, that needs security. So all of those things have to be thought about.
Yeah. I think any more questions from?
आप यहाँ सुबह नहीं थे, लेकिन हमने अनाउंस किया था कि नीति आयोग में जो ट्रांसपोर्ट का चेयर है वो अपने साथ यहाँ शाम को बात करने आएंगे। वो तो थोड़ी देर के लिए बात करेंगे, लेकिन हमने कहा कि अगर हम सब इकट्ठा होके उनको रिकमेंडेशंस देंगे, तो अगर आपने जो कहा है वो आप रिकमेंडेशन के तौर से क्या स्ट्रक्चरली सरकार कर सकती है नीति आयोग के तौर से। और आपने जो कहा वो सही है कि बहुत सारे इनफॉर्मल बिजनेसेस को सरकार ने अलग अलग दर्जा दिया है, जैसे वेंडर्स को दिया है, वेस्ट पिकर्स को मिल रहा है काम। तो रिक्शा ड्राइवर्स के लिए क्या हो सकता है, जैसे आपने कहा वो एक। और दूसरा मुझे पूछना था कि भले सब लोग अलग अलग पार्टी में शामिल होंगे क्योंकि उनकी पर्सनल कमिटमेंट है, लेकिन एज रिक्शा ड्राइवर्स क्या वो अपनी संस्था नहीं बनाने तैयार हो सकते हैं? क्योंकि कोई भी चीज़ शुरुआत करने से ही चालू होती है।
संस्था मीन्स यूनियन।
Yeah.
There are plenty of unions by auto rickshaws.
But why can't they do any of this?
No, in Vasai also, Nalasopara also, there are plenty of organizations, unions out of political parties also. There are. But because political parties are more influenced, so most of the auto drivers are willing to join their unions. Otherwise, there are.
Now, I don't work with unions, I work with slum dwellers. And when you go into a slum, everybody says, सब अलग अलग पार्टी के लोग हैं, अलग अलग उनका कास्ट सिस्टम है, रिलीजियस सिस्टम है। तो हम कहते हैं कि आपकी आइडेंटिटी बहुत हो सकती है, आप पार्टी वर्कर हो सकते हैं, आप आपके कास्ट सिस्टम में काम कर सकते हैं, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन आपको धंधे में क्या चाहिए? और अगर आपने सबने नक्की किया कि हमको ये चाहिए, तो सब पार्टी को बोलो, कौन करेगा हमारे लिए? और इसी तरह से हम लोग जब इलेक्शन वगैरह हम लोग स्टैंड लेते थे, तो कहते थे कि ये कोई भी पार्टी जो आपको इसमें मदद करे, जाओ उनके पास। लेकिन अभी क्या हो रहा है कि वो पार्टी आपका इस्तेमाल कर रही है, आप पार्टी का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहे हैं। And I think that is something we all have to help. Not to say don't join this, don't join that, but make the institutional arrangement accountable to you.
So ये काफी इम्पोर्टेंट भी है और जरूरत भी है। तो वही मैं बता रहा था कि ऑटो वाला का प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि अगर रास्ते में उनके ऑटो को किसी ने ठोका या किसी गाड़ी वाले ने उसको पकड़ के मारना चालू किया, उसको सबसे पहले याद आएगा कि वो जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के हैं उनका कोई विभाग प्रमुख या उसका कोई कॉरपोरेटर, उनको कभी यूनियन याद नहीं आती। सो उस तरह का एक स्ट्रांग होल्ड हमें बनाना होगा कि उनको लगे, जो ऐसा मैंने बताया कि पुलिस और आरटीओ ये दो डिपार्टमेंट ऐसे कि जो ऑटो वालों के लिए सबसे डेंजरस लगते हैं, उनके बीच में अगर हमारा रिलेशन काफी स्ट्रांग बन गया, ऑटो रिक्शा वाले आपके पास ही आएंगे, क्योंकि आप पैसा नहीं ले रहे, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी पैसा भी ले रहे हैं और आपको प्रोटेक्शन के लिए उनके पास जाना भी पड़ता है, उनके रैलीज में, उनके मीटिंग्स में। वो जो हेल्प कर सकते हैं पुलिस के साथ वाला और आरटीओ वाला, जिस दिन हम उस लायक बन जाएंगे वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, क्वाइट पॉसिबल कि ऑटो रिक्शा आपके पास आएंगे। रिकमेंडेशन के तौर पे जैसा मैंने बताया, सबसे पहले कि क्या ऑटो वाले को हम पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का हिस्सा मानते हैं? इफ यस, तो अगर बस वालों के लिए अगर बस का स्टैंड बन सकता है तो ऑटो के लिए स्टैंड क्यों नहीं बन सकते? ऑटो के लिए पार्किंग क्यों नहीं बन सकते? ऑटो के लिए रिफ्रेशमेंट के लिए, क्योंकि वो पूरा दिन रास्ते पे है। मैं मजाक मजाक में बोलता हूँ कि आधा जो हमारा एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स अच्छा है क्योंकि पूरा शक कर रहे हैं हमारे ऑटो वाले, 24 आवर्स वो रास्ते पे है, पूरा पोल्यूशन वो अंदर ले रहे, तो उनको वो अवार्ड देना चाहिए। सो वो मैं मजे में बता रहा हूँ, लेकिन उनकी हेल्थ के लिए क्या कर रहे हैं? कुछ भी नहीं। पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का हिस्सा अगर ऑटो वालों को बनाते हैं और ऑटो वालों को इन सिस्टम के साथ जोड़ते हैं तो ऑटो वाले के आधे से ज्यादा जो परेशानी वो कम हो सकते हैं। सेकंड जो है कि, और उसके बारे में पॉल सर्वर वगैरह सोच रहे कि क्या जीपीएस सिस्टम के साथ जैसा अलग अलग इनके साथ चलता है, क्या ऑटो वालों के साथ भी वो जीपीएस सिस्टम चल सकता है, ताकि वो सिक्योरिटी का जो मुद्दा है, सभी ऑटो वाले खराब नहीं, 1000 में कोई तो एक निकल जाता है, और वो हर सेक्टर में, हर समाज में भी है, लेकिन ऑटो वाले के ऊपर जो ट्रस्ट है वो इतना ज्यादा नहीं रखता, खास तरह से महिलाओं के लिए या शाम के वक्त जो ट्रैवल करते। तो क्या उसको हम सिक्योरिटी के एक माध्यम से ऑटो वालों के बारे में ट्रस्ट बिल्ड हो, क्या उस तरह का क्या हो सकता है? तीसरा जो मैंने बताया कि अगर सरकार परमिट लेने के लिए ऑटो वालों को अलाउ करते हैं तो क्यों नहीं उनका बोर्ड बन सकता? चौथा जो है कि अगर पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का हिस्सा मानती है, क्योंकि ऑटो ये बीच में या 3 लेन का रास्ता है, 2 लेन का रास्ता है, तो उनको तो साइड से ही चलना पड़ता है क्योंकि उनको पैसेंजर हर बार हायर करने पड़ते हैं। तो उस तरह से रोड की डिजाइन क्या हमारे यहाँ बनने वाली है कि जहाँ पे ऑटो वाला और जो बस वाले हैं, पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट बसेस है, तो उन दोनों को एक इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटीज और इक्वल लेवल पे देखा जाए, ट्रीट किया जाए, क्या उसके बारे में हम देख सकते हैं। ऑटो वालों को जैसे मैंने बताया बाकी कुछ नहीं, लेकिन उनको ईएसआईसी स्कीम के साथ, स्टेट की स्कीम के साथ कम से कम उनको हेल्थ के बेनिफिट्स तो कम से कम मिले, क्या उनके साथ हम जोड़ सकते हैं? ऑटो वालों के जैसा कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स में है, उनका बोर्ड है, काफी अच्छा बोर्ड है, हालांकि सब जगह आपको प्रूव करना पड़ता है कि आप कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स हो, वो ड्रॉबैक है, लेकिन क्योंकि उसमें बोगस भी काफी काम होते हैं। लेकिन ऑटो वाले के परिवार के लिए जैसा उस बोर्ड में, वैसा हेल्थ एजुकेशन के, उनके बच्चों के स्कॉलरशिप के लिए क्या प्रावधान बन सकते हैं ऐसा बोर्ड बन के, ताकि उसके जो मेंटल, घर पे पैसा लेके जाना ही है, काम करना ही है, तो मेंटल प्रेशर है, कहीं ना कहीं हम उसको कम कर सकते हैं, जिसकी वजह से क्वालिटी ऑफ वर्क और उनके जो पैसेंजर है उनके साथ का डायलॉग वो और अच्छी तरीके से बेहतर जो है वो बना सकते हैं। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि इस तरह के अगर कुछ चीजें अगर ऑटो वालों के साथ हो जाए, एंड उसमें जरूरी ये नहीं कि पूरा सरकारी डाले, जैसा स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स खुद बताता है कि हम अगर रास्ते पे धंधा लगा रहे, 50 रुपए आके वो पुलिस वाला 50 रुपए बीएमसी वाला लेके जाता है, बेटर हमें परमानेंट एक जगह दे दो जिससे 30 रुपीज, 40 रुपीज, 50 रुपीज बीएमसी लेके जाए, म्यूनसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन एज अ टैक्स करके लेके जाए, जिससे हमारे बोर्ड को भी फायदा मिले और गवर्नमेंट को भी फायदा मिले। लाइक दैट क्या ऑटो वालों के साथ इस तरह का हम जिस स्टेशन के बाजू में पार्किंग का सिस्टम्स बनाए, जहां वो रिक्शा भी पार्क कर सकते हैं, टॉयलेट बाथरूम भी है, रिफ्रेशमेंट भी है, उसके लिए वो महीने में कुछ 4 जगह लेते हैं गवर्नमेंट, ही इज रेडी टू पे। तो इस तरह की कुछ चीजें हम देख सकते हैं कि जिसको उसका मेंटल हेल्थ, उसका वर्किंग कंडीशंस एज वेल एज उसकी सिक्योरिटी, तीनों को थोड़ा सा ठीक लग जाए। और मुझे लग रहा है कि सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट आज के दौर में हमें देने की जरूरत है वो है कि क्लाइमेट जो मैपिंग होती है, क्लाइमेट के पूरे डिजास्टर मैपिंग जो हो रही है, तो क्या सिटी के क्लाइमेट प्लान्स में हम वेंडर्स, ऑटो ड्राइवर्स इनको देख रहे हैं क्या? क्योंकि इस धूप में हम लोग,
जो 2 लोग आ रहे हैं,
हाँ,
जो 2 लोग आ रहे हैं, एक तो अपनी चीफ सेक्रेटरी है जो महाराष्ट्र के सब शहरों को मदद करने वाली है क्लाइमेट प्लान करने का, तो ये आप उनको बोल सकते हैं। दूसरा मुझे कहने का था कि
My problem is that I have to leave.
नहीं, मैं ऐसा नहीं बोल रही हूँ कि अभी बोलेंगे, लेकिन हम यहाँ कमिट करते हैं कि यहाँ जो रिसर्चर्स है, एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस है, वो आपके साथ बैठ के एक लिस्ट करेंगे कि अपने को नीति आयोग को क्या बोलने का है, ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट को क्या बोलने का है, शहरी समाज को, अर्बन डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट को क्या बोलने का है, MMRDA को क्या बोलने का है, म्यूनसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन को क्या बोलने का है, हम लोग लिस्ट करेंगे और वो अपने ये जो आज मीटिंग है उसका एक आउटपुट होगा जो और आपको शायद बुलाएंगे वो रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए, पता नहीं, लेकिन पूछने गुजराती में बोलते हैं पूछता पर परमेश्वर, अगर आप मुंह से निकालेंगे नहीं तो कोई सुनेगा नहीं। So it would be very good if you can all help produce these as recommendations that they push, not you.
Right. ये क्लाइमेट के ऊपर स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स का हम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के साथ उनके जो क्लाइमेट डिजास्टर प्लान जो है उसके लिए काफी पुश कर रहे हैं और गवर्नमेंट इस तो वो मैं आपको अभी पॉलिसर को भेज दूंगा इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स, लेकिन मोटा मोटा सबको सेम ही है।
What I'm saying is that ये अभी इसीलिए इनको बुलाया था, so we don't have to do everything today, but we can send it soon before the idea goes.
Thank you. Sure.
MMRDA में सब शहरों को ये प्लान करने का है। आपका ठाणे में क्या है, ठाणे का अभी हो गया तो उसको अभी जल्दी जल्दी दे दो।
I think I just wanted to make one point, like Sir mentioned and you did.
In Delhi, when they built the metro network, after some time they realized that their own ridership was getting impacted because of the unavailability of first and last mile. And then DMRC itself began to ask for fleet operators to come and provide services at their stations. So therefore, they were now providing space. They were looking at e-autos, charging infrastructure, space at the stations so that passengers could then use the autos for their journey as well. So I think one use case, I think there are many use cases, but one specific one is to show how your ridership of your mass transit, so to speak, networks will get impacted or increased if you plan, right? I think, and that can also be extended to one newer networks, even with the railways, etc. Just wanted to also share that in Hong Kong, you can use your Octopus card also on the minivans, right? And I think that will be that true integration where I can use what we have now, your National Common Mobility Card, not only on my metro, but also then on that auto that I am part of, which then I feel will be one piece where we will see them together. I think one big piece is to show the impact on ridership because of this as one, because the government is building these metro rail systems already.
Just one quick the question and the curiosity ki, like in Mumbai, out of like 3 lakh autos, most of the, I mean like 70-80% autos are the private owners own the autos, and there are the drivers who run the autos. So that's the very the drastic reality of Mumbai. So the people who wants to own the own auto, maybe e-autos or maybe the autos, what are the financing mechanism we see in the future? What we are morning discussed that, be it cooperative banks, be it the microfinance agencies who charge more, but are there alternatives in these financing mechanisms?
So basically ये सिर्फ ऑटो ड्राइवर्स ने काफ़ी लोगों के लिए प्रॉब्लम ये है कि मनी मैटर्स। हमारे महाराष्ट्र में अगर आपको ऑटो का परमिट चाहिए तो आपको महाराष्ट्र का 15 इयर्स का डोमेसिल चाहिए, हाँ 15 साल का, और हाँ 15 साल का ये चाहिए, तभी आपको डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिलते हैं। तो अगर उस तरह का कंडीशंस नहीं रहती स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स के लिए भी, उसको हम लोगों ने हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चैलेंज किया कि बड़े बड़े बिजनेसमैन विद इन 1 डे इन्वेस्टमेंट कर सकते हैं, और हमारे स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को 10 साल अगर वो सिटीजन है, अगर महाराष्ट्र का डोमेसिल 10 साल का दिखा पाए उसके बाद ही उसको लाइसेंस के लिए अप्लाई कर सकते, तो वो वहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम है। अगर एक बार उनके पास परमिट मिल गया तो उनको आसानी से वो लेना हो जाता है। इसलिए मोस्टली मैं ऑटो खरीदता हूँ और आपको चलाने के लिए देता हूँ, या आप मेरे नाम से ऑटो खरीदते हैं, तो वो चैलेंज है। उसको कैसा सॉल्व कर सकते हैं मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन वो कंडीशन है और जिसके लिए काफ़ी स्ट्रांग मूवमेंट बनानी पड़ेगी, जैसा स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स ने वो कोशिश की और आज वो नहीं है।
Also, in Nalasopara, we see when we're doing the study also, more than 95% who are driving auto were migrant population. And like again, having that 15 years thing, most of them are then being like in the illegal space. So like having this, like being contradictory to itself, like who are then now driving and then they being in the precarious condition of not being able to access, or like they have to pay bribes या फिर वैसे सब उसके ऊपर आ जाता है।
Yeah. Sonal, I have a question for you. You very well brought about mobility and the lived experiences, especially focusing on women. And I was going through your slide, and some of the things that you have presented is very much related to the work that we are doing in Nagar with regards to transport. And you know that very well because you've been part of the discussion and the project. So one thing that came across in your presentation was about household and care tax. So if you could tell us a little more about that and how some of these invisible burdens can become part of the transport policy.
Thank you for that. So what did I mean, this is not to say that caregiving cannot be enjoyable, but all I meant was that when you look at, we do a lot, when we compared the male operators, here I'm talking about e-rickshaw, which is L3 and not e-auto, because e-rickshaw might be about 1.6 lakhs, e-auto is about 3.5 lakhs or so. So I'm just talking because we did that. I think at that time we wanted to understand, do women operators or drivers drive differently than the male drivers? It was that. So then we began to do a lot of, like we spoke to many women e-rickshaw drivers, began to understand, and we did a detailed diary. Kitne baje aap utte ho, what time do you get up, what time do you work, when do you go out and work, etc., etc. And that's when we realized that in their whole day, what we call productive work is when they go out and earn was X number of hours. So they would start at 11 a.m., continue till about 1 or 2, take a break for a couple of hours because they had to go back home for some care work. Then they would come back on the road and generally try and wrap up by 7 p.m. or so because they had household work to do back. When we had similar conversations with the male drivers, we had very different things coming from them, right? So they would start earlier and work later. So that is when we realized is that women, by virtue of the gender role that are expected to perform, is that because I don't have supporting services, for example, even Anganwadis typically shut at 4 p.m. So there is that issue about what happens to the child, etc. And the women become responsible for that care. So reproductive work is having a direct impact on what I can earn. So that is one. That's household and care work. That's why I called it a tax, yeah? Because I am bearing that expense for society. Second piece was what I mentioned about safety. rules say 3+1 in an auto. Okay, you can only get, that is not the reality, at least where we were doing our work, like I mentioned in North India. E-rickshaws, you will have 4+2 on the, in some of the tempos, slightly big, they go to 10 passengers, okay, where you're supposed to carry only 3+1. So when we compare earnings, right, we found that therefore the male operators were earning more than the female operators, because sometimes the passengers next to me, a woman may not be able to carry, not because she is afraid, but because the men don't know how to behave. Though they are very feisty, the women that we spoke to, but again, it can become a problem. No? The household members get concerned, etc. That is why we call it a tax, because it impacts my working hours, impacts the number of passengers, and therefore my ability to earn. And therefore, what we were saying is, I will also mention another piece, and this is related to electrification, that there are models that say that there is a total cost of ownership of an e-rickshaw, matlab life cycle analysis, based on certain number of kilometers operated. That is not true for women. We are seeing that they are operating fewer kilometers for various reasons. So I am paying more for a vehicle than a man is. But our existing policy, which is EV policies, factor this. So the women were driving about, we've done this in Delhi and Chennai as well, were driving about 50 to 60 kilometers. Assumptions for the total cost of ownership, etc., were about significantly more. I can't remember that. So therefore, we said that we need additional pieces in order for a vehicle to become, to achieve parity for vehicle ownership. Higher subsidies, also, like I said, interest subvention, and we also need to factor how women will drive. Today in the country, less than 2% of drivers are women. This is the reality. Because we have a system that doesn't consider how they are in public space. So this is where, I don't know if I've Achha, okay.
Thank you. So I think we'll move on. Is it any other questions?
Hi. Thank you for this session. It was very illuminating. I just wanted to share my experience with my research. So what I found that, oh, sorry. My name is Sharath. I'm doing my PhD at IIT Bombay on equity aspect of transport policy. So we looked at how the people of slum clusters travel, and what we found out in most areas, that is inside BMC boundary, that is not Nalasopara included. So what we found is many places they wanted more stands for shared rickshaws. They wanted more shared rickshaws because they could not access buses because they were infrequent, and many of the routes were cancelled for, efficiency reason. So, but for Nalasopara, I feel we cannot depend on shared rickshaw as a substitute for public transport. Eventually, we have to move towards buses, and it has to remain an IPT for reaching the internal areas, the 70% of the areas that now that they don't have access to. So I feel that shared rickshaws should remain as an IPT, and it should not be, forced into a public transport. So when we give a recommendation to the policymakers, I feel like we should not make it, a formalization should not be the main criteria, because I feel in Bogota also, I think there was a case where the formalization process basically ended up increasing the cost, because you need to consider the social capital, the extra cost the people have to bear if they have to formalize. So I feel like eventually we need to move away, and we need to move towards public transport, formal public transport. And yeah, that's my thought.
Very sorry, I keep coming back to gender again and again. But just one thing, what we also realize is that when we talk about parking and stands, a lot of the times women operators faced harassment from the male operators as well, because when they had to stand at the station, so this is the reality. I mean, whether
I just sharing that we have seen that as well. And so I feel that there is a lot of support required, either through, it can be a cooperative society, it can be a union, etc., that focuses on women specifically as well to do. In the case of Seva, I'll just give one more example. What happened is, they actually negotiated with the charging operators to provide subsidized rates for charging for their women drivers, right? Saying that, we are so many of us, please do provide that. So I feel like this kind of constant support, or this kind of support is required, not constant, but support is required.
And it's not just women, even transgender are also being victims of that. Because at the Kharghar station where I stay, the auto driver named Karishma, she was being
So she was being harassed because I took her almost like half an hour interview, and she had the e-auto, like pink auto, what you showed, but she was scared to be there at the auto stand, and it's like popular place like Kharghar, where she feared killing after 7 o'clock she will not be in the auto stand. So she can do the only the working hours from like when there is a daylight.
Nishan, I'm coming.
Hi, thank you for the panel. It was a really interesting panel. Sonal, my question is to you. Again, same space, I'm working with gender, informality, and transport. Was there a caste dimension to the kind of women, or a caste dimension to which community of women were working in this sector? Yeah.
I think where Seva's members were, I think there was a mix. There were Dalit and women from other backward classes who identified as these. Yeah. But in terms of how that impacted commuters' behavior with them, I don't know, but there is that dimension, yes.
So why I specifically asked this is because I feel we need to get these social realities into the conversations around mobility, because marginalization operates this way. So it is not just gender, but there is intersectionality. There is, and not just for women workers within the labor, like within the transport sector, but also for the male workers within the transport sector. And I think, I feel it's important that we address caste in these forums.
I'll just say that when we spoke to the women operators, this didn't come up explicitly as being a driver, as caste being a driver of how they were behaved as. So it didn't come up, but I think that's a well taken point.
All right. So I think we can close this session. Oh, okay.
You sound exactly like all the IS officers. Because what you're saying is logical, but it has nothing to do with the reality on the ground, where 60 to 80% of citizens living in cities live informally. Nothing is going to happen for them until they develop devious ways of producing informal support structures. We have this in housing, we have this in health, we have this in transport. So the question is, what do very prestigious institutions like yours and people like you accommodate this reality in what you say? Because you are the kind of person who will in the future produce policies. And it's very important as a social responsibility to understand this dichotomy. It's not going to get less, it's going to get more. More and more people are going to come into cities, more and more localities are going to become urban, and we have neither the political nor the organizational intent to reduce informality. So this dichotomy has to be accommodated in what we do, and to develop systemic interventions that are honestly brokering those relationships. So I get very worried when you say, do you really think that buses and formal transport is going to substitute what is there. So I'm just saying, don't make such statements because it's very dangerous for those of us who are working to challenge all the mistakes that have happened. It's like when I used to start talking, they say, क्यों झोपड़पट्टी में रहना चाहिए? They should all live in buildings. अरे तुमको building उनके लिए बांधने को पैसा है? Are you interested in it? Do you have a commitment to it? We don't. So how do we operate in this reality check is very important for all of us who aspire for our education and our professional behavior to make society just.
Yeah. Just, I'll be very quick. I also thought, like, when Zora, this idea that this is just bridging to buses and things, I don't agree with that. I think you need more buses, you need more metro, you need more public transportation. But in cities across the globe that have invested in that, they still see the need for various kinds of shared mobility, micro-mobility, for a diverse ecosystem to really get people to where they need to go so that you don't reinforce car dependency. The other interesting thing colleagues in Bogota have found is that, you know, even when they invest, for example, in a nice cable car, because they have people up in the mountains, poor neighborhoods, and that once they did that, the Transmilenio, the Transport Authority, made a lot of connections with the shared taxis so they could get people to the cable car. When the cable car broke down, they had communication so the shared taxis could bring in more vehicles. The other thing that happened is more people started to live there because of the land use changes. When you put in public transportation, it's more attractive. And that pushes other people out, and the city keeps growing. And again, the market failures, as you were talking about, or the government failures, frankly, the public investment failures, means that, again, these forms of mobility fill the gaps. And so I don't think this is just a bridging or a temporary thing, and so that's part of why we feel like we need to really get ahead and just, you know, bring them in and plan with them.
इसमें और थोड़ा सा जोड़ने के लिए एग्जांपल ऑफ वसई विरार सिटी नाम के लिए वो बस है ट्रांसपोर्ट जो है वो वसई विरार म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन लेकिन दिया है पूरा भागीरथी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर क्या करेगा इनके स्टडीज में भी है कि जहाँ पे प्रॉफिट है उसी रूट पे ज़्यादा गाड़ियाँ चलाएंगे जो इनफॉर्मल वर्कर्स के सेटलमेंट्स है वो काफ़ी अंदर अंदर है और वहाँ क्योंकि वो उनका टाइमिंग जो है वो मॉर्निंग अर्ली मॉर्निंग जाती है या लेट इवनिंग तक आते हैं तो वो जो ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम है वो चलता है मॉर्निंग 6 टू रात को 10 बजे तक उसके बाद वो ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम बिल्कुल नहीं चलती अंदर तो बिल्कुल नहीं जाती तो उन लोगों के लिए पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का सबसे बड़ा जरिया ये ऑटो रिक्शा ही है तो मतलब प्राइवेट ओनर्स है उनको कभी लगा तो वो रूट भी बंद कर देंगे तो ऐसे में वो जो डिपेंडेंसी बढ़ जाती है उसमें ऑटो रिक्शास अगर पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का एक हिस्सा बन जाता है और रेगुलराइज किया जाता है तो शायद उसमें और फायदेमंद हो सकता है
Yeah, not question. I just wanted to comment on what Sheila mentioned. I don't totally agree, but I think when we say bus, we always think in terms of the 2.55 meters wide and 7 meters longer buses, which is not what I imagine and what is what I think you are addressing Sarath about it. I can see a micro bus, not even mini bus, which will be just about 15 passengers capacity, large in numbers and high frequency, matching the requirement of auto rickshaws. Now, coming to the issue connected with some of the issues that you mentioned, the drivers will be safe because it will be an organized section, like the BST drivers at one time were safe, and today they are safe. Women or not women, they will be safe. I keep asking these drivers, auto rickshaw drivers, what would you like if I have a provision that you can travel comfortably, don't have to chase for a customer. If I provide this system, which I actually described in my book, which I discussed with you, they said, ऐसा होगा तो हम बहुत खुश होंगे, हमारा टेंशन बहुत कम होगा. Ultimately, what we are looking for is improved quality of life for every person living in the country or wherever. So the idea is try and provide that facility, think over it, what are the pros and cons, and then come up with a solution. And I think what I thought over in the book requires to be looked into rather rapidly, because for 1 year the book is idling in the government tables, bureaucrats' table. And I don't think Sharath is the kind of person whom you, I think, call bureaucratic. No, he is not, because he has taken the trouble to go to nook and corner of the city and talk to a lot of people. And I think not because of that I'm saying. What I'm saying is the concept itself, in which case I'm interacting with bureaucrats and they are not picking up any, even for discussion they are not sparing time.
I just want to respond to a few, I think, comments that have been made on, whether bus or IPT or shared transport, auto rickshaws, etc. I think the challenge here, as somebody who tries to think of transport as an integrated system, is that we are constantly discussing modes individually, and that is where the system really is at a disadvantage, because it's not a metro only, it's not a bus only, it's not an IPT only, it's not an auto rickshaw only. The system needs to work cohesively, complementarily for the benefit of the commuters. Now what happens is that, yes, auto rickshaws are a livelihood problem, we understand that, but at the same time, because they are in a city where the demand is so high that you are assured income, it becomes very easy to multiply the number of auto rickshaws endlessly. And at that point of time, it does impact on the traffic jams you see on the road. Because ultimately, each auto rickshaw, each cab is taking space. That's where I feel like there needs to be intelligence in the way we plan our transport systems to know when it is time to now graduate to a more efficient transport system and retain these services where they're actually filling a gap. What happens is, like we've noticed this in cities like Trivandrum and places, the informal systems work to connect peripheries to the main city, and trunk lines, buses serve the trunk lines. They're very essential. But at the same time, they will also go and stand at locations where buses are available, and they will, capture riders from a bus. So if there's a bus stop behind, they'll go and stand right next to a bus and they'll invite passengers to come and sit in their jeeps instead. So now that is cannibalizing public transport. At one point, it becomes competition. And that's where we need to start thinking of this as a system where nobody is competing with each other and the public transport is supporting the IPT, the auto rickshaws are supporting public transport. So it is not a bus versus auto conversation. I don't think any of us are thinking of it in that way. But just the point is that if we don't think of it as an integrated and complementing system, we will lose out. We are competing against each other then, and we are losing out on the bigger picture.
I think I'll quickly extend that sentiment, and just to say that we often end up discussing which is a preferable shared or public modes and keep debating that, whereas on the other side, the only debate is that whether we need to make 30 flyovers or 50, right? There is not much debate there. It's only a quantitative debate there that, and I think we need to learn from them, that we need to expand the shared and public space when it comes to any sort of transport, and I think also call out on the subsidies which are being given to the private transport on the other side. Yeah? As long as it is public and shared, it's good.
You are right, yeah. You end the session. Yeah, so now what we will do is 4:50 is the next session, so we have time. Okay, so over tea, we'll break into 3 working groups. Okay, because we thought that it would be interesting to take some suggestions to the last session where we'll have people from Niti Aayog, even the government of Maharashtra, they'll be there with us. So we thought that we could actually create 3 working groups. So we had requested Sudhir to be one of the probably working group coordinator, and Zora, and Bhagwan, if you are ready. So all three of you, we will all join one of the groups, and we can have tea also. And then let's have some working recommendations for the last session, which will start at 4:50. Does that sound okay? Yeah? Okay. So, आप बात करोगे? So we will have tea now. Sudhir, if you will like to come here. Where's Sudhir? I'm not able to see. Just Sudhir, Zora also. Zora, where is Zora? Bhagwan. Sudhir, you can form your group there. Ilan will help you out. You all can form a round table. Huh? You can form your group here, a round table. Ilan will help you out.
Sujata is not coming. She's
Who's?
got some. Sujata said she won't do that.
No problem. अभी ओपी अग्रवाल को दो पूरा स्पेस. ओपी अग्रवाल से बात कर लिया ना आपने? Zora is here. Zora, if you can come here. Who will? Maria, who will help Zora? We will help Zora. Come. Shaurya. Bhagwan, you want to form a group there? Zora, you can come here. Shaurya will help you out. Okay. Others, please join one group. Okay, continue having whatever tea, coffee, and also vada pav and sandwiches. But please join one group. So, Zora's group here and Bhagwan, if you can. Huh? Three. Okay. Three. You have to join. Come there. Come there. Yeah. And Tanaya will help you out. Tanaya, please come here. But balance रखो groups में. ऐसा नहीं कि जोरा है बोल के वहाँ चले जाओ. Balance रखना चाहिए. हाँ. Sonal, you should be in one of the. हाँ. इसके साथ. भगवान के साथ. हाँ. चलो आप लोग भी break करो. Please break कर जाओ. No, Mumbai Living Lab group should be in all the three. No one group. Divided. Absolutely divided.
To ask what does standing mean?
Huh? No, the recommendations can be common. ऐसा नहीं कि recommendations will be separate. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
कोई भी ग्रुप में जा सकते हैं.
हाँ? किसी भी ग्रुप में जा सकता है मगर separate कर जाओ. Like don't Mumbai Living Lab should not combine in one group. ऐसा नहीं. आप circle भी कर सकते हो. Let's no people. Please, the group here. We need some volunteers on this side. People just come here. Sudhir, you're needed here. Huh. Sudhir, you're needed here. You sit along with Ilan, people will come. Come. हाँ, अब बैठ जाओ आप लोग. You sit there. No? The circle will happen. चलो आप लोग भी ज्वाइन करो. Mumbai Living Lab, no one group. Huh? Distribute yourself. You can go there. You can go anywhere. Go there.
I'll just write it to you. Okay.
आप निशा वहाँ चले जाओ.
I'm going to a PhD party. Brishti graduated.
So PhD party बाद में करना ना. तू important है. तू walking के बारे बात करना बहुत important है आप लोग का. तो सजेशन.
What time do you think we'll wrap up?
We will wrap. कितने बजे से कितने बजे?
6:30-7 बजे मुझे पहुंचना है.
तो उसके बाद तो तू पार्टी तो लंबा चलेगा ना. तू अभी यहाँ पे बट हाँ विजिट के. Yeah. Nihar, please come here. Come here and have tea, coffee. Sharmila, please come here.
Just give us 10 minutes. I have another important meeting with Nihar. We'll just attend that.
Sharad, please join there. Please join there. Please join. Which plate do you take? This one.
Send a message to him again. You send him a message.
ये मैं भी काटूं सांगतो औषध
Depends Okay, good evening. I hope everyone had a wonderful discussion, and we have, I think, discussed a lot of policies and recommendations for OP sir, but unfortunately he was not able to attend today's meeting. So I request everyone to reorganize themselves so that we can go ahead with our sessions and we can finish up with our last few speakers who are still left. And we will take in all your recommendations and policies in hand, and we will create a report and we will take it forward for sure. So this particular discussion that we have had so far will not go to any waste. So please settle down. So for the last session, Jacqueline Klopp will be taking ahead with as being the moderator, and we have the last few panelists, Dr. Jayaraman sir, Sudhir Badami sir, and Pranjali ma'am. So I would request Jacqueline to come ahead and, sure. I would request Jackie to come ahead and start the session today.
Wonderful. So we have people who are going to help us take a lot of ideas and recommendations into the policy realm and who have a lot of experience. So we're very delighted to moderate this session. Our first speaker is Pranjali Deshpande, who is an architect and urban planner with extensive experience in sustainable mobility, street design, and transit-oriented development. She has worked with organizations including the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy, ITDP, the World Bank, and the French Development Agency, contributing to major initiatives on BRT systems, parking policy, and public street design. Her work focuses on advancing people-centered mobility planning through policy development, government capacity building, and urban transport education, all the important things. And I also believe you're on a very important informal and shared mobility committee that you'll probably talk to us about as well. So Pranjali, please.
Thanks, Jacqueline. I'll just refresh this chair a little bit. First of all, thanks to Mumbai Living Lab. And this thanks is not just a formality to start this speech, but I'm so happy that this topic is being discussed for whole day. And I think no conference in India has dedicated even a single session on IPT in their curriculum. So really hats off to this initiative and keep it up. So yeah, can we start the presentation? So I'll be talking about learnings from Amritsar. So this was a project under cities funded by a French Development Agency, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and NIUA. And I was part of this project as a domestic expert. So my role was to mentor the entire program right from the conceptualization to implementation phase. Next please. This is Amritsar, and you can see in the photograph that like it's full of a lot of informal public transport, auto rickshaws, share rickshaws. So this program started in 2019, around August 2019, next. And the conceptual idea was to replace existing diesel auto rickshaws, which are more than 15 years old, with electric auto rickshaws. So the program started with thinking that we are not supposed to ban the auto rickshaws, but we should replace them with better options. So it was a very positive approach that was adopted in the beginning itself. Then, of course, COVID came. By the time we were developing the project ideas and we were, expanding the scope, COVID came and we lost 2 years in all the implementation. But this concept was made more broad by adding system formalization to it. Because as a mentor, we told the team that unless you formalize the system, there is no point in giving them financial subsidy, because tomorrow you can't claim anything and you can't even talk to them. You will not be knowing like who is the person I gave subsidy, and it will be such a fragmented system. So we put up various options of formalization. I'll come to that in the next slide. And also we added some social reforms to it in terms of, because it was COVID, they understood that they lost their livelihood opportunities and income. And the many families were dependent only on the auto rickshaw driver, male auto rickshaw driver. So we brought this idea that we can give free of cost skill development trainings to female of your families, so that in such circumstances or even in general, they can also start earning. So, and it will be free of cost and government will bear the cost. So that component was also added during COVID. So it was kind of a positive thing that came out from the COVID experience. And the handholding support will be given by the government throughout the process. So the system formalization will not be left on their own in their hands, but the government will run it, right from the registration of the cooperative society and everything. Then we started the project and there was poor response to it, lack of trust. And we could understand why there is lack of trust, because every single rickshaw driver had that doubt in his mind, why suddenly sarkar mere bare mein sochne lagi? Aisa kya hua? I think they have something in their government is going to ban us, or they are making our life difficult, and that's why they want us to register with this program, and later on they will say tomorrow you can't do this and that. So there was a lot of lack of trust that we had to deal with. By that time we had lost 3 years. But then we realized that our communication is also needs to improve. And we need to have different ways of communications and very aggressive communications. And after that, next, the enrollment started and enrollments increased. And by the time, by 2025, they replaced 1,200 auto rickshaws, and old rickshaws were scrapped and new rickshaws were introduced. And this is the only program in India where it's replacement model. It's not just pouring new auto rickshaws and forgetting about what will happen to old diesel auto rickshaws, but it is replacement model. So they were scrapped in a very legally defined manner, and then new auto rickshaws have been introduced. Next. Next. So the number one, so there were 5 components that were important. Number one was financial support. So replacement of vehicles cannot happen without financial support. So almost 50% of the cost of the rickshaw was subsidized by the government under this project. Oh my God, just 2 minutes left. Okay, I'll be fast. Don't we have more time because we don't have 2 other speakers? Okay, yeah. Okay, so under that, financial subsidy was provided, and it was around 50% for the male drivers. And later on, female applicant category was also added, to whom it was also, it went up to 70 to 80% of the total cost of the vehicle. So they just had to put in remaining 50% or 30% to buy a new auto rickshaw. And for that, the government empaneled the banks. So even for the remaining money, the banks were empaneled so that they don't need to go to the gray market to go for 20% or 25% loan. But Punjab National Bank, state banks, such banks were empaneled by the government. And the loan rates were frozen. It was discussed and mutually agreed upon. Next. In terms of institutional reforms, I already talked about the cooperative society was formed by the government, and it was not just restricted to those who applied for the program. But even if let's say your rickshaw is not that old and you're not going for replacement model, still those were allowed to join this cooperative society. So it was not restricted to only beneficiaries. So the idea was to form a system that will sustain for a long time and it will be formalized. So this was the model adopted. At that time, there were discussions happening of best practices. Are there any best practices of formalization? So there are some Latin American models, South African models, those were discussed. But I think in the earlier session, the discussion was happening, should we formalize it or not? But I would say that global best practices are good to study, good as a case study, not necessarily they will be applicable in our scenario. And we realized that these fancy models are not suitable to us, because drivers told that if we go for corporatization model or any kind of a privatization model, we'll lose our entrepreneurship, and we don't want to lose that. So cooperative society model is very famous in India. In other sectors, they chose for this, and we agreed, and then it was finalized. In fact, in this sector, there is no other example of cooperative society of rickshaw drivers. So we asked the team of officials to study models like Lijjat Papad and Amul, just to understand like how cooperative societies work and flourish. And also the scrapping agency was empaneled. Because scrapping, if the vehicle goes out for scrapping, that can happen in a very illegal manner. Like they burn the tires, and if they want to dispose the tire and rubber, there is a certain norm that has been finalized. So that empanelment was also happened by the government. So any rickshaw driver who applies for the replacement, he has to submit his rickshaw to the dealer. Dealer will go to the scrapping agency. Scrapping agency was empaneled, and then it will be scrapped and the new rickshaw will be given. So it was a very systematic manner so that there will not be any flaw or any illegal component. Next. Then in terms of social reforms, I already talked about this skill development, and 2 skill development agencies were empaneled, and they were giving courses like call center helpline, physiotherapy assistant courses, and some new courses as well, not just embroidery and kadhai bunai wale. And other than that, to finalize the model for the rickshaws, because in North India, L3 type of a rickshaw model is very famous, and rickshaw drivers told us if we go for that, we'll lose all our power. Because diesel rickshaws are very powerful, they can go up to 40 kmph, but if we go for L3 model, it's just 25 kmph. So they chosen L5 model, and as per that, OEMs were finalized, and they were also empaneled based on the vehicle specification, so that the quality of rickshaw will also be ensured by the government. And also some additional components like charging stations, because for the long route drivers, charging stations were important. It took a lot of time to install all the charging stations, but ultimately they could install 15 charging stations. Next. And so these are the 3 models. I'll not go into the details of it. Next. And these all 3 are very well-known companies that got empaneled because they had very high-end models. And in terms of the outreach, when I said we started some aggressive outreach, the event that made a huge impact was a big event where we invited driver with his family, with his kids. There were some games arranged, some gifts were given, some prizes were given, good food was served, and we saw that it helped them to change their mindset. Because their family started talking about it. Oh, what is this program? Why are you not applying for it? The wife started asking about to the husband. So that helped us a lot. So that helped a lot. Other than that, there were also like on-site, on-road rickshaw camps. Those were set up to give more information, some meetings, and those things were happening. But this big event made a huge impact. Next. And you can see, like after aggressive communication and outreach, the numbers increased dramatically. And the plan was there was a scope to replace 7,000 auto rickshaws, but by the end, at least 18 to 20% could be replaced. So I think it's a big thing for a city where there was nothing, and at least they could reach up to this target. And because the project ended, they had to stop the subsidy and other things. But otherwise, you can see like how the program, suddenly boost up after the aggressive communication outreach. Next. And overall, as an impact, as an outcome, now there are 1,400 electric autos, out of which 200 are of the women driver. They are owned by women. Some are operated by women. We have heard that some of them have given them out on rent, but still we welcome it, because in the beginning only we made it very clear to the other rickshaw drivers that this is an asset ownership angle also. So don't just see that, they will be driving auto rickshaws and suddenly, you will see a lot of women drivers, but it is also about owning an asset. Tomorrow, if something happens to the husband, or there is any domestic violence and such, very dramatic situation, women will at least have access to income, because she will be owning it, and she will be the member of the cooperative society, not her husband. So that also we supported. 100 women got benefited with this skill development program, and some of them got very good placements also. They got the jobs also. Cooperative society, as I told earlier, like others were also invited and allowed to join the cooperative society. So now I don't know, but by the time the project ended, already 1,800 drivers were part of the formal cooperative society. And more than 20 crores of rupees of subsidies got disbursed in this entire process. Next. Yeah, next. Okay. पूरा कर देना एंटर सारे लर्निंग से मोस्ट ऑफ इट आई ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन but I think some of the other learnings are like we need to give time for such projects, and because there is lack in the government, it is not going to happen overnight. So we need to have longer period. We need to revise the project multiple times, because in this I didn't go into the details of how the financial subsidy got revised. It got revised 3-4 times. We changed the financial subsidy flow 3-4 times, like it was back-end subsidy model, then we went to the deposit model, and like so on and so forth. So it needs time, and we need to give that time. And activities for trust building are very, very important. And like I said, global practices cannot be, we cannot copy them directly. We need to find localized solution for our own problems. And in this sector, we cannot say that, financial aid is not required or government has no role. Let NGOs do everything. Government should work with NGOs to make this happen, but we cannot leave it to NGOs or any new startups and wo app banayenge and wo sab ho jayega. This is not going to happen. This is very important part of our mobility system, and if we want to improve mobility in our system, government has to take ownership. That's it. Thank you. Next.
Great. Thank you. That was fascinating and inspiring. So our next speaker, sorry, I'm working on my phone here, is Dr. Jayaraman, who is a co-founder and managing director of Equinoct. And I looked at the website. It was super fascinating, and he is a leading expert in behavioral energy transitions and sustainability communications with over 40 years, wow, of experience across industry and academia. He is a former senior manager at BPCL Kochi Refinery and a 2-time Fulbright Fellow, wow, that's also impressive, at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. He has also served in many academic and public policy roles in Kerala. His work integrates behavioral science, technology, and community engagement to advance equitable and sustainable energy transition. So it's my pleasure to invite you up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. As it said, I represent an organization which works mostly with climate change and energy. But I stand here because we did one work for the Kochi Metro on understanding the first and last mile connectivity of Kochi Metro when they were planning to introduce electric auto rickshaws. So I'm not going deep into that work that we have done, but I'm just picking up 1 or 2 clues from the studies what they've done, and specifically looking into some of the aspects of behavior, as she already said, I'm interested into that. And can you move to the next slide? Kochi Metro was introduced, and by the way, I come from a state from Kerala where I have not seen any shared autos. And like an urban Keralite, we don't want to share anything at all. So we always wanted to have everything our own. So that's a place where the challenge is when you're talking about shared autos. And Kochi Metro was introduced with the calculations of saying that so many car owners will be transformed into metro travelers. But ultimately, it didn't happen because Metro divided the road into 2 so that it became so easy for the car drivers to drive better, or also for the two-wheelers. And most of the people who transformed were those who were using buses. So it actually didn't make much difference in terms of the impacts on climate change or energy or carbon footprint. And Kochi Metro is still underutilized, only 26% is utilized in terms of its capacity. And even after this realization that the Kochi Metro's rapid growth and private thing, we see that one of the missing links is that the first and last mile connectivity people have never looked into. And that's where our study was focusing on. Can you move to the next slide? I think one specific aspect what I'm trying to look into is, we were looking into two aspects of first and last mile connectivity. One is the distance and the other is the time, where it actually matters. And when we found that if the distance is more than 5 kilometers and if the wait time is more than 10 minutes, we looked into two aspects. One is adequacy and the other is the satisfaction, the perception of the people. So this is just a perception, it may not be the true, but we found interestingly that there is a glaring difference between the same parameters of time and distance in terms of first mile and last mile. You can, previous graph, please. You can see that in the last mile, it's totally in the reverse manner as you look in the first mile. So when we look into the people's perceptions, you need to understand in terms of where. I'm starting from my home, so I can afford to wait for another 5 minutes. But the moment I come out of the metro, I want to reach my destination as fast as possible. So majority of the people opted for walking instead of trying for any other mode, if it is within 2 kilometers. So these things have to be understood before when we plan for any kind of first and last mile connectivity or any kind of transportation system that we are looking into. Yeah, just move on. Next slide. So to bridge the first and last mile connectivity, shared auto rickshaws must be brought into. There is absolutely no doubt. We had a debate upon whether there should be a shared auto or there should be a microbuses. Yes, Kochi Metro has started flying microbuses in certain areas, but it does not really replace the other auto travelers. Even it's not full in terms of its occupancy and all those things. But definitely there is a possibility of shared auto, even though the psyche of the people is not really positive in terms of psyche, and we need to address some of them. Sonali was talking about the safety aspect. This is one thing that came out of it, the safety aspect of shared autos, and we need to address it. Maybe microbuses has got maybe he's going to talk about that, has got a better safety aspect than shared autos. Next slide, please. And this is one of the most important objection or the government thing, that the motor vehicle department does not allow shared autos as per the law. Because of the difference between the contract carriage and the passengers, they allow only 3 passenger auto rickshaws. As per the rule, they don't allow them. And there are certain other things that the High Court has ordered, that auto stands cannot be there within 1.5 meters from the edge of the road. Now the roads are up to the buildings. There is no edge of the road itself. You can't even walk. Then where the autos will park? And there are certain other issues like competing with the existing autos, unionization and all those things. Next slide, please. So hired for a single collective hire 3 passenger to a fixed route individual rate shared auto is a thing that we need to bring in, and that will have its own challenges. And how you will address these issues is something that I want to focus upon. Next slide. And okay, moving before that, why these things? Why shared autos and why electric autos in terms of the climate change? And we all know that we are the culprits for the climate change, and 73% of the greenhouse gas emissions are for the human energy needs, and in that transport sector plays a major role. And if you just look into the difference in carbon footprint, per passenger carbon footprint, from a diesel auto rickshaw from 122 grams to a auto electric charged from the solar, that's where whenever people are talking about changing into electric autos or electric vehicles, unless and until you make the charging from a renewable energy where the carbon footprint is less, it doesn't make much sense other than shifting the pollution from this location to another location. So that's where you can see auto charge from grid will have a 35 gram per passenger carbon footprint, whereas the auto solar is only 2.1 gram. This is a very compelling thing for making any policy decisions whenever we are talking about a climate change perspective, or when we are talking about the contribution of human beings. Next slide. So looking into, I'm not going to the details, the spatial route arrangement and all to be looked into has already been studied by this group. And the driver financial security, as somebody was talking about, I think Nisha was talking about, who will own this shared auto? Shared auto, or even when you're going to the microbuses, The sizes are big, so affordability will become difficult. And also the last one is, how can you integrate the universal payments? I think in many places in the US, I've seen that you can have, in California, you should have only one card to travel into the BART or into the bus or into any other systems. So similar thing, how can you have this kinds of uniform payment system or integration that can be looked into in terms of policy decisions. The next is, the most important thing is how will you look into the behavior integration of policies, which is highly missing in our place. And I think policy stern is one of the economists said that the most plausible reason for failure of policies is behavior. People don't believe you, people won't trust you. So how can you integrate the people's behavior also into the policy is a great challenge. And we have to look into those things when we are thinking about the policy reforms. And you can have different sets. Next slide. You can have some kind of gamification or a transit card system where some benefits are there. You can have some redeemable points. The moment you take a shared auto or an electric auto, you get a redeemable point that you can use in your purchases, or you can get some money back or something like that. Just like even if 1 rupee from Google Pay, we are very fascinated. Oh, I got 1 rupee when I paid that Google Pay. Even that matters a lot. And similar thing, how can you make these kinds of gamifications or some kind of incentive in the policy? And the next slide. And also, how can you have a real time peak hour nudges? So you can plan your travel depending upon if you get some nudges on your mobile saying that, okay, you have a shared auto you at this place, and you can have different tariffs for different times. And these are the things we need to look into when we are thinking about policies. Next. And also the inclusive safe access. This is one of the most important things that in this time of Internet of Things, in this time of information technology, how can you track this and how can you make all the people safe that, okay, you are here and the moment you feel something unsafe, is there a facility where you can press a button and say that, okay, somebody can come and address you? And these kinds of things will increase the accessibility and also some kind of color coding of distinction between the shared auto and the other things, and also equitable boarding and design. And he was talking about how the design has to be changed. And I was discussing one simple aspect of why can't we have 4-wheelers instead of 3-wheelers? Because 3-wheelers are quite unstable in terms of safety, and we have seen that 10% of the autos are having. Then came the problem of maneuverability. The moment it becomes 4-wheeler, you cannot turn it the moment that you want to wish. And one of the things you always see that whenever you see an auto in front of you and you are driving behind, you have to have that thinking that he will take a U-turn immediately and come back to you. That will happen only when you have a 3-wheeler. So that's a thing that happens quite often in our roads. So these are some of the small thoughts I would like to share with you. I'm really happy to be with this team. And thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Thank you. Yeah, this is backed by the global data of PRISM work and the Mumbai Living Lab and Paradigm Shift. I'm really happy to understand the works that you have been doing. Thank you.
I think we're going to have a very, very rich conversation after this. So it's my pleasure to introduce Sudhir Badami, who is a civil engineer and transportation analyst with decades of experience spanning structural engineering, urban transport, and public infrastructure planning. He is an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and has served on multiple government committees and advisory groups related to BRTs and road safety, accessibility, and metropolitan transport planning in Mumbai. And his work focuses on advancing safer, more accessible, and sustainable urban mobility through engineering expertise, policy engagement, and public advocacy. And he also has a wonderful book I see floating around, so keep your eye out for that as well. So please, Sudhir, your turn. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, and I'm going to do a quick job, hopefully. I'm going to read out what I have written so that I'm well within the time limit. I hope it's not all that bad. I'm not done reading for quite some time. Okay. Go ahead, next. Next. And the next. Suburban rail services in services of Western Railway as well as Central Railway are the lifelines of Mumbai, which carry about 80 lakh commuters daily. Study report, Comprehensive Transport Study Report, CTS 2008, stated that 57% of the commuters lived within 3 kilometers of their place of work, 69% within 5 kilometers, and you got the statistics up there, only 11% lived beyond 15 kilometers. This confirms on-ground observed fact that there are lots of footfalls at every suburban railway station. At some hubs, there are fast trains which halt. A lot more footfalls are observed. These are generally within Greater Mumbai, where population densities are very high. These statistics also reveal that cities largely function within localities. For example, we are a couple of people, actually I understand there are a lot more people in this hall who work and live within Virar. Until 13 years back, when I was living in South Mumbai, barring commuting to my workplace, which was closer to 10 kilometers, all my activities were within 5 kilometers of the then residence. Since the subject of discussion is Nalasopara, we will confine ourselves to Western Railway stations. Meera Bhayandar Municipal Corporation area adjoins Greater Mumbai on its northern end. It has grown rapidly, and population density matches that of any of the municipal wards of Greater Mumbai. Further north from the Vasai Creek is the Vasai-Virar City Municipal Corporation area with 3 main railway stations of Vasai, Nalasopara and Virar. These localities too have developed rapidly in recent times. Of course, Virar has been there for a much longer period. This conference and exhibition Transit Tales Nalasopara present Nalasopara's transit story. By now, those attending this conference must have captured a sense of what that is. Even I have captured it now, though I had been to Nalasopara earlier, almost 2 decades ago. It is not very much different from what we see in Greater Mumbai, yet subtle differences do exist. Point to note here is that while the Greater Mumbai is continuously an urban setting, except of course the National Park, the municipal corporations in Mumbai metropolitan region have urban localities contiguous to each other, such as Vasai, Nalasopara and Virar, interspersed with rural areas. Auto rickshaws are the last and first mile connectivity to MRTS or bus transport, that is the mass transport I'm talking about, and most of them are on share basis during peak hours, where footfalls are high, largely because commuters find it more economical to use or share basis than by hiring individual autos by meter charging basis. Also, adequate number of autos charging by meter during peak hours are not readily available, causing hardship to quite a few commuters. The theme of this conference, last section, Way Forward, I will place before you gist of the scheme I have conceived that I believe will make, even while being equitable, commuting in Mumbai enviable. I will narrate what that is now, followed by how I plan to achieve it in this presentation or during Q&A. Mostly I think it will be during Q&A. Firstly, the scheme will, next please. Firstly, the scheme will ensure peak time waiting time for bus at bus stop not being more than a minute. That seems to be something which nobody can believe, but I feel after having computed 1 minute is a possibility. This bus will be what I call microbus. This is the picture, with a capacity of 15 commuters, 10 seated, next one please, 4 standees, and 1 space for wheelchair. It will be universally accessible with the help of universally accessible bus stops. Microbus will be 5 meters by 1.6 meters by 2.5 meters. That's the dimension I'm talking about. They are not large buses, they are narrow buses. Auto rickshaws are 1.35 meters wide, while this will be 1.6 meters. Just to give an idea, when you travel by local trains, when you sit in front of each other, the back-to-back distance is 1.6 meters. With floor level at 400 millimeters above road. Compare this with the mini buses with 2.55 meter width or narrower 1.9 meter with floors at 900 millimeters to 1150 millimeters from the road. Not all buses being universally accessible. These mini buses are typically 7 meters plus in length. Secondly, the scheme will ensure, this is the important aspect, about 65% of the car user, personal car users to use premium public transport operating on exclusive bus lanes, thereby considerably reducing road congestion. We can expand that later. Thirdly, all commuting facilities shall be universally accessible. That is, the elderly, infirm, pregnant women, children about 10, and wheelchair user and other persons with disability can avail of the facility conveniently and at affordable cost at all times. These accessible bus stops will be at about 250 meters apart, which is the normal thing which happens. 250 to 350 millimeters is what the bus stops are spaced. It will be noted that the proposed metro rail line number 13 from Mira Road to Virar is planned for 2031, but going by the way construction is going on, I think it will be closer to 2041. The microbuses will be operating as a stage carrier. Let's understand this. Operating at an equivalent frequency of what share autos are currently operating or need to operate. At Jogeshwari, for example, they operate at about 20 or 25 autos per minute. That is 2.5 to 3 seconds interval. Correspondingly, microbuses will have to operate at about 10 to 12 seconds interval. These generally cater to the rate of footfalls at suburban railway stations or relevant MRTS stations. When I say MRTS, I mean in future metro will be there. Not everywhere the metro has been completed. And also you'll have BRTS, which I have conceived in my book, which we'll read sometimes. What is the scenario I'm visualizing? Microbus will firstly replace bus routes of Vasai Virar city municipal transport on roads to railway stations, metro stations, trunk routes of municipal public transport buses, etc. That is, the feeder service will be microbus operating at high frequency. You can see it coming, yes. They will replace share auto facility, let auto operate on meter chargeable mode in rest of the places, especially where stage carrier microbuses may not be routed. Microbus may be applying on routes with VMCCM limits are not connected to any MRTS stations or stops. Also, since number of share auto gets eliminated, question of livelihood of large number of auto drivers come into consideration. I have proposed a solution there also in my scheme. The broad concept of mine with microbuses and premium bus services for arterial roads will naturally have to be appropriately studied, details worked out while implementing. I stop here and look forward to expanding this during Q&A.
So we'll invite everyone up for our last sort of round of important questions and conversation. So this is a very important session. So I congratulate all of you who have spent the entire day with us on a Sunday for this, and especially the panelists with such interesting presentations. So I'll start with a round of questions, and then we can open it up. But all of this is incredibly fascinating, and I'll start with the Amritsar case. I am very curious how the momentum to get this kind of unique reform process, started. And if you could give us a little bit of a sense of that. And then what happened when the subsidy ended? I would be very interested to know about that as well. So if we could start with you.
Sure. So it started with cities program announcing a competition in sustainable mobility, and around 67 cities applied with their unique ideas, and Amritsar wanted to identify an idea that will be unique and so that they can win the competition. And there are more than 10,000 auto rickshaws that are flying in the city, that used to fly in the city, diesel auto rickshaws, out of which some were registered in the city, some were registered outside the city but were flying in the city. So they thought that replacement of these auto rickshaws with electric auto rickshaws could be a very innovative thought process and very innovative subject to apply for. And hence they applied it, and yes, committee of French Development Agency and everyone liked the idea because this was very unique in nature. Initially, as I mentioned, other components like formalization, skill development were not in picture. It was just about replacement. But later on, we developed the program and we introduced it. But yeah, because of that uniqueness, it's totally, the credit goes to city to think. The commissioner at that time was a lady commissioner, Komal Mittal. She took an initiative, she liked that idea, she floated it, and yeah, the committee liked the idea and they selected Amritsar out of the 67 cities. So this is how it got selected. And your another question was what happened after the subsidy ended. The project stopped, unfortunately. We were expecting the state government to take it up, pour in more subsidy. Actually, the subsidy of more than 100 crore rupees was sanctioned by the government. But because of the COVID delays and in the initial period, there was lack of trust, and because of that, the number of applicants were very low. Hence, we lost a lot of time in that process, and we could not utilize all 100 crores. But money was there, but because of the time crunch, we could not utilize it. It was just, I think, the final project cost came around 30 crore or so, and the project stopped, unfortunately.
So I think we'll come back to this point because I think, there's some other follow-up questions around what would it take to get it started and whether it's been evaluated to see the benefits of this kind of program and whether it's been written up, and then obviously some recommendations that we could extract. So I'll let you think about that, and I'll pass my questions on to Dr. Jayaraman. I have been at meetings in international forums where the Kochi Metro and its integration to auto rickshaws and its electrification has been highly celebrated. So I'm curious, is there a mismatch between what's often, presented and what's happening, or has there been some progress? That's my first question. And then I'm also extremely curious about the nudges and what you think might work, let's say in the context of Kochi.
Thank you. And to answer your first question, there is a mismatch between what has been told in the public forum and what is actually happening. And initially, the Kochi Metro had purchased a few electric auto rickshaws during the time of COVID. And since it was the time of COVID, they could not operate it, and they scrapped all the auto rickshaws that they brought during the time. And later, recently, what they did is they had an agreement with the auto rickshaw union, and they purchased the auto rickshaws and transferred that to the union. They have to pay 300 rupees every day to use the auto. They can charge it from the metro stations and use it, and that's the model they developed. And last week when I contacted the metro people, they said that it's also slightly fading away. People are not really taking it up
And they have not really studied what the reasons are. And that's where we need to, and that's where I have a question to learn what is the present status of the auto rickshaws in Amritsar now. I would like to know, because what are the challenges these people are facing? And one of them, what they have highlighted is the lack of support, after sales support that they get for these electric auto rickshaws. You don't have enough number of people who can, if one cable fails, then it takes 1 week to replace it. And that whole week they lose the income. So these are some of the small challenges that these auto rickshaws are facing. And second one is about the charging stations, inadequacy of charging stations. Okay, if they are charging from the metro station, it will not be possible all the time. So some of the things are there, but these are all challenges that we can really overcome. But it requires more number and adoption and support from the government side. And your second question on nudges, I'm still not sure what all things will work, but definitely we need to understand what are the problems and why people are. I told you one example is that why people are always thinking of taking an auto rickshaw or their own vehicle or taking an Uber or an Ola to go to a railway station which is nearby and don't take a metro is because of the time lapse that they're looking into it. The time, and second thing is most of our metros, it's not really friendly for people who have people with disabilities. It's very difficult for them to climb up to the station. Once you reach the station, it's okay that they can travel. And when we design all these things, once you get out of that metro station or from the things, how you go to your nearby places, the road traffic. So we need to look into a system design rather than finding out a solution of putting one metro will solve the problem, no. One shared auto will solve the problem, no. Unless and until you look into the total system and look into a design and where the problems are, and then only you can design the nudges. Definitely one of the nudges, what I'm thinking is always we look for what is the benefit that we get. And that is one nudge, but the second one is definitely on what is your contribution to the society as a whole when you are traveling in electric autos. Just an off track, I will give you one example of why. You have rooftop solar is very much popular in Kerala now. And one of my friends called me one day and asked me that I can spare around 2.5 lakhs to put a rooftop solar. But I find that I am paying only 10,000 rupees a year as an electricity bill. So it will take around 20 years to pay back. So I just asked him one question that he had renovated his house a few months back and spent almost 2 lakh to renovate 2 toilets. And I asked him what is the payback? How much time to take a bath to get this money back? And then he said, okay, you don't tell me anything, I'm going to put it up. And 3 months after he called me and said that I saved this much tons of carbon dioxide. So that can also be a nudge, that you're contributing something. It need not be always in terms of money that you get, but it can be in terms of the contribution that you give to society. That is one nudge that come to my mind, but definitely there could be many other things. Thanks for this.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So dear, I'm curious why we don't see more micro buses in Mumbai or other Indian cities. I believe they're there, so I am curious, where are they operating? And why don't we see more of them? Because it does seem like there would be a capacity issue. Although you already gave us an idea about the turning and some of the reasons why we might not see them. That you did, I'm sorry, yeah.
Microbus is only a concept. It doesn't exist
Okay.
in the dimensions and what I can see. There are buses. Istanbul has got, I think, about 15 passenger bus. It's broad, about 2.1 meters wide. Very nice bus, I understand.
Yeah.
Also, Jakarta has microbus, but not exactly microbus of the dimension which I am talking about. It's like in last mile connectivity. And Jakarta, BRTS and their microbus concept, I came to know of it quite recently through artificial intelligence search. Whether I'm the only one or not. I find that I cannot be the only one in the world. I realized long ago, 2006 or 7 or something like that, when I was conceiving BRTS conversion with the door on right side and steps on the other side. But the conservative BSP that was, I don't know if it's still the same or not, they said RTO will not permit that. I said, where would that means that it will be safe to open that only when there is a platform on that side. So we are safety conscious on the wrong side of the line. But the idea of the microbus, which occurred to me, is a combination of the various thought processes I had over the years. One of them was to utilize the BRTS concept, have the right side platform, so you don't have door on that side. You might have noticed in the photograph or the sketch, you have both sides ramp. Idea that you pick up people from the left lane also, and you can drop people on the BRT lane also, so that people walk out and walk in. That convenience. And when I say walk or walk in, also means wheel in and wheel out. So you are truly trying to make every movement there accessible to person with disability. It doesn't exist, and unfortunately, it has not come about very much because although I am trying to reach out to various parts of the government, they haven't had time to devote to even listening or having a discussion on this. They have seen the book, they appreciated turning the pages, but they have not read the book. Unless you read the book, I think this cannot go further.
How about also talking to the auto rickshaw people about whether they would like to pilot one of the microbuses, if you could do a prototype? Because maybe, as we've discussed today, bottom up sometimes works a little bit better. Yeah.
Can I just add this?
Yes, please, please.
Whenever I used to travel, I travel by auto rickshaw, and there's always a traffic there where I'm breathing foul air and he's breathing foul air, and there's enough time to talk. So I narrate some of this concept, and they said, we'll be very happy to be driving these microbuses, which will be safe and convenient. We don't have to look for a passenger specifically so that they can meet their ends meet. They'll get salary. I said, you'll get salary like what BSD people get. And that is what I'm looking at, a situation. Yes, it will be a little extra cost for a lot of people, but I think this will fall well with, unless you compute, you'll never know, but I think it will fall well within affordability and convenience, because in my, just as I mentioned, waiting time at bus stops, my concepts, I feel I'm quite thrilled about it, will be not more than 1 minute, even at a further distance from the railway stations.
Yeah.
At the railway station, you will be about 10 to 12 seconds, as I mentioned.
Yeah. So it seems like, oh, would you like to? Okay. So it seems like all of this, each speaker has presented issues and ideas that would lend themselves to university engagement and further research, but more action research, as we've talked about today. And I'm curious, you all have very impressive academic backgrounds. Would you like to talk a little bit about how we might engage the university to take some of these ideas further, and then also use the university and networks like the Mumbai Living Lab here to try to push for some of the change? And then my last question to each of you will be, and especially Pranjali, I would love for you to talk a little bit about the committee that you're on at the national level, and then what each of you would give as very specific recommendations that we will make sure get to this committee, so that we can take some of this back to the government. So start with the education, and then you can be thinking also about your recommendations.
I'll start with your first question that you asked about monitoring, evaluation, and documentation. I think that's something which is missing in this project, because project ended very abruptly, and my engagement also ended because of the contractual reasons. And so it is not well documented to it, unfortunately, and not well celebrated also, because no one is interested so much to know about IPT and so on. Yeah. But let's see, I'm trying to document it even for the Global. I submitted abstract, it got accepted, so hopefully I'll get an opportunity to write a paper on it so that it is well documented in a structured manner. Your second question was on the committee part. So it's a very recently formed committee in the last month, out of which O.P. Agarwal sir is heading the committee as a chairperson. It is formed by Niti Aayog, and Geetam Tiwari ma'am is also in the committee, myself I'm there, and Ravi Kadipalli, and a representation from Jammu Kashmir, Avni Lavasa, she is there. So our task is to formulate policy and guidance, kind of a guidance document for the cities for IPT reform. So the name of the committee is very long, I'm not expressing that, but in short, our role is to do that. And yeah, we are very glad that Niti Aayog is seriously thinking about resolving this issue. And in terms of looking at this aspect, we don't look it as a IPT as a first and last mile connectivity. No, they are not. Just for some cities, they are first and last mile connectivity options, but for many cities, more than 300 cities, they are the only option, public transport option, because formal bus-based transport doesn't exist in those cities. So it will be a very important policy guidance for all those cities. So let's see if it, you can always share your comments, and we'll be definitely happy to take it.
Yeah, I'm just curious, so education, like how can we bring in the university to follow up on some of the needed work?
Yeah, right. So I think city level, or whether it is a state level or at the national level, universities definitely play a very important role. And like I said, especially in case of Amritsar, the program ended because the subsidy ended. And one more reason was that there was no catalyst to push for it. So if, let's say, there was a university, or there is local university, but it was not involved in the project, or maybe advocacy groups who are there to push it and tell the state government, don't stop the project, please continue it, it's a good project, and state can put in some money to transform it. So I think such kind of roles universities can take up, along with the monitoring and evaluation, because the evaluation happens through third party. That will be really of great help to cities to move on. And yes, of course, universities can play a role of bringing in this, ensuring the continuation of the project, and so that it doesn't stop abruptly like this.
Thank you.
Eagerly waiting to grab the mic. Thanks for that invitation of how can we collaborate with universities. We mostly work with bottom-up approach. We work with the local self-governments most of the time. And Kerala has got one of the best local self-governments in the country. So what I can offer, or what I can decide is, we have voted an idea of resilient Kochi, where definitely transportation is going to play a major role. So we can include the Kochi Metro as well as the Water Metro and the Kochi Corporation. And there is a School of Management who has got a dedicated Department of Transportation. So we can bring all these people together and can have a tie-up with the university to design a resilient transportation system for Kochi, where it does not just end with reports and analysis or evaluations, but it's also giving a planning of implementation. Definitely would love to have more discussion on these things, and I can guarantee is I can bring out all these stakeholders into the group, and if the university can join, then that would be the best thing that can come out of this discussion for me.
What I presented was essentially the macro bus. The book that I have written is very much broader than that. It is trying to give a comprehensive solution. There are two aspects in that. One is actually urban mobility itself. The other one is actually the mechanical or electrical design of the vehicle. I approached IIT Bombay, my alma mater. It requires some different kind of visualization, I felt, for people to get motivated. I wanted IIT Bombay to be the research institution, along with some industry which perhaps IIT Bombay itself can decide, and under the NRF, the National Anusandhan Research Funding Scheme, which I think comes under the Niti Aayog or something like that, I'm not very sure. They could take up this research because this is a narrow bus, longish all right, different kind. There are a lot of mechanisms that have to be worked out. Even the ramp that I'm talking about has to be sturdy and good for everyone to take care. And so many details are there. That's one aspect. The other one is urban mobility. There itself, when I talked about, for example, I talked about Jokeshwari, where there's about 20 to 25 auto rickshaws, share auto rickshaws fly every minute. I timed it because I happened to be there at peak hour. And normally, if at all I travel by public transport. And here I was there at peak hour. Normally I avoid peak hour. So now I was there, I timed it and I found 20 autos. So again I timed about 24 or something like that. So I see a range of 20-25. So that research has to be carried out by some party. It could be a consultant or it could be students. They also get the feel of it. They also should know what the whole concept is all about. Once I think they go through the book, concepts, various concepts that have been placed, then I think that could be their learning processes if their confidence gets built. But I think since we have traditionally, most people think the same manner as they have learned in their own researches, they don't deviate from new thinking, from what that is, into a new thing that I have put up. But that needs to be discussed. It can't be taken it on a plate straight away. But discussed and then all pros and cons must be considered. So I think university involvement will be that. One of the things also to start the thing is to have presentation in IITs that we have, research institutions. Each one should feel motivated. As I mentioned again in the book, that Greater Mumbai is one. Rest of Mumbai metropolitan area, their behavior is different. You have Meera Bhayandar behaving differently for mobility. You have B1T, Nizampur Municipal Corporation having different. Vasai Mira. Every place has its own characteristics and that needs to be understood, studied and then taken forward. So there is a lot of work to be done, and unless the ball is set rolling, and who can do this? None other than government. But I think the starting point could perhaps be education institutions.
Yeah, thank you. This is a lot of great ideas. Are there any questions from the audience at this point? We'll open it up. Yeah.
When you were talking about the work in Amritsar, it made me realize that we really don't take documentation seriously. We don't take the process as a learning process. Each one of you have talked about the process at different levels, conceptual levels, actually working. Both of you have actually. But the process of how you do the analytics and how different it is from the fact that no one process is going to be perfect and move from 0 to 10 and be marvelous. And we, in India and wherever I have been, the minute it's finished, it's dumped. And you start all over again. You keep reinventing the wheel. You don't learn from what has happened. And I think that a lot of that has to do with how we are taught. We don't see anything as a continuous process. That every single failure that you went through needed to be analyzed, to be understood, and to do a course correction. And you don't have that. The other absolutely horrific situation is that for every say, crore that is allocated, there's this magical figure of 30 to 40% utilization of all forms of subsidies. I was involved with JNNURL everywhere, 30 to 35%. There's a problem of absorption because we expect that one process to sort everything out. And we don't do course correction in the process. And everybody's contractual thing is such that it's like, water over sand. It goes and it's finished. Nobody knows what happened in Amritsar, what it can do. Today you heard about 3-4 different groups talking. And together they have such amazing insights to bring to the next level. But so, in your role with the Niti Aayog, I think the other thing is to, it's treated like it's a failure, but nobody looked at what COVID did to it. Nobody is looking at all the things that happened. Nobody, what he was saying in that thing about different forms of transport and what they contribute. And how do you contribute the invisible? How do you calculate the invisible? These are all new things we have to learn from this process. And I feel that there has to be a sort of a collective transformation of how we look at new things. And Sudhir, what I feel is you should get somebody to help you develop one bus like that and operate it in one location and study human behavior. Let's all try to do that. Forget getting it from government.
Why? This exists. This Anusandhan Research Development Fund exists for this purpose. It has just been created last year. And not only that, the Secretary of the DST, that is Department of Science and Technology, I had spoken to him before the book came out. And when I showed to him, I met him at IIT. He had come there for what you call IIT had this electric mobility day. I met him there. And he said, why are we restrict this to Mumbai only? I told him, Mumbai, I can talk a lot of things about it straight away. But other places, I can't just bluff. So let me talk about this. Let this proceed further. Then he told me, send a letter to the Prime Minister. I'm still waiting for him to reply. And now, I hope something happens here with O.P. Agarwal in the Niti Aayog.
Yeah, just to come out, touch upon your comment on the documentation, there is very funny administrative reason behind it. So knowledge capitalization was part of our job in this project because AFD, the French Development Agency, they wanted to document it. The funny part is that our contracts ended in 2024 where we submitted the reports and documented the process. So that it's a learning for themselves and the state of Punjab. But yeah, as you rightly pointed out, in India that has become a practice that no one wants to document good practices and learnings and failures. Like we had so many blunders in the project, because it was happening for the first time. We were learning, we were experimenting all the time, and we were, trying out different ideas. But yeah, it's not documented.
How many of these 1,400 are running now?
In operation, all are in operation. Yeah. Because they are like a replacement, no? So
Maybe, but after a few years, whether they had any challenges in continuing this.
Yeah, maybe after some years we'll get to know because it's still 2-3 years that they are flying. So battery operations.
A few questions, Pranjali. Were the auto drivers unionized, and why did you all decide to go for a cooperative model than work with the union itself? Would there have been demand from the union maybe, or the cooperative society to utilize the other funds? Just I'm trying to think through some of these. This was the main, and sir, just wanted to hear about the Kochi experience because I think you did mention that Kochi also created a cooperative society, EJATS, I think it's called, something, what happened there? Would love to hear that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure you get the mic so the people.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I don't. No, they're not created a separate cooperative society for that. There was an existing union of the owners of the auto rickshaws, and this was they were taken into confidence, and the auto rickshaw, the investment was done by the KMR, the Kochi Metro, and they were asked to operate it. They did not pay, but I think cooperative system, and to your question, is something that is working very well in Kerala in many areas. Maybe the cooperative system is better than many other systems in certain areas that I found, but I don't know the Amit's experience.
Yeah. The main reason I mention is that unions often advocate on behalf of the members for example, auto stands or for some amenities. So how does that work? That's why I'm kind of thinking about it, right?
I've not really gone deep into that because this is the recent changes. They have started operating, but when I contacted them recently, they said that it's not going as expected. So there are some problems. I can't say anything about what really happened, but I'll come back to you after getting those details.
Yeah, so in case of Amritsar, there were two unions that drivers claimed. So because these unions are often they come together, they declare their union, not always they follow all the procedural part. For example, one of the unions we got to know that they had some kind of a loose documentation with some they tried to do it under some truck association or something like that. And then another union, out of them 2-3 people were interested and they were always in discussion with the government and they were interested in this program. So we realized that rather than having discussions with multiple unions and out of which we don't know which is the real union. So let's try to formalize it in a manner where government is also involved. So in the entire process of the benefit of the cooperative society is that they will have formal elections, they will select their elected members, and then government will know whom to talk to. It won't be that random as it happens in case of unions, and that's the reason we thought that let's stop this union culture and let's move towards more robust and formalized structure. That's the reason this cooperative was adopted.
Just one question again. One thing that we're hearing again, maybe from some unions, was thinking about retrofitment of existing autos as either a transition pathway to electric autos or but maybe as an alternative. What is the thinking on that as well?
Electric autos, it's very difficult because we have to. Retrofitting is not that easy in case of electric autos because you need that space for keeping your batteries there, and the entire balancing of that weight will be an issue. That's what we are talking about. The retrofitting is not that. Converting to the EVs are very difficult, but converting diesel to CNG or that things are much more possible. But to EVs is very difficult.
Even for buses, it's not
Even
implemented.
for buses. But I think micro buses has got that simply because its floor is a little bit more than that. It is EV micro buses with EV will be a better option.
Actually, microbus is greenfield, so you can design for its requirement. It doesn't exist as
Ideation level.
Yeah. Are there any other questions? Yeah? Great. Yeah, that's amazing.
Hello, my name is Saddam. I just had this, there's this thing in like urban design and urban planning that there's development plan and then there's something called as local area plan. And I remember one of the development plan which was talked about in Mumbai, and then commissioner had come that time. I don't remember the year right now. I think that was at NGMA building, and he was telling us that when it comes to local area plan implementation, corporations and like BMC and all those government bodies, they lack even the manpower to sort of implement local area plan. We don't, like in India, we don't have these. And when we also see today's topic, it is very much concerned at that local area. So do you see some parallels between the implementation of development plans and parallelly, simultaneously, all of these as a connected problem or solution?
I think it's all about prioritization. If they want to do bullet trains, metros and underground patal lok, they have people to do it, they have expertise to do it, but when it comes to such critical topics which are difficult to manage and they know that they are unpopular in that sense, they say that we don't have money, we don't have human resources. So I think it's all prioritization. I mean, this is not related to IPT or like shared services, but in Pune, when they did some street transformation, they had dedicated staff for building footpaths and cycle tracks, and then only it could happen. And they were the same engineers who were earlier working on concretizing road, but then they switched on to work on this. So it's all about prioritization. So I think it's just a reason that yes, local plans are difficult to implement. I understand and I agree with that. But if a city prioritizes that, it is a requirement for like long-term sustainability and benefit of the citizens. They should prioritize it.
They can.
They can. Yeah.
It's not they can, they are us only, and we are in a democracy. So we need to actually let people know that we are in a democracy and we have to demand the right things. Say we can. Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you. That was a very important intervention. Is there anything else from the audience? Well, if not, there's a few more things. One, I just think the accessibility issue is so important for women, children, elderly, people with disabilities of various kinds. And I was very appreciative that you mentioned this. Are there any recommendations in relation to accessibility and ISM we can give to Pranjali and her colleagues to take back to the national government?
There is a policy there, we have one law for providing for persons with disabilities. In fact, 1995 itself there was a law, and they created a PWD, the Public Works Department. They created some documents which I spread a lot to a lot of people saying that they exist because I learned about it. At that time, Google had not yet come into existence. So I managed to get hold of some of these documents from the UK. Not the documents, but a PDF came in. And then I came to realize that you need to have slopes. And we have an institution at Haji Ali here, where I think Association for the Disabled, they have got ramp. Imagine when they were planning out various underground subways for crossing roads, they were planning to have ramp also to take care of the person with disability. But the slope there was 1 to 10. It should be for self propelled ones, it should be 1 to 20. 1 to 10 is for only vehicles only, that motorized vehicles, not on hand cart. So they didn't know, and this were all people from MMRDA didn't know about it. I went there, had a look at this, and then I told them this is what it is. I think I made a lot of noise at that time, and that's why I think I'm a little more known. Not very popularly known, but still popularly known. It's a mixed feelings they have. But I think I brought something on agenda. And then 2016, thanks to the Prime Minister's intervention, and he changed the name also, instead of Apangare, they started calling him Divyang. Divyang is God's creation without certain body functions. And Apanga is the one who doesn't have those. So that's the way he changed it, but I think in his popularity, the act went through, and the act gives a lot more details. And Then there's a document which gives a lot of engineering details for construction.
Just on a lighter note, PWD stands for People with Disability and Public Works Department.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I guess this speaks to the point again around training. As you said, there is a law and there's very detailed specifications, and I'm not sure how much that gets, when you have informality, how much of that actually translates. So I'm curious, one, what kinds of recommendations might we still give, even though there is this law in relation to ISM? Two, it sounds like clearly there's issues around tech training of government officials and others. And also this question of how we incentivize the university to work with the sector to do this more living lab kind of work. Is there a recommendation we can give to incentivize this kind of engaged research? And then finally, what we'll do is a round of anything you want to say at the end to all of us, and what, again, Pranjali, we're putting you on the spot here, what she might take back or what we might write up to give to her again for the committee to take forward. So I'll start with you.
I think we need to talk about the Constitution of India, which gives right to every citizen a right to live a meaningful life and to provide all the conveniences that the nation can provide how shall I put it? Meeting the requirements of that. There are laws there, and I think people must be educated about it. Just like people need to be educated about the Constitution, existence of the Constitution. That's why if you see my book, I have given the preamble to the Constitution also there so that people are able to pick up from there.
I have a question. Is there any possibility of extending this living lab?
Oh, that's a great question. So we very much hope so and expect so, that we will be able to try to extend these living labs to different parts of India, perhaps in another phase. I think that clearly, as Sheila's saying also, we need collaboration and we need a network. And we also need pressure to do the right kinds of research and documentation. And we also need to collect these different case studies and wisdom in one place. Also to encourage other cities and other kinds of innovation and show what's possible, and really move things forward because it's so important. I think you've all shown how important this work is for the future of cities and for the rights that are enshrined in your wonderful constitution for how, people should be able to access, a good living, and that requires this kind of intervention. So I do think, yes, there's a possibility, and I hope that we'll continue to have these conversations.
We can act as a catalyst, we can act as who can connect the dots. That's what we can promise, because that's always required. Somebody has to, from outside, connecting these dots, and that we can do as a textile company. Definitely we can.
Thank you. So I think we're getting some action here. Yeah, we'll take up your offer. Any other thoughts about training, universities, living lab, any other kinds of recommendations coming out of your work? Just one last round, and then I think we'll close.
In Indian thought processes, there is a statement which says, when water comes from the pond, from the shankha, that water is nothing but tirtha. So, the tirtha, that pond happens to be foreign universities. And I think some research comes from that end.
Sanctification. Sanctifying.
She doesn't have anything to offer.
No, she has a lot to offer. She'll make sure of it.
Well, if I may, I really feel like the model has to be that the research has to be very driven by the great institutions and people here, like the wonderful work that's been done by the Mumbai Living Lab. And also, honestly, the Living Labs that we've seen also that Zohra presented, and the work in Amritsar and all this great work. I think the role of a foreign university might be to have a really strong collaboration that prioritizes local research, and also then also facilitates exchange across the world, so that these are all problems, believe it or not, that we face every day in cities across the globe. So I think we can work together. The way that we can strengthen each other is very important.
Point?
Yes.
I would really like to appreciate the work that has been put up by the Living Lab. I think it's a very good documentation. The process is like really very technical, very scientific. So congratulations to the entire team. And I think the next step of it would be to work with the urban local bodies, all the state governments, all the transport department, whoever is interested and can make some changes, and try to see if we can apply learnings from other cities and try to formalize the system, try to improve the system, modernize the system. So that would be maybe the next phase, and it could be a very great learning example for other Indian cities. So all the best.
Thank you. I think that's a great way to end. I do have a list of people I need to thank. So maybe I will first of all thank this wonderful panel for all these incredible insights. I might just stand up because I have to see all these amazing people. And a painting and a zine. Besides being very scientific and rigorous research, you've also shown the power of people-oriented research, where you had the empathy and the kindness and the patience to sit with passengers and with the drivers and the union representatives. And I'm so impressed. And so I, first of all, really want to thank the SPARC team for this exhibition, especially Professor Paul. And really everyone, Alex Mohan, the great documentary film person, Shreya, who just kept, Baoni, who just kept everything organized. And also I would have to say she hosted a student, well, the whole team did, from Ghana, and she's still in touch with that student, Solomon, from the University of Ghana. And you've helped trigger an incredible exchange where they're just starting to see auto rickshaws in Fragia, they call them, in their cities, and so are learning from the wonderful city of Mumbai and this Living Lab. So you've been incredible, and I think you've inspired a lot of other exchanges, Shreya. And of course, the just incredible group, Darshit there, who has incredible everything, design and photography. It's just been wonderful. Khatija, yes, there you are. And Tanisha, Anushka, oh, sorry, I've worked so hard. I'm a little jet lagged. I'm so sorry. And of course, the Columbia World Project team, Maria, Nihar, and the whole team there. It's been incredible. And then there are some other people also we have to thank because they're behind the scenes. They've provided resources and their faith in this whole project and work, which we hope will continue for many years to come. This is only the beginning. And this is the Volvo Research and Education Foundations. They are a philanthropy. They are completely separate from the Volvo Group. They are a group of very progressive Swedish people with a tremendous amount of foresight that really believe in investing in people and networks, and have really supported this, not just with resources, but also with a philosophy that I think is really powerful. I also want to thank the whole Partnership for Research on Informal and Shared Mobility, the many different living labs that have given ideas and shared their thoughts, and our wonderful colleagues who also made this possible, including a global network for popular transportation and the World Resource Institute that's a partner. I also want to thank the American Institute of Indian Studies that have given us some resources, especially to take this exhibition and make it digital. I would also want to see it in multiple Indian languages. That is something that they would also like to see. So I thank them deeply. And then my home institution as well, the Columbia University Climate School, and has made a lot of this possible for us to have this collaboration. And last but, well, there's actually a couple more people. The KRVIA, which is a wonderful local institution that has also been heavily involved, and their students who have done incredible research. And last but not least, the Bajaj Foundation, which made this beautiful venue available at very minimal cost, really believing in this exhibition. And then I should really also say thank you to the amazing caterers, the tech people, everyone who made this possible, all the workers who might have taken an auto rickshaw to come here today. Thank you so much. Have I missed anyone? All right, well, with that, I think we'll formally close. So thanks again.
I just hope nobody leaves yet. Can we all just come to the stage and we'll take a very nice group picture so that we remember this day today. And yeah, just onto the stage, please.